Tian, don't send us away. As long as you'll let us stay, you can do whatever you want with us. I opened my eyes. An adobe house, low and cramped. The old newspapers pasted over the ceiling had yellowed and gone brittle. A girl knelt in front of me, her face white as paper, tears dropping one by one onto the frozen dirt floor. Her clothes hung half open, one shoulder exposed, crisscrossed with scars that set your teeth on edge. I'd been gored by a wild boar. Yesterday, I was filming a wilderness survival video, going up against a 300-pound hog. Now I was sitting in northeast China in 1980, at the foot of the lesser Xing'an Mountains. My head was crammed full of another Qin Tian's whole life. 18 years old, parents killed in an accident last year, older sister already married off. The girl kneeling in front of me was Chen Xueding, from Chun family hamlet next door. Our parents had betrothed us before we were born. She was supposed to be my wife. 3 months ago, her parents went up the mountain to gather wild greens and ran into a black bear. That left her and her 14-year-old sister, Chen Yuqing. Her uncle Chen Dali and his wife, Zhao Chuiying, moved in. Said they were taking care of the girls. First they took the house, then they worked the sisters like livestock. For 100 yuan in bride price, they were going to marry Chen Xueding off to a 50-year-old cripple and Chen Yuqing to a simpleton, in exchange for a match for their own son. The sisters ran in the night. The original Qin Tian took them in, got himself a wife for free, and was thrilled about it. But Chen Dali put out word. Anyone who shelters them gets beaten to death and dumped in the mountains for the wolves. He'd been a known thug in his younger days. Supposedly, he'd even killed a man up in those mountains. The original Qin Tian got scared. This morning, he'd poured a pound of baijiu down his throat, planning to send them back, while the liquor gave him nerve. The liquor was too much. He was gone. And I arrived. Qin Tian. Chen Xueding started unbuttoning her padded coat. I caught her hand. Laughter erupted outside the door. Pretty little thing. Come home with big brother, get on the comm. Wasted on that useless Qin Tian. I'm not going with you. Let go of me. That's Yuqing. Chen Xueding went pale and bolted outside. I grabbed the hatchet by the door and followed. In the yard, 2 men in dogskin hats had a skinny girl pinned between them. 14 years old, her sister's eyes and brows, only younger. One of them reached out a filthy hand and grabbed her chin. Ma Biao, Lu Ergu. The village's 2 notorious loafers, stealing chickens, peeping in widows' windows, every low thing there was. They'd been bullying the original Qin Tian for over a decade. 2 of you. 1 little girl. I drove the hatchet into the snow. Very impressive. Ma Biao turned and grinned. You little shit, still got a mouth on you? Guess we haven't been hitting you hard enough. You're assaulting a girl in my yard. I said it slowly. The party secretary's house is 30 paces up the road. The grins froze on their faces. I knew what scared them. The village party secretary was a demobbed soldier, straight as a nail. These days, a hooliganism charge would land you eating prison rations for the rest of your life. Ma Biao stiffened his neck. Chen Dali's looking for those too. Once he hears they're here with you, we won't have to lift a finger. Chen Xueding and I were betrothed as children. I bit off each word. The party secretary witnessed it. She's my wife. Chen Dali can come. He still won't take her anywhere. I turned to Chen Xueding. Go. Get the party secretary. She wiped her eyes and went. Ma Biao let go of Chen Yuqing. Just a joke. No need to make a thing of it. He backed toward the gate, his voice thinning out. Cold as hell out here anyway. Forget it. None of our business. The 2 of them slipped out, walking fast. I heard them lower their voices outside the gate. Threatened by a piece of trash. I'm not swallowing that. Keep an eye on him. Wait till he goes out. I didn't move. Only when their footsteps faded did I crouch down and let Chen Yuqing lean her head on my shoulder. She was shaking like a leaf. Thank you, brother-in-law, she whispered. I looked at their hands. Chilblains layered over chilblains, knuckles so swollen they couldn't close. Inside, I said, you're both staying here from now on. Nobody's taking you anywhere. Chen Xueding looked up. Something lit in her eyes, faint, but it didn't go out. What was left of the food? A few potatoes, half a cabbage, a sack of cornmeal. 3 mouths. 10 days at most. I took the longbow down from the wall. In my last life, I'd spent 6 years filming wilderness survival. The bow was how I ate. The lesser Xing'an had everything. Pheasants, hares, roe deer. It just snowed. The mountains dangerous. Chun Shuading caught my sleeve. I won't go deep. She didn't argue. She pulled her sister into the outer room. One tended the fire, one worked the wok. Before long, 2 hot dishes went into a lunch tin, 2 corn cakes pressed on top. The tin was warm. I held on to it a long time. Walking out of the hamlet, eyes followed me the whole way. Chin Tion's going hunting? He doesn't know a damn thing. Probably going to sell the bow for liquor. Mountain's dangerous. If he really dies up there, who's going to take care of those 2 little wives at home? I could suffer through it. I didn't look back. 2 li out of the hamlet, the wind changed character. In the south, cold is an adjective. In the northeast, cold can kill you. I tested a dozen or so shots in the snow. My fingers went numb and the first 3 flew wide. From the 4th on, every arrow bit into the tree scar. Good enough. The snow squeaked underfoot, half a foot with every step. An hour later, a flash of color showed through the brush. 2 pheasants, pecking for food, their long tail feathers bright against the snow. I circled downwind, held my breath, drew full. Thwip. The first dropped without so much as flapping. The second startled up and landed on a branch 30 paces off. The second arrow was 3 inches off, punched through the breast. It struggled and fell. 2 birds. 4 pounds of meat between them. Enough for 1 good meal for the 3 of us. I cut their throats to bleed them out and stuffed them into a sack. As I stood up, a snuffling grunt drifted in on the wind. Boar. I dropped low and crept over. In the ravine 20 meters below, 9 wild boars were rooting through the snow. 2 adult males, shoulders as high as my waist, tusks curving out, gleaming white. Teeth like that could open a man from belly to shoulder. I lay in the snow a long time, watching, then backed away slowly. 1 bow, 9 boars. Nothing there for me to win with. I needed a gun. I fixed the ravine's position in my head, went around it, and started back. 10 minutes later, 2 men came out of the trees and boxed me in, 1 in front, 1 behind. Ma Biao, Lu Ergu, both holding knives. No party secretary this time. Ma Biao leveled the knife at me. If I don't break your legs today, I'll take your family name. I don't have an ungrateful son like you. Lu Ergu exploded. Middle of a frozen nowhere. We kill you, dump you in a snowdrift. Who's ever going to know? Ma Biao pressed forward. Don't worry. Once you're dead, U.S. brothers will take good care of those 2 little wives for you. They shouldn't have said that. In my last life, filming abroad, I'd had blood on my hands before. Empty mountains, nobody around for miles. Either these 2 died today, or they'd be waiting outside my door every day for the rest of my life. But I had 1 bow. They had 2 knives. I thought of that ravine. You 2 worthless bastards think you can take me? I turned and ran. Get him. We're killing him today. I wasn't fast. Just barely faster than them, staying out ahead, keeping my back in view the whole way. 2 li of running, and they were both wheezing like bellows. At the mouth of the ravine, I paused just long enough for them to see which way I'd jumped down. Then I ducked into the brush at the side. He's in the ravine. Get him. They plunged straight in. 9 boars raised their heads. I watched Ma Biao's face collapse in half a second. He and Lu Ergu pressed back to back, edging away inch by inch, small sounds coming out of their throats. They knew exactly what this meant. If they didn't startle the animals, maybe they could still back out. An arrow passed between them and buried itself in the forehead of the largest boar. It didn't punch through the skull, but it hurt enough. The boar's eyes went red. It came out screaming like a derailed train. Run! They couldn't outrun a boar. Nobody can. I lay in the brush and shot, arrow after arrow. Not at the big males, at the young ones. The herd went insane. Their young were falling, and every ounce of the sow's rage poured onto the only living things they could see. Chin Tian, it's you. I lived through this. I'll kill you. My leg, help me. I didn't stop. 1 minute, 2 piglets down. 3 minutes, 4. It was too late to beg now. Some doors close the moment you choose to block a man's path on a mountain road. The herd scattered. The bottom of the ravine went quiet. I walked in, looked once at the 2 things lying there, and my stomach turned over. I braced against a tree and dry heaved for a while. I didn't regret it, but I remembered the feeling. A man who can look at another man's death and feel nothing is 1 step from being an animal himself. For young boars, fattened up on early winter, 300 or 400 pounds together. The problem was moving them. I reached for the nearest boar's leg. It vanished. Not dropped. Not slipped. Gone into thin air. At the same time, something surfaced in my mind. A jade gourd, clear as crystal. Inside the gourd was a spherical space, maybe 10 cubic meters, and the boar was lying quietly in it. Then I remembered. 3 years ago, deep in Shenanjia, I'd pulled a jade gourd out of a creek bed. I thought it was a pretty rock. I thought about it, and the bow in my hand disappeared. Thought again, and it was back in my palm. I tried it 7 or 8 times. If I could touch it, I could store it or take it out. Time didn't move inside. Whatever went in came out exactly the same. For boars, 2 pheasants, all of it went in. I collected every arrow and smoothed over my tracks in the snow. As for the 2 bodies, boars killed them. Nothing to do with me. Walking down the mountain, I noticed I moved a lot lighter than on the way up. My breathing was easy, my legs didn't shake. The gourd wasn't just a warehouse. I stopped to rest in a sheltered hollow, built a fire, and warmed up Chun Shueting's lunch tin. Just cabbage and potato, but she'd cooked it beautifully. I cut off a piece of boar and set it over the flame. The fat dripped and hissed. Full, I shouldered my bow and headed down. Outside Tiger Mountain Hamlet, I made sure nobody was around, took out the 2 pheasants and the smallest boar, and hoisted them onto my shoulder. Eyes trailed me the whole way in. Chin Tian killed a boar? Bullshit. He couldn't kill anything. Probably stole it out of somebody's trap. That kid's been off the rails ever since his parents died. Heard he ran off with 2 girls, and their people came looking. My chest dropped. I broke into a run. Half the hamlet was crowded around my gate. Shouting came from inside the yard. 2 worthless mouths to feed. Won't come home, living in a strange man's house. You've thrown away every shred of face we had. Let go of my sister. We're waiting for Chin Tian to come back. Grown some spine, have you? Come home with me. And if you talk back again, I'll break your legs. The men watching pointed and muttered, that familiar smirk on their mouths. I shoved through the crowd and kicked the gate open. Chen Dali had Chun Shueting by the hair. Zhao Chuiying's fat hand was clamped on Chun Yuqing's arm. Both girls were kicking, faces streaked with tears. I threw the board down. 300 pounds hit the frozen ground with a dull thud. The yard went silent. I shouldered Chindali aside and pulled the sisters behind me. You break into my house to drag people off, I said. You must be tired of living. Chindali climbed out of the snow, his face gone liver purple. You little bastard, you're not even grown and you're kidnapping women. We came to Chin Tian on our own. Chun Shueting cried. Chun Shueting and I were betrothed as children, agreed by both sets of parents, witnessed by the party secretary. Each word landed on its own. She's my wife. Who the hell are you? Chin Dali sneered. Her parents are dead. You think a childhood betrothal still counts? I'm her blood uncle. What I say goes. I stared at him. Dead people's words don't count. He wasn't wrong about that. But he'd forgotten something. Precisely because there's no one left to stand behind what the dead said, the living have all the more reason to hold it for them. Their parents are dead, I said. But I'm still alive. I bent down and pulled the hatchet out of the snow. The crowd outside the gate took half a step back. I kicked Zhao Chuiying over into the snow. You took their house, worked them like animals, starved them, beat them, and you call that taking care of them? I swept my eyes over the people outside the gate. Selling a 17-year-old niece to a 50-year-old cripple. Selling a 14-year-old to a simpleton. All for 100 yuan and a match for your son. Neighbors, is that family? The crowd erupted. Lower than animals. The betrothal was set by the elders of both families, and Shueting acknowledges it. That makes her a wife of Tiger Mountain Hamlet. Zhao Chuiying rolled in the snow, howling. Chin Dali rushed forward. Who's he? Biaozi. Break his legs and take the girls. I'd like to see who dares. A voice came from the back of the crowd. Village Party Secretary Lin Hongjun stepped out, a demobbed soldier's shoulders straight as a nail. Chin Dali's bluster shrank by half. They're my nieces. I'm taking my nieces home. Nothing to do with you. Chin Shueting, holding her sister, stepped out from behind me. Her voice shook, but every word came clear. From today, we cut ties with you. Not even at death will we speak again. You dare. Chin Dali shook with rage. For some strange man, you'd throw away your own ancestors. Ancestors? I said. You took the house her parents left behind. You sold the daughters her parents left behind. You don't get to say the word ancestors. The villagers pressed in. Some already had sticks in their hands. Chin Dali ground his teeth and backed off. This isn't over. Stick with a good-for-nothing orphan like him, and you'll starve sooner or later. He led his people slinking out of the hamlet. Even at a distance, you could hear his son Chun, who cursing. I got the sisters back inside and lying down. Back in the yard, I dragged the boar to the middle. Uncle Lin, thank you for today. Lin Hongjun clapped my shoulder. No outsider gets to push around a wife of Tiger Mountain Hamlet. He paused. Since Shiwedding's staying at your place, live well with her from here on. A grown man who can't feed his wife isn't a man. Come to me if you're in trouble. I don't have much, but I can spare you some grain. I picked up the knife and opened the carcass. 70, 80 pounds of pig. I cut off a dozen or so pieces with good fat on them. People were short on oil these days, and fat was worth more than lean, and handed one to each person who'd spoken up. They refused, then took them, smiling. Little Tion's making something of himself. That's too much, too much. You've got a wife to feed now. The ones who hadn't spoken up kept their eyes glued to the meat, shuffling slowly closer. Lin Dezhong, a widower in his 50s, showed a mouthful of yellow teeth and pointed at the fattest piece. Little Tion, cut second uncle that one. Cut it big. I used to hold you when you were a baby. I drove the knife into the block. When Chen Dali was cursing my wife just now, second uncle's voice was a lot louder than it is now. His face went purple. If Uncle Lin weren't standing here, I'd beat you out of this yard with a stick. I covered the meat with a cloth. Get out, Lin Hongjun said coldly. Not humiliated enough? Go. Those few backed out of the yard red-faced. Once they were away, a mutter drifted back on the wind. Just got lucky, that's all. I handed the fattest piece to Lin Hongjun. He pushed it back. I pressed it into his hands. From your nephew, with respect. He smiled and took it. A distant relative is worth less than a near neighbor. The original Qin Tian never understood that. I did. The sisters came out of the west room, eyes swollen red, and dropped to their knees. Qin Tian, I'll work like an ox and a horse to repay you. I pulled them up. Don't talk like that. When I've saved up, I'll marry you properly, with everything done right. Chun Shuiting flushed to her ears, fingers twisting her coat. You don't need to spend that money. On this, you listen to me. Only then did she notice the pork on the stove, and her eyes went wide. Chun Yuqing swallowed. Since their parents died, neither sister had touched a scrap of meat. Chun Shuiting cut the meat. She cut one small piece. I took it from her and put all of it in the pot. Qin Tian, you risked your life for this. There are 3 more in the shed. They covered their mouths and stared for a long moment before they dared believe it. That night, a big basin of pork belly stewed with pickled cabbage went on the Kong table. With corn cakes on the side, all 3 of us ate until our mouths shone with grease. The cakes were too coarse, rough going down. They ate happily. I thought of white flour, in the world I'd come from. Tomorrow I'd go into town, sell meat, and buy white flour. After dinner, I built a fire in the yard to singe the bristles off. Head, trotters, tail, all meat, nothing wasted. Inside, the sisters rendered lard. They dipped the cracklings in salt and chewed them, crunching, and Chun Yuqing laughed out loud. Listening to it, I understood something all at once. A good life is just being able to make the people around you laugh, once, without fear. Dark came early. Chun Shuiting brought in a basin of hot water. You wore yourself out today? Soak your feet. Before I could refuse, she was already crouching down, pulling off my socks. The water was hot. I reached out and cupped her face. Shuiting, you're beautiful. She closed her eyes, lashes trembling. I bent down. My foot slipped. The basin went over with a clang. We sprang apart like we'd been shocked. It's getting late. You should rest. I bent over my feet, scrubbing. She stood up, hesitated, then suddenly leaned down and kissed my cheek. Then she knocked over the stool and ran. I touched my face. Chokes at the critical moment. Useless. Voices came from the next room. Sis, why's your face so red? The stove's hot. Go to sleep. Sis, how come you don't sleep with brother-in-law? I can sleep by myself. You little brat. I'll beat you. Before dawn, the kerosene lamp in the outer room was already lit. Corn porridge, boar stewed with potatoes, corn cakes. You eat too. There's more in the pot. I'm waiting for Yuqing. I lifted the lid. All potatoes. Barely any meat. I picked up the dish from the Kong table and poured it back into the pot. You're the woman of this house, I said. From now on, when there's meat, we eat it together. Nobody goes without on the sly. She lowered her head and nodded. eyes reddening. Nobody was out when I left the hamlet. Once I reached the empty woods, I put the sledge and the 100-odd pounds of meat into the gourd and ran. 20 li, an hour and a half. It was barely light, and the market in the county's old town was already setting up. People selling noodles, ration coupons, eggs. Reform and opening was just getting started. The policy had loosened, and as long as you didn't get picked out as an example, nobody bothered you. I stacked the meat on the sledge. The first to crouch down was a stocky man in his 30s, navy padded coat. Boar? How much? Young boar, yellow coat. Slaughtered yesterday. 80 cents a pound, no coupons. Farm pork was 80 cents, and you still needed a coupon. Boar went for 30 or 40. I was charging 80, and what I was selling wasn't the meat. He weighed a piece in his hand and nodded. Give me 20 pounds worth. He counted out 16 yuan without haggling. While I bagged it, he lowered his voice. You look like a hunter. Hazel grouse, roe deer, red deer, got any? Something clicked. Not many people would drop over 10 yuan on meat. Got 2 pheasants at home. Grouse and roe deer. I can get some next time I'm up the mountain. Whatever you bring, I'll take. The price won't disappoint you. He stood. I'm here every morning. He walked off with the meat. A few young men dressed like factory workers came up behind him, eyes on what was left. That one sale did more than a whole morning of hawking. Young boar, yellow coat. 2 pounds apiece, 80 cents, no coupons. A worker made 20 or 30 a month. They gritted their teeth and each picked a fatty piece. 5 pieces. 4 yuan. My feet had gone numb long ago, but my chest was burning. 20 yuan would buy a meal in the world I came from. In the countryside in 1980, a strong laborer might not clear that in a whole year. A well-dressed woman frowned. Other people sell for 30 cents a pound, and theirs is fatter than this. 30-cent meat is old boar. Stringy. I picked up a piece. Any piece of mine that comes up short of 2 pounds, I'll pay you 2 yuan. I borrowed a scale from the grain seller next to me. First piece, 2 pounds 1 ounce. Second, 2 pounds 3. Third, 2 pounds 2. The crowd stopped watching and started paying. The woman stamped her foot and bought a piece too. Trust is a simple thing. Put it on a scale, and there it is. An hour or so, and the meat was gone. I turned to the grain seller. How much for white flour? 20 cents a pound, no coupons. The state grain store charged 17, and you still needed a coupon. That 3-cent spread was the price of no coupons. Take meat for it. Sure. 8 pounds of flour, and I'll throw in the sack. I counted out 2 more yuan. Weigh me 10 more. 18 pounds of white flour went on the sledge. With 40-odd yuan in my pocket, I went into the supply and marketing co-op. Canned yellow peaches, 150, no coupons. I bought 2 jars. Malted milk powder, 280, no coupons. I thought of the sister's wrists. Bought 2 tins. I wanted to buy cloth to make Chun Shi wedding something to wear, no cloth coupons. I turned to leave and a rack of guns behind the counter stopped me dead. Type 56 semi-automatic rifle. 1100 new, 900 used. 10-round magazine, semi or full auto. Shulianzu, a Mosin Nagant, 600 used. The cheapest single-barrel shotgun still ran nearly 200. I felt the 30-odd yuan in my pocket. Those 9 boars and their tusks were still there in front of my eyes. A gun. Nowhere close. Out of town, I cut through a few alleys, made sure nobody was around, put the sledge and everything on it into the gourd, and ran. At the mouth of the alley, 2 young men, one fat and one thin, came ducking in. Lost him. Damn beanpole. Had to take a shit right then. Fat brother. Doesn't matter. Somebody in Lin family hamlet's buying us drinks. Says they want someone dealt with. 50 yuan when it's done. I came into the hamlet through the snow, frost on my eyebrows. Chun Shi dropped the axe and came to meet me, eyes going red. Get inside, the stove's going. Yuqing, bring your brother-in-law some hot water. I pushed the cans and the malted milk into her arms. Open them, try some. There's 18 pounds of white flour too. We're eating steamed buns from now on. She held the cans and went pale. This is so expensive. We haven't even finished the cornmeal. Nobody eats white flour every day. I slapped a stack of bills on the table. 30 plus. Chun Shiwedding's head snapped around. Chen Yuqing stood in the doorway holding the basin, frozen. Neither sister had ever seen that much money in her life. You keep it. I pushed the money toward her. She shook her head hard. I wouldn't dare. I'd never sleep at night. I counted out 5 and handed it over. For daily expenses. I'll keep the rest. The remaining 30-odd I took inside and slipped into the gourd. I soaked my feet. Chen Yuqing rushed to empty the basin. Chen Shueting sat down and started rubbing my feet. You work so hard out there. Don't worry about things at home. I looked at her lowered lashes and wanted to say something, then swallowed it. Some days aren't about saying anything. I woke at midday to a pot of pheasant stewed with dried mushrooms, a pot of pork stewed with cabbage, and half-white steamed buns. The Kong table filled up with chicken bones. After we ate, I opened a can of yellow peaches. One bite. Crisp, sweet, sweet all the way through. Chen Shueting and Chen Yuqing laughed until their eyes crinkled. Over a year since I had these. Still just as sweet. There'll be more, I said. From now on, there'll be everything. That afternoon, I took my bow and headed for Pheasant Ridge. Just outside the village, I ran into Lin Dezhong. He had a dead rabbit tucked in his coat, wires still twisted around its leg, snared off someone else's line. He saw me, panicked, and shoved the rabbit deeper in. What are you looking at? Scared the hell out of me. He stiffened his neck. Born with nobody to raise you. Kidnapping some girl and hiding her in your house. Rotten through. I stopped and tightened my grip on the bow. Say that again. He took half a step back. Then he realized who he was backing away from, and his face went red. Yeah, I cursed you, so what? Going to scare me with a bow and arrow? Come on then, shoot me right here. He jabbed at his own chest. Thwip. Something flashed past his eyes, and his ear burned. He touched it. His palm came away covered in blood. He sat down hard in the snow. You're out of your goddamn mind. You nearly killed me. You told me to shoot. The second arrow went into the snow between his legs, right against his padded trousers. He clamped his hands over his crotch, not daring to move. A dark patch spread slowly across the fabric. I put a foot on his chest, drew my knife, and laid the flat of the blade against his inner thigh. The steel was cold. His throat bobbed once. One warning, I said. If I hear you flapping your tongue about my wife again. I won't. I absolutely won't. I wiped the knife on his coat and left. Half an hour, not a single animal. Too cold. Everything was holed up. At a stand of pines, I saw them. A dozen or so gray partridge, round as balls, pecking through the dead grass. I crept into 10 meters. Thwip. The first went down. The rest flapped up. They can't fly far, and they dropped into the brush alongside. 8 of them. On the way to Pheasant Ridge, fresh rabbit tracks appeared in the snow. Hares are wary. I got inside 10 meters and released the moment it leapt. The arrow pinned it to the snow. One afternoon, 5 hares, 15 partridge, 2 pheasants. Hazel grouse, not one. At Pheasant Ridge, I found a sheltered rock face to rest against and took the army canteen out of the gourd. The water was still hot. Whatever goes in comes out the same. I was about to stand when voices drifted over the ridge. Brother, you stole Uncle's Mosin. You're not going to get beaten when we get back. Scared of what? We bring back a boar. Uncle be praising us. There'd be boar here? I heard there are wolves in these mountains, and neither of us has ever hunted. That useless Chin Tian doesn't even have a gun, and he went after a boar his first time up. We've got a rifle. What's there to be afraid of? I put my head up. 2 young men bundled to the eyes, carrying a Mosin, the muzzle swinging around the trees. Chin Hu, Chin Biao, Chin Dali's 2 sons. I stayed down. With the bad blood between me and Chun Dali's family, having those 2 see me at the wrong end of that muzzle might be worse than meeting a wolf. But 2 novices, 1 rifle, 1 mountain. Follow them, and maybe I'd pick up what they dropped. I hung back and followed. Beginners always have the luck. 10-odd minutes in, they walked straight into a flock of hazel grouse. See that? Grouse. Best soup you'll ever taste. Chun Hu raised the rifle. Bang. The grouse burst up and away. Not one dropped. Brother, that shot. Bad luck. Chase them. The grouse settled into another patch of brush. Second shot. Another explosion of wings, a few feathers drifting down. Forget it. Grouse are too small. Let's find a boar. I waited until they were well gone, circled around, and went after that flock. The bowstring sang 5 times. 5 birds. Having a gun doesn't mean you hit anything. The hands matter more than the gun. Another shot went off in the distance, showing me the way. When I caught up, the 2 of them had nothing, faces black as thunder. Third stand of pines, a few pheasants. This time Chun Hu rubbed his hands warm and took a steady shot. The pheasant dropped. Chen Biao brought it back, Brown nodding. Brother, you blew its belly open. The ones that got away went into my gourd. Dusk came on, and sounds started up deep in the trees. Brother, that's a wolf. Let's go down. Chun-Hu gripped the rifle, unwilling, but he didn't push it. 10-odd minutes later, they pushed through a stand of brush. In the clearing, 2 half-grown wolves were tearing at a roe deer. In the brush on either side, 2 more pairs of green eyes. Bigger. A male and a female, with 2 cubs. Mountain wolves. Even a bear gives them a wide berth. I gripped my bow and stepped back twice. The snow squeaked. The big male turned his head. I stopped. If I ran, they'd come all at once. What saved me was Chun-Hu and Chun-Biao. Terrified out of their souls, they turned and bolted downhill. 2 gray shapes shot out, fast as arrows off the string. At the last second, Chun-Hu turned, shoved the muzzle against the wolf's paw, and pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet punched through the wolf's foreleg. The recoil knocked him flat into the snow. The wound didn't stop it, only made it crazier. Chun-Hu worked the bolt and pulled again. Click. Empty. He fumbled a handful of rounds out, and the wolf was already at his face. He threw the rifle up crosswise to block. The wolf bit down on the body of the gun and knocked the Mosin flying. Chun-Hu kicked it off and scrambled away on all fours. Over there, Chun-Biao had only a knife. His padded coat was already shredded, blood dripping off his cuff into the snow. I haven't even got a wife yet. I don't want to die. His foot went out from under him and he rolled down the slope. Brother, Chun-Hu dropped the rifle and went after him. The 2 adult wolves right behind. I knew that once those 2 were dead, I was next. 1 bow for wolves. I couldn't win, so I didn't wait. I didn't aim at the wolves chasing them. I aimed at the cubs. The first arrow went through the bigger one's neck. The howling tore the woods open. The 2 pursuing wolves braked hard and wheeled around together. They gave up on Chun-Hu and came at me full tilt. I was already loosing the second arrow. The smaller cub tried to bolt into the brush. The arrow went into its flank. It went over. Second arrow, through the throat. The female threw herself down beside her cub and licked its face. Nothing. She raised her neck, and the sound that came out wasn't a wolf's. The male didn't spare his young a glance. Dragging his shattered leg, he came straight for me. A 3-legged wolf, unreasonably fast. I turned and ran, shot back over my shoulder, put an arrow in his chest. He didn't stop. The stink of him hit my face. I dropped the bow, took the knife in my left hand reversed, and held it across my body. He got my left arm. Teeth through the padding. The blade jammed in his lower jaw. I grabbed an arrow with my right hand and drove it into his neck. I threw him off, my coat tearing away in one sheet, and rolled sideways. The female was faster than the male. I wasn't planning to trade my life for hers. I ran for where Chun-Hu had dropped the rifle. The Mosin in the snow, cartridges scattered around it. She launched off her back legs. I rolled, grabbed the rifle, loaded, chambered. In my last life, I'd shot plenty of guns abroad. Never handled a Mosin. But I'd seen one. Her jaws opened at the top of her arc. Bang! The bullet went out through her mouth. She slammed into the snow, twitched twice, and stopped. I lay on my back and listened to my own heart. Alive. I got up and put all 4 wolves and the half-eaten roe deer into the gourd. Picked up every last cartridge and filled the magazine. The Chun brothers were long out of sight. Lucky for them. 1 Mosin nagant. 600 yuan even used. I braced against a tree and caught my breath for a long time. Halfway down, in a sheltered spot, I tore my sleeve open and looked. For tooth marks, not deep. The knife had saved me. I took out the lunch tin. Still hot. Pheasant stewed with pork, half-white steamed buns. By the 3rd bite, my hand stopped shaking. Today's haul: 15 partridge, 6 hares, 5 hazel grouse, for wolves, most of a roe deer, 1 rifle. I bled the 2 cubs and opened them up. I hung the organs in the fork of a tree, an offering to the mountain god. The rule up here: whatever you take, you give a little back. I cut some branches, lashed them with rope, made a sledge. Full dark by then. Near the mouth of the hamlet, lanterns came swinging up the mountain road. A group of men carrying something headed my way. Well, if it isn't Chin Tian the coward. A few of the village loafers. Yesterday, when Chun Dali was raising hell in my yard, they'd been the loudest ones in the crowd. Su Dazhuang led them, a double-barrel shotgun over his shoulder, a boar lying at his feet. A sow, over 200 pounds. How about it? Fatter than the one you scavenged yesterday, eh? He slapped the pig. Yesterday you wouldn't part with a single scrap. Kneel and knock your head today, and I'll give you a piece. I glanced at the pig's hind leg. A deep groove worn into the bone. A trap. It couldn't run, couldn't dodge. I said nothing and pulled my sledge toward the hamlet. Gone mute. Real tough yesterday with the party secretary behind you. Su Ermao, the one with the buck teeth, grabbed at the sack on my sledge, couldn't move it, and staggered himself. The crowd laughed. He couldn't take the loss of face and stamped down on the sack. Get your foot off. He stamped twice more, chin up. So I stamped. I love watching you grind your teeth and not dare say a word. I kicked him in the chest. He went over backward into the snow. The laughter froze. Who's messing with my brother Tian? A big man came charging out of the hamlet mouth, 6 foot something, holding a club. Sule, the original Qin Tian's brother since childhood, simple, direct, and just as direct with his fists. Su Dazhuang, itching for it again? Su Dazhuang raised the gun. Sule, I'm your cousin. Cousin my ass. Where was cousin when you were pushing my mother around? I closed a hand over his club. Lay. They had a gun and numbers. Su Ermao crawled out of the snow, snatched the sack, and ran for the crowd. This makes up for what you did to me. Sule's club came down across his back. The sack hit the ground and rolled over. The mouth of it fell open. A wolf's head rolled out. The fangs shone white in the lantern light. Su Ermao backed up 2 steps. That's a wolf. How could Qin Tian kill a wolf? They all crowded in and lowered the lanterns. 2 of them. The cut on the neck. That's an arrow. That's an arrow wound. Nobody said anything. They knew better than anyone what one gun is worth against a wolf pack. Su Dazhuang's face changed 3 times. He'd just shot a boar that was already caught in a trap. I picked the sack up and knocked the snow off it. He finally spoke, his voice light and thin. Dumb luck, that's all. 2 small ones. Probably caught in traps too. Sure. I set the sack on the sledge. This dumb luck of mine came with 2 big ones as well. The lantern light went quiet. I picked up the rope. Lay, let's go home. I glanced at the boar. That groove on the leg, I said. Trap. It couldn't run. That's why you had the nerve to fire. Su Dazhuang's face went liver purple. Bullshit. Can't you see the bullet hole? I see it. I pulled the sledge forward. I also see you shooting a live target that couldn't move. You put a foot on my sack. Want it? Get on your knees and ask me. Su Ermao poked a finger into my chest. Picked up 2 wolf cubs and thinks he's somebody. Huh. He raised his hand to slap me. I caught the hand, threw him over my shoulder, and drove him into the snow. Knee on his chest, knife out. I patted his face with the flat of the blade. The smell of blood was still on the steel. Come at me again, and I'll gut you and leave you in the mountains for the wolves. I said it quietly. His trousers went dark. Ermao, don't be scared. He doesn't have the guts to kill anyone. Su Dazhuang held the gun up, his voice wobbling. Easy to say anything when the knife isn't at your throat. Su Lei sneered beside me. Brother Tian, give me the knife. I've been butchering pigs with my dad since I was little. That knife fits my hand. Su Ermao shut his eyes. I stood up. Su Dazhuang's muzzle dipped. Just for an instant. I ripped the gun out of his hands, kicked his legs out from under him, and drove the knife into the snow beside his ear. The handle was still shivering. Whether I've got the guts. Try me. He shook like a sieve, and something warm spread out under him. Qin Tian, take it easy. We're all from one hamlet. I pulled the knife out and turned the spine of it half a circle against his neck. If I drew it across, would it spray like a pig? A shout came from the hamlet. What's all this yelling in the middle of the night, and now knives? Lin Hongjun. I put the knife away and smiled. Just fooling around with Brother Dazhuang. Su Dazhuang scrambled up for his gun and started to speak. I turned the knife lightly between my fingers. He changed his mind and pointed at the boar, stammering. I shot a boar. Lin Hongjun nodded. Finally did something useful. But be careful up there from now on. Somebody found 2 bodies in a ravine today. Ma Biao and Lu Ergu. Everyone went stiff. Looks like a boar got them. Animals had been at them after. I put on a shocked face too. Su Ermao's face slowly went white. I knew what he was thinking. They'd all been drinking together the day before, and Ma Biao and Lu Ergu had said, drunk, that they were going to my place to find the little wives. He looked up and met my eyes. He dropped his head instantly, shaking it like a rattle drum. I don't know anything. He didn't know, and he didn't want to know, ever. They picked up the boar and left. Su Ermao trailed at the very back, missed a step, and nearly went down. Some people only remember how to be reasonable once you're harder than they are. You boy, killing wolves now. Lin Hongjun pulled the sack open, took a look, and his voice went up. Ran into them. Kill them, or they kill me. The mountain's not safe these days. Go home. Su Lei grinned the whole way back. Lei, thanks for today. If it had actually come to a fight, I might not have gotten out alone. All I did was yell. He scratched his head. You're the one who put them all down. I didn't answer. Some things between friends don't need saying. You just remember. Where have you been these last few days? Something came up at my uncle's, stayed a few days. Came back today, he gave me some fish. He pushed 2 frozen carp into my arms. Brought you 2. Your door was locked. Auntie Guing said you'd gone up the mountain. It got dark and you still weren't back. I finished dinner and figured I'd go up and look for you. I stopped walking. Su Lei's father went up that mountain years ago and was killed by wolves. His grandmother came around making a scene, said his mother Zhao Shulian had jinxed him into the grave, and used the chaos to hand the family property to the uncles. His mother and the 2 boys have had it harder than anyone since. Their family barely eats meat a few times a year, and he wanted to give me fish. It got dark and I hadn't come back, and he was going up that mountain alone to look for me. That mountain ate his father. I stretched up and put an arm around his shoulders. Good brother. At my gate, he suddenly lowered his head, voice going small. Brother Tian, next time you go up, could you take me? I can skin and butcher, I'm strong, and I'm good with a slingshot. I swear I won't slow you down. I turned to look at him. It's dangerous up there. Would your mother agree? I'm 18. He straightened his back. I can't leave my mother carrying it all alone. If your mother agrees, I'll take you. He broke into a huge grin and ran home to get his meat. I pushed open the yard gate. Chen Shuading came rushing out, saw my shredded coat, and went white. Caught on a branch. She already had my wrist, was pulling back my sleeve. Blood had soaked through the cloth strips. The tears came immediately. I had to let her unwrap it. Layer after layer came off. Nothing on my arm. The skin whole. Not even a scar. I stared at my own arm, everything turning over inside me. The gourd. Not just storage. Not just strengthening the body. It heals. Told you it was nothing. I wiped her tears away. The coat tore, so I wrapped it to keep the wind out. She let out a long breath and pushed me inside. Just 2 cubs. 2 arrows. I said it lightly. Chun Shuading looked at the wolf's head in the sack, and there was no color at all in her face. She took my hand. Qin Tian, stop hunting. Yuqing and I can work for work points. Come spring we'll dig wild greens and pick mushrooms. We won't starve. I didn't answer. I pulled the mosin out of the sack and laid it across the Kong. She covered her mouth. Where did you get a gun? Found it up the mountain, I said. No body. Whoever it was must have gotten away. She stared at the gun, then looked up at me. In the end, she didn't argue anymore. Even with a gun, be careful. I'll be careful. I closed my hand around hers. With a wife this pretty waiting at home, I can't afford to die. Her face went scarlet, and she jumped up to boil water. At the crack of the west room's door, a pair of bright eyes pulled back out of sight. You little brat. Peeking again. Chen Yuqing ran off laughing. I put the 2 frozen carp in the big crock. Wild fish, over 2 pounds each. Wild duck lake, up in the mountains, nobody goes in winter. Cut through the ice, pull out fish, haul them to the county town. They'd sell, no question. The next day, Su Lei came before dawn, his mother Zhao Shulian behind him. Shuading, make 2 cups of malted milk. Zhao Shulian waved her hands. Don't waste it, that stuff's expensive. Annie, how many fish has Lei brought me over the years? How much grain? You come to my house and I don't treat you right. What kind of man would I be? She held the sweet cup and sat there a long time. Then she wiped her eyes. Blood family, and worth less than a stranger. Little Tian, you're a decent man. Her voice shook. Lei wants to go up the mountain with you, and I can't stop him. But neither of you has a gun or a dog. I took the mosin out of the cabinet and set it on the Kong. Su Lei shot to his feet. Brother Tian, where'd that come from? Found it up the mountain. His eyes were shining. The year his father died, the family's double barrel went missing too. Zhao Shulian let out a long breath. Little Tian, Lei's slow and clumsy. Bear with him. She turned to her son. The mountain isn't the village. You do what Tian says. Auntie, I'll bring Lay back safe. Having sent off a cup's worth of warmth, I laid the terms out before anything else. Auntie, Lay, before we go up, let's set the rules. The lead hunter takes a share. The gun takes a share. Lay coming along takes a share. 3 shares total. Brother Tion. Sule cut in. I don't want it. You're willing to take me up and teach me to hunt. That's enough for me. Nobody spoke for a moment. I looked at him. My father divided it this way with his partners too, I said. Say it out loud, and the partnership lasts. If you won't take it, then what I'm giving isn't a share. It's charity. You want to be treated like that? Sule's face went red, his throat working for a while. At last he nodded hard. I'll take it. 3 shares is wrong. Sule stiffened his neck. I looked up at him. My dad used to say, lead hunter, 2 shares. Gun, 1 share. Lead dog, 1 share. The dog pack, 1 share. The hands doing odd jobs, 1 share. And you're the one hauling the meat into town. That's a share too. He counted on his fingers. Even leaving the dogs out, you get 4. I get 1, and I'm already getting the better end. Zhao Shulian nodded along beside him. Stubborn Yule. In the end I gave in. 4 shares to 1, 80-20. Rules aren't about the accounting. Rules are what let 2 men turn their backs to each other on a mountain. Under the old elm in the yard, Sule hung up the first wolf. The cut ran from the inside of the hind leg up to the breastbone. A flick of the wrist, and the hide came off the meat. The whole skin came away without a single hole in it. His father taught him well. 2 wolf pelts, 1 rabbit hide, the roe deer's legs, ribs, and back all laid out neat on the block. Cleaner work than a butcher's. Skinning and butchering are yours from now on. He thumped his chest. I went into the shed and brought out the other 2 adult wolves and a few hares. Sule's knife stopped in midair. 4 wolves, Chen Xueding and Chen Yuqing were stunned too. Zhao Shulian looked at the adult male and female on the ground for a long time and said nothing. 1 man, for wolves. Among Tiger Mountain Hamlet's old hunters, you couldn't name many who'd done that. I carried a wolf leg and a cut of roe deer through the whole hamlet to the east end. Lin Hongjun was on the Kong listening to the radio. There weren't many in the whole hamlet those days. You come by, and you bring things too. Killed yesterday. For you and Annie to try. I sat down. Uncle Lin, there are 2 more mouths at my place. I want to go into town tomorrow and buy a few things. I'd like to borrow the village donkey cart. He glanced at me. You can borrow it. By the book, though it goes on work points. Roads are bad in winter. 12 points a day, 10 cents a point. 120. I counted 1 yuan 20 out of my coat and put it on the Kong table. He blinked, then smiled and wrote out a slip. Go hitch it at the livestock shed. If the cart gets confiscated, you pay for it. On my way out, I heard his wife, Zhou Yuing, speaking low. 120, just like that. Where does he get that kind of money? You think he's only going to buy things? Old Lee at the livestock shed was in his 50s, lame, always grinning around a pipe. Nobody else was inside. I set a cut of roe deer on his table. Uncle Lee, borrowing the cart first thing tomorrow. Uncle Lin's slip. You come by, and you bring meat. Wasted on an old wreck like me. I want you to pick me a good animal. He laughed until his eyes disappeared. You boy, you're my kind of people. Noon the next day. Chen Xueding packed stir-fried rabbit and roe deer into the lunch tin, then counted 6 half-white buns into the bag. She fastened my padded hat and pressed the brim down. It's all right if you don't get anything, she said. Come back safe. Zhao Shulian still had hold of her son's hand. Do what Brother Tian tells you. Ma, I know. Leaving the hamlet, eyes followed us the whole way. Later I heard Su Dazhuang's house was full that afternoon. Doesn't even own a gun, and he's dragging that dimwit Su Lei along. Best if he dies up there. If he dies, those 2 little wives at his place. A whole room laughing. Only Su Ermao stood up, said he felt dizzy, and left early. We followed a frozen creek uphill. The water runs out of Wild Duck Lake, and following it is the fastest way. Su Lei pulled the sledge, eyes everywhere at once. Before this, going up the mountain meant picking mushrooms on the fringes and taking a couple of partridge with a slingshot. This was different. Today there was a gun. 10-odd minutes in, I put a hand on his shoulder. Under a pine, a scatter of shredded cones on the snow. Look up. A gray squirrel crouched in a fork, gnawing a cone, black eyes darting. Should we? He whispered. You brought the slingshot. He shook his head honestly. Too far. I'm not sure of it. I rubbed my fingers warm and knocked an arrow. 10-odd meters. Thwip. Sule ran over and brought it back, saw the arrow through its neck, and his eyes went round. Holy, brother T on you. Shoot the neck, the pelt stays whole, I said. Intact hide, 2 yuan more. He kept running his fingers over the entry hole, thinking. I climbed the tree and pulled 3 or 4 pounds of pine nuts, hazelnuts, and wild walnuts out of the hollow. Found 2 more hollows in that stand of pines. Another 4 or 5 pounds. The nuts were cleaned out, and I still didn't leave. I crouched to the side and waited. They came back, one at a time. They lay at the empty hollows and didn't move. I drew the bow. The rule up here about living is simple. Whatever you take away, you carry what comes after it. Mercy left half-finished only lets them freeze and starve. Farther on, a flock of partridge behind a stand of brush. This time I didn't shoot first. I'll use the bow, you use the slingshot. Together. He took a deep breath and drew the bands. Now, the arrow and the clay pellet went out at once. 2 birds down. I got one. He grinned, teeth and all. Then he saw mine, the arrow through the middle of the head. He held his own bird, hit in the body, and closed his fist around it. That afternoon's tally: 5 squirrels, 6 hares, 5 pheasants, 13 partridge. Not one roe deer, not one boar. The Mosin never fired. We rested under a sheltered rock face. Sule sat grinning at the sack, unable to stop. That's when the dogs started barking. A middle-aged man with a single-barrel shotgun over his shoulder, 3 dogs on leads, casting back and forth across the snow. Where the hell did that little bastard lose my gun? Hundreds of yuan, just lost it. Even if he didn't break his legs, I'll break them when he gets back. I smiled. Zhao Laosi. Chun, whose maternal uncle. A hunter from Zhao family hamlet, famous in these mountains for eating alone. Whatever turns up in another man's snare, he takes, not so much as a leg left behind. The mountain's bounty isn't to be hoarded. He'd heard that saying his whole life and never once lived by it. Once he and the dogs were well gone, Sule dragged the sledge over. Brother Tian, that gun's his? Most likely. He snorted. When my dad was alive, he got in fights with him more than once. He was always bringing dogs to take my dad's kills. He spat. A Mosin. 3, for 100 yuan. It'll gut him. Wild Duck Lake. The biggest water for miles, several hamlets drawing from it. Wild ducks in flocks. That's where the name came from. Plenty of people come to fish in summer. Nobody in winter. 3 or 4 hours round trip, half a meter of ice, and every inch of it broken by hand. With that kind of time, you may as well lie on the Kong, drink, and gamble. I picked a spot near where the creek runs out. Depth just right, reeds thick. Fish winter under the ice, and they gather here. We swept the snow off. The ice was blue-black and clear, and you couldn't see a thing below it. I swung the pick and scored a circle in the ice. Sule took the pick out of my hands. Heavy work is mine. The head came up over his head and down. Ice chips flew, each stroke opening a hole the size of a wash basin. I gathered dead branches and got a fire going. You sweat, even working in deep winter, and if you don't dry off by a fire, you go home sick. We took turns for 40 minutes. Half a meter of ice. The moment the lake water welled up through the hole, the 2 of us sat by the fire, too winded to speak. I broke up half a corn cake and dropped it in the water. Let the fish gather a while. Eat first. The lunch tin warmed over the fire. Sule chewed his bun and craned his neck at the hole. Every time a fish came up for air, he grinned like an idiot. When we'd eaten, I put the dip net in and swept it in one direction. The bottom of the net went heavy. Splash. A dozen odd fish came out onto the ice with the broken slush. Grass carp, common carp, crucian, small catfish, minnows. The big ones 2 or 3 pounds. They flopped a few times and froze stiff on the ice. Sule pulled up reeds, threaded them through the gills, and strung the fish, practiced at it. The second net was lighter. 7 or 8 big fish, and 2 things with red bellies. Sule dove and pinned them. Forest frogs. I laughed. Soft gold of the forest. Early winter frogs are full of fat, stew a pot, and nobody puts down their chopsticks. In town, people fight over them at 3 or 4 yuan a pound. The oil taken from the females is exported for foreign currency, sold by the gram. Forest frogs bring their whole family. Find one, and there's a nest of them. I dipped the net down to the lake bottom and brought up several more. Sule stared at the net. I handed it to him. Stand firm. It's deep. He stamped his feet, dropped the net, lifted. Out of his netful, I pulled a pound-heavy fine-scaled trout. Tong luo, rarest of the 8 named fish. Anyone who knows will pay 2 or 3 yuan. His eyes lit. 2 or 3 yuan. Enough for over 10 pounds of white flour. Then I'll get a few more. He paused, and his voice dropped. It's just, my uncle netted a lot of fish once and didn't dare take them into town. We split them and ate them. I borrowed the village cart, I said. We go in together tomorrow. He looked up. It'll be cold. I'm not afraid of cold. He gripped the net. If it makes money, I'll do anything. A dozen odd nets. 40 or 50 pounds of fish, a dozen odd forest frogs, dozens of tong luo. It was getting late. I called him in, and we dried our wet clothes by the fire. Before we left, I covered the ice hole with snow. Saves work when we come back. He blinked, and something dawned on him. Not far from the lake, I spotted a line of hoof prints in the snow. Fresh. Su lay crouched. Brother Tian, looks the same as any other print to me. Look at the snow dust inside the print. I pointed with a finger. Wind-set prints have the dust settled at the bottom. This one, I brushed it. The dust is loose. Something walked through here less than an hour ago. He put his face down to the snow, comparing the 2 prints back and forth. When he looked up at me, his eyes were different. It's called reading sign. It's a mountain man's stock in trade, and it never leaves the family. 2 big, 1 small. 3 roe deer, I said. I could tell they were roe deer. A little pleased with himself. Your father taught you a fair amount. He lowered his head and went quiet. We followed the prints for half an hour. They got fresher and fresher. I put out a hand to stop him. We're upwind. Go around. We swung wide, and on a snowy slope 200 meters out, 3 roe deer. They say roe deer are stupid. In truth, they're plenty alert. Only their curiosity is too much for them. They'll run, then turn back to look. Wait here. I crouched low and worked into 80 meters, then tucked my numb hands inside my coat to warm them. Deep breath. Bang. Red bloomed on the doe's neck, and she went down in the snow. The other 2 sprang up and ran. I worked the bolt, raised the rifle. Bang. The heart-shaped white patch on the buck's rump opened into a second bloom of red. Su Lei came running with the sledge, his voice cracking. That's shooting. My dad couldn't do that when he was alive. Once you buy a gun, practice. He bled the deer and opened them up. He pulled out the organs and looked up at me. For the mountain god, hang the guts in the tree. Old rule. You take something from the mountain, you leave the mountain something. We were about to go when there was a rustling in the brush. The fawn poked its head out, round eyes wide, watching us. It had seen its mother's blood, seen the knife, and come back anyway. I raised the rifle. Bang. Curiosity kills the roe deer. I lowered the gun. Su Lei came over carrying it, still smiling. I wasn't smiling. 3 roe deer, 70 or 80 pounds. Plus 40 or 50 pounds of fish, a pile of squirrels and pheasants. Lei, we're going into town tomorrow to sell. You in? His eyes went wide. I can come. I haven't been to town in ages. The hamlet mouth was packed with people, loud as a boiling pot. Chun Shuiting reached me first. When Chun Yuqing saw what was piled on the sledge, she covered her mouth. So much meat. 3 roe deer. The crowd broke into noise. This is the same useless Qin Tian. That's what a tiger mountain hunter looks like. Better than Su Dazhuang. The boar he stole, they came to his door about it. I looked at Zhao Shulian. She sneered. That pig came off somebody's trap. Stole the pig and pulled up the trap too. Chun Shuiting added, very quietly. The man who set the trap was Zhao Laosi. Turns out, when Zhao Laosi couldn't find his Mosin, he went to check his traps. Trap and pig both gone, and a drag trail through the snow running straight to Tiger Mountain Hamlet. He tracked it to Su Dazhuang's house and recognized his own trap in the yard. Zhao Laosi already hated Tiger Mountain. His sister's family had lost face here. It took Lin Hongjun stepping in personally, Su Dazhuang's father Su Fuqiang returning all the pork and paying 10 yuan on top to get the man to leave. Meat gone. Money paid out. So the Su family put it on the neighbors who'd taken shares of the meat. Luo Ho Hot went down the line pointing. Ermao's mother, you took 2 pounds, pay it back. Tietan's mother, 3 pounds of the fatty, you owe extra. Sun Hong shot to her feet. My Ermao spent the whole night hauling and butchering that pig. We earned that meat. Nobody invited you. Your son stole from someone, and now nobody's allowed to say it. The 2 women went at each other. Lin Hongjun bellowed. Not humiliated enough. Su Fuqiang, drag your wife home. All harmony when the meat's being handed out. Mention money, and everybody turns on everybody. Su Dazhuang bent over, pulling his mother home, and passing my sledge he looked at those 3 roe deer. The veins on his neck jumped. Yesterday he'd laughed at me. Today it was his door people came knocking on. The crowd broke up. The smell of roe deer stayed in their imaginations, and they went home swallowing. Brother Tian, where do I put the meat? Leave it. Stay for dinner tonight. My mother's calling me. He dropped the sledge and ran. Give me a shout tomorrow when you go. I pulled the sledge into the shed and shut the door behind me. All of it went into the gourd. The smell of dumplings drifted out of the house. Pork and pickled cabbage filling. I ate 3 big bowls. Chun Xueting and Chun Yuqing had 2 each, plus thick white fish soup, until their faces were flushed. Days ago they'd been counting potatoes. The dishes were cleared. Chun Yuqing yawned and went back to the west room. A long while later, someone knocked on the east room door. Chun Xueting stood in the doorway holding a small iron pot, red to the base of her neck. The Chun family Hamlet blacksmith made it. She held it out. Take it up the mountain. Easier to boil water and cook. I was writing out what to buy in town tomorrow. 3rd line, small iron pot. I crossed it out. I'm glad it's useful. She kept her head down. I was afraid you wouldn't like it. The kerosene lamp was dim and yellow. Her face in profile in that light. You could see the down on her cheek. I reached out. She looked up at exactly that moment. My fingertips touched her face. I pulled my hand back like I'd been burned, hunched over the Kong table pretending to write, the pen scribbling all over the list. What are you writing? She leaned in to look. Nothing, just messing. I lifted my head. The tip of my nose brushed her cheek. My lips landed on her cheekbone. She went rigid. 1 second. 2. We sprang apart at the same time. She rose too fast and swayed. Careful. I caught her around the waist. She gave a small cry, flushed scarlet, and ran. I sat on the Kong, touching my mouth. What are you scared of? I muttered at myself. She walked right up to you. Voices came faintly from the west room. Sis, why'd you come back again? At this rate, when are you ever going to land him? You little brat. I'm helping you. Go to sleep. A pause, quieter. Tomorrow. I'll try again tomorrow. Before dawn, I carried 2 fish to the livestock shed. Old Lee hitched me the strongest donkey in the dark and threw a sack of fodder on the cart. For feeding him. That's how favors get made. Back home, Sule was already at the gate stamping his feet, bundled up like a dumpling. I shut the shed door and moved things from the gourd onto the cart. Kept a little of everything for the house, loaded the rest. Chun Xueting pressed a bundle on me. Thermos, lunch tin, a few half-white buns. Take the pot. Heat it up if you get hungry. The moonlight was very white. We drove the cart out of the hamlet, one of us on either side. The wind poured in at the collar like a knife. 20 li, and our eyebrows were white, our legs not our own. I pulled the thermos out of my coat, drank, and passed it to Sule. How's it still warm in this cold? Kept it against my chest. I stopped the cart a block from the market. Watch it here. You see anybody with a red armband, drive off and don't worry about me. He nodded hard. I shouldered a dozen-odd pounds of goods and walked into the market. I laid it all out on a sack. Wolf meat, roe deer, hare, partridge, pheasant, squirrel, hazel grouse, fish. The first to crouch down was an old gentleman, well-dressed, hands behind his back, eyes very bright. He swept his gaze across it and smiled. Wolf, roe deer, hazel grouse, tongluo, all fresh. You've got a good eye, sir. The moment the crowd heard hazel grouse and tongluo, they pressed in. Old Mr. Mo asked first. The crowd parted on its own. That told me something. Grouse, 3 yuan each. Tongluo, 2 yuan a pound. Not expensive. He stroked his beard. I'll take all of it. 3 pounds 1 ounce of tongluo on the scale. 2 grouse, 12 yuan 20. 12, sir. He handed over a 10 and a 5 yuan note and packed it happily into his cloth bag. Keep good things like this for me from now on. The price won't shortchange you. He pointed to the street next to the market. First courtyard house. Just knock. I'd walk that street. The first house is a 3-court compound. The old man walked away, hands behind his back. The rest crowded in. Any grouse left? Gone. I patted the pile of fish. Carp and grass carp, 70 cents. Christian, 40. Mixed fish, 30. All pulled out of the ice yesterday. a dime or two cheaper than everyone else, and fatter. A fistful of small bills filled my hand fast. Roe deer, 70. Wolf, 60. Pheasant, 2 yuan a bird. No coupons on any of it. A middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit frowned. Wolf costs more than pork. You can't even chew it. In this whole market, I'm the only one with wolf, I said. If you're giving it as a gift, you won't find another in the county. He was quiet a moment. 4 pounds of wolf. Wrap it in 2 packages. 2 rabbits and 2 squirrels as well. 8.40. I watched him go. 2 packages, 2 people to give to. The sack was bare. Rubbing my hands and stamping, I realized I was frozen through. Little brother, sold out already? I turned. The stocky man in the navy padded coat from last time. His name was Qian Fugawei, head cook in the small kitchen at the County Forestry Bureau. He cooked for the leadership. He'd been stopped on his way out that morning. A big official was coming through on short notice, lunch to be laid on. A few local specialties, and it had better satisfy. They'd hosted the Bureau's own leaders yesterday, and the storeroom was scraped clean. He'd jogged the whole way to the market, and everything good was already gone. I've got to try somewhere else, he turned to leave. I caught his arm. Brother Qian, I saved something for you specially. He stopped. His eyes went over my empty sack. 3 hazel grouse. 6 pounds of tong luo. A dozen odd forest frogs. His head snapped around. Where? On the cart. Sule came up, breathing white steam. This is Brother Qian from the Forestry Bureau. The sacks open one after another. Grouse. Tong luo. Forest frogs with their bellies full of fat. Qian Fugawei's hands were shaking. Sule pulled open another sack, full of wolf meat. He looked up at me, and his expression changed. A hunter who can take wolves. Luck. They nearly finished me. He looked over the whole cart and waved a hand. I'll take all of it. Sule and I looked at each other. I got out paper and pen. 3 grouse, 9 yuan. 6 pounds 3 ounces of tong luo, 12.60. 130 pounds of wolf at 60 cents, 78. Roe deer, hare, partridge, pheasant, squirrel, mixed fish. The pen stopped. 156.60. 5 or 6 months' wages for a town worker. Brother Qian, give me 150. Call the rest 2 pheasants and a few pounds of fish from me. He blinked, then laughed out loud. 660 isn't nothing. On this trip, I could have gouged him and he'd have paid through gritted teeth. He counted a stack of tens out of his money pouch. Sule stood beside me, not moving. His family never saw that much money even when his father was alive. Deliver it to the Forestry Bureau's back gate. Qian Fugawei clapped my shoulder. Anything good in the future, come straight to the small canteen and use my name. The cart turned around. I looked back once at the street with the courtyard houses. 1 buyer is luck. 2 buyers is a road. At the back gate of the Forestry Bureau canteen, Qian Fugawei took out a key and called a few men to carry things in. The grouse, the tong luo, the frogs. He carried those himself the whole way. The sacks were barely opened before the room went off. My God, Wolf. Over 100 pounds. These fish are gorgeous. Plate them up and they look like a celebration. Qian Fugawei smiled and said nothing. After unloading, he pulled a bag out of the storeroom and pushed it at me. Chinese chives. Tomatoes. Fresh vegetables in the dead of winter. That's too precious. Save it for guests. There's a monthly allotment, and the leader's share is already set aside. He clapped my shoulder. Anything good, just come. Back to the market. The flour seller was packing up. Uncle, 50 pounds of white flour. He blinked, then laughed. 10 yuan of business, more than he'd done all morning. I hauled the flour sack to the cart, turned around, went back in, and found the young man selling coupons. Sewing machine coupons and bicycle coupons? Sewing machine, 50. Bicycle, 100. The coupon costs more than the goods. I shook my head, bought only cloth, grain oil, and sugar coupons. 30 yuan. Coupons stowed. I lowered my voice. Selling cartridges? Mosin. 762. He glanced left and right. 10 cents apiece. How many? 100. Good quality, and I'll come back. His name was Wu Hao. He came back with a cloth bag and pushed it into my hands. 110. The extras are for friendship. I put the bag inside my coat. Not 10 minutes out of the market, a few men with red armbands came up the street. The market was already empty, like it had been arranged. Passing the state canteen, I bought 20 pork and cabbage buns. 5 cents apiece, real meat in them. I pushed 2 at Sule. I ate this morning. You make money, you eat. 3 bites each, and he licked the grease off the corners of his mouth. The supply co-op hit us with a wall of heat. I bought 2 enamel basins with the big red double happiness character, 3 yuan each. Vanishing cream, 3.50 a jar. 2 jars. Peony print cloth, 50 cents a foot. 40 feet. 2 pairs of padded gloves. This and that, 40 yuan gone. I counted out a tin and a stack of coupons and pushed them at Su Lei. Go buy something too. He was out again in 5 minutes, face red as if he'd been drinking, clutching 1 packet of fried dough cookies and 1 of candy. Too many people in there. I'll bring my mother back another time. In the little wood outside town, 2 men crouched in a snow hollow, shivering. Fat brother, those 2 with the cart, they've got a load of stuff. You want to die? Don't take me with you. Liang the Fat slapped the back of his head. The big one on that cart looks more like a bandit than we do. Besides, we got paid to deal with Qin Tian. Right. Wait till he's alone on the mountain. The cart rolled off into the distance. Lin the Beanpole scratched his head. Fat brother, what does Qin Tian look like? Liang the Fat's hand stopped in midair. They'd been drunk that day, too busy taking the money. The 2 of them stared at each other a while. Damn, froze out here for nothing. The cart came into the hamlet, eyes the whole way. Qin Tian went to town. Look at the grin on Su Lei. That coward's really made something of himself. Kills up the mountain, sells it in town. Maybe we should go get a couple ourselves? Policy had loosened. Before, nobody dared. Now, if even Qin Tian can, why can't I? In the crowd, Su Dazhuang's eyes were red enough to bleed. On the Kong table, the money was in a pile. 150 from Qian Fuguwei, 40-odd from my own stall, 70-odd spent, 120 left. Chun Shueting pushed the door open and the water dipper clattered out of her hand. How much is that? 120. Chen Yuqing's voice shook. I pushed 40 yuan at Su Lei. Your share. Round it up. He didn't reach for it. When the pelts have dried and sold, you get your cut of that too. Half the flour and cloth I bought today. Take it home. Have your mother make clothes for you and Xiaohua. Still he didn't move. I took his hand and pressed the money into it. We agreed on the rules. Rules aren't something you get to opt out of. He gripped the stack and his shoulders started shaking. Tears dropped one after another onto the bills. Even when his father was alive, he'd never held 40 yuan. Brother Tian, besides my mother and father, nobody's been better to me than you. What's a grown man crying for? I said. This is nothing. Wait till we're taking black bears and sables. That's money. I shoved the flour and cloth into his arms. He shook his head. What do you call me? Brother Tian. Then since I'm your brother. He carried the flour off. At the gate, he turned back. I don't want the pelt money. Otherwise, I'm not taking this either. Stubborn mule. The light stayed on late at Su Lei's house. Su Xiaohua told me later that she got a piece of candy that night. The other 2 she gave away, 1 to her brother, 1 to her mother. Zhao Xiulian held that piece of candy in her hand a long time. A whole year of work in the fields, and what she'd saved didn't come to 10 yuan. 2 wash basins, 1 each. Chen Yuqing held hers, looked at the big red double happiness on it, looked at her sister. Chen Shueting shot her a look. The one at home still works, wasting money like. Before, we couldn't afford it, I said. Now we can. I put the 2 jars of vanishing cream on the table. Both sisters gasped at once. 3.50 a jar. Some households don't save that much in a year. Chen Shueting pushed the jar back. It's too expensive. We don't need it. I pushed it back to her. A face this pretty needs looking after. When it's gone, I'll buy more. Her hand stopped on the jar and stayed there a long time. I spread the 40 feet of peony cloth on the Kong. Can you sew? I learned a little. I'm not very good. Auntie Shulian next door is good. Go learn from her. I counted out another 10-odd yuan for her. She took it, flushed, and turned toward the kitchen. That lunch, braised trotters, Crucian carp soup, partridge stewed with mushrooms, pork and pickled cabbage, and the big meat buns from the state canteen. I set the chives and tomatoes on the Kong table. Where did these come from? In the middle of winter. Brother Qian gave them to me. Eat the tomatoes like fruit. Chives go in the cellar. We'll fry them with eggs tonight. Chun Shueting held that bunch of chives carefully, like something precious beyond words. 3 months ago, she couldn't be sure there'd be a hot meal tomorrow. A life gets built one mouthful at a time. I returned the cart to the livestock shed and left 2 partridge. I haven't finished the last meat. Oldly waved me off. Won't spoil in winter. Take your time. Sule told me later where Old Lee came from. Veteran of the war against Japan, the leg went thin. When the fighting ended, he came back to Tiger Mountain Hamlet alone. The village wanted to send him to the county home. He refused, still strong, no need to trouble anyone. So Lin Honjun gave him the livestock shed. Some men's service never gets written down anywhere. On the way home, Sule came out to meet me. Brother Tian, when do we go up today? We rest a day. I have the gourd keeping my body up. He doesn't. One careless moment in those mountains costs a life, and going up tired is gambling with it. Hazelnuts from the squirrel hollows roasted on the stove. Cracking shells, he asked. Brother Tian, should we get a hunting dog? I looked up. You know who's got one? He lowered his voice. Lin Dafu. Lin Pao. He got sick a while back and his son took him to the county for treatment. Sounds serious. He probably won't go up the mountain again. Lin Pao. In the northeast, Pao, gunner, is an honorific. Only the very best hunters earn the word. Lin Pao. Li Pao. Zhang Pao. He had 3 wolfhounds, 1 lead dog, 2 flankers. The lead dog runs the chase. The flankers close the circle. A dog's nose is called its scent. The farther it smells, the better the scent. Head down scent tracks by prints and the smell rubbed on the grass and brush. Head up scent only has to lift its nose and pull the quarry out of the air. Out of 100 hunting dogs, you won't get 1 head-up nose. Lin Pao's lead dog was a head-up nose. That he became a gunner at all, those 3 dogs get the first credit. I shook my head. We can't buy them now. Why not? Think about it. A gunner is flat on his back. The thing he's most afraid of hearing is, you'll never go up the mountain again. I cracked a pine nut. We show up now to buy his dogs. That's pressing those words into his face. Sule opened his mouth and closed it. Lin Pao's temper. He'd come off the Kong swinging. Besides, a head-up-nosed dog might not sell for 100 yuan. I'd rather have pups. Raise them myself. The understanding between a man and a dog is fed into being, not bought. That evening, chives fried with boar, tomatoes scrambled with eggs. On the Kong, the sisters stitched shoe soles and listened to me talk about town. Someday I'll take you both in to look around. Chen Yuqing's eyes lit right up. She carried her soles back to the west room. 2 people left in the room. Under the kerosene lamp, Chen Shueting kept her head down, jabbing the needle again and again, not once pulling a thread through. I cupped her face. Shueting, will you be my wife? This time she didn't turn away. She raised her eyes and looked at me. I will. The next day, I was up before her. Before dawn, I was frying fish in the kitchen. Lard hot, crucian in the pan, golden on both sides, scallions in to catch the oil, then boiling water poured over. The soup turned milk white. Low fire, slow simmer. Smells good. Chen Yuqing came in with the basin, blinking. Brother-in-law, where's my sister? She wasn't in the room when I woke up. I coughed lightly. She's not feeling well. Didn't want to disturb you. She's resting in my room. Chen Yuqing said oh, and looked down to get the bowls. Then we should make something good. Build her strength back up. I'm already awake. Chen Shueting stood holding the door frame, her face as red as the fire in the stove. The pot of fish soup went down to nothing. The 3 of us were sitting around the stove talking when someone knocked. Su Ermel. He rubbed his hands, piling on the smile. Brother Tian, I came to apologize. I was young, did a lot of stupid things. I looked at him. Those 2 bodies, Ma Biao and Lu Ergu. He had his suspicions. The past is the past, I said. Just don't come at me again. He nodded and rubbed his hands again. Brother Tian, could I hunt with you? I'll do any work at all. I just can't be bothered dealing with you, I said. That's not the same as forgiving you. The smile on his face stiffened. But I poured him a bowl of water. If you bring me word of game, I'll cut you in on what we take. His eyes lit at once. He'd come today with something in hand. Brother Tian, there's a bear den in Wild Man Valley. Blackface. Black bear. I sat up. Bear paw is one of the 8 mountain delicacies. Bear meat restores you. Cakes baked in bear fat stay soft even thrown in the snow. Bear nose, dried and ground, taken with rice wine, treats epilepsy. The kneecaps are called false tiger bone for rheumatism. The dearest thing is the gallbladder. One of them, several hundred yuan. Where'd you hear it? My uncle. He's only got a single barrel, didn't dare. There's an especially thick Korean pine in the red pine stand, one of them lying in the hollow. He cut a mark on the tree with his knife. Bears winter in tree hollows above ground, a sky den, or in ground burrows, an earth den. Wild Man Valley. Farther in than Wild Duck Lake, a morning to get there and back. Take down one black bear, and we'd have the money for dogs. When Sule heard we were going after a bear den, he jumped up off the comm. When do we leave? You're not afraid? With your shooting, what's a bear? He grinned wide. Even if it were a big-pawed tiger. I laughed. If we actually met a tiger, I'd run faster than anyone. It'd be in your face before the gun came up. But taking a den, I was confident. In my last life, I'd done it a few times abroad. The hard part isn't the shot. It's calling the den, the instant you draw the animal out. Half a beat slow, and it's on you. I thought for a moment. You still have those double bangers at home? He slapped his thigh and took off running. Barely light out. Chun Shueting tucked the lunch tin into my bag and counted a few buns in after it. If there's danger, come back. I kissed her. That's so embarrassing, my sister's right. I didn't see anything. Chun Yuqing said loudly from the kitchen. Su Lei and I each pulled a sledge out the gate. A bear's heavy. One sledge won't do it. The people at the hamlet mouth watched us go. Bitter cold like this. It's not easy. If they run into a boar herd up there, or a lynx, whether they come back is anybody's guess. Passing Wild Duck Lake, we broke the ice hole open again first. If we don't get the bear, we can still net fish. I stuck a ring of branches into the snow around the hole. Nobody comes here in winter, Sule said. In case somebody does. Another half hour and more, Wild Man Valley. They say there are wild men here. Sule looked around. If there were, they'd have frozen to death in this. 30, 40 below. Even in padded coats, we couldn't stay long. We put the sledges down at the edge of the red pine stand. 10 minutes. 2 hours of walking, legs sore. Meet a bear in that state, and it's an open question who's hunting whom. The Korean pines took 2 or 3 men to reach around. 15 minutes of searching, no mark. Sule frowned. Did Suermao set us up? His uncle cut the mark near the root. I scraped the snow away from the base of a trunk. Snow covered it. The 15th or so tree. The knife scar showed. I looked up. This pine had no crown, just a thick trunk driving straight up into the sky. I put my ear against it. Deep inside the trunk, a slow, heavy breathing, like a bellows being worked. I pulled Sule back a dozen steps. Sky den, opening at the top. The mouth's up at the crown, Sule realized. No wonder we couldn't find it. He grabbed the axe. Call the den. Not yet. I looked around. First cut, dead branches. 2 fires, here and here. Bears fear fire. If it doesn't die, the fire buys us a moment. That's when we run. I pointed at the snow on either side. And stamped these 2 paths out. The snow's deep, you can't run in it. Sule stared at me. Brother Tian, you think of everything. I laid the Mosin across my knees and pressed cartridges in one at a time. Hunting isn't about who's braver, I said. It's about who's blocked off every way to die. I looked up and picked my firing position. The wind stopped. Inside the trunk, that breathing went on. The 2 fires were burning. Sule gripped the double banger, his palm slick. Remember, I said low. Light it and run. Follow the path we stamped. Don't look back. Don't worry about me. He had no gun. Standing there, he was just meat. He gritted his teeth, nodded, and felt his way to the base of the tree. Match to fuse. He wound up his arm and threw the banger into the opening at the top of the trunk. Crack, boom. 2 muffled reports came up from deep inside the trunk. Sule was reaching for the second one. Inside the tree, a roar broke open. The whole red pine stand shook with it. Sule froze where he stood, the banger still in his hand, his eyes gone empty. Run! He snapped back, threw the fire into the hole, and bolted. 2 more muffled reports behind him. Then another roar, wilder than the first. I jammed the buttstock into my shoulder. 2 huge paws hooked the rim of the opening. A black head pushed up through. I didn't fire. Kill it in the hollow, and it drops back into the heart of the tree. A Korean pine that thick, you could chop until the axe smoked and never get through. It hauled itself out and started down the trunk, clinging to the bark. 300 or 400 pounds, and not slow at all. Halfway down, I drew breath. Held it. Bang. It hit the snow and threw up a white cloud. 1 shot, and it's down. Sule waved his arms from a distance. I worked the bolt. The bear stood up. A bloody furrow across its neck. The first shot had gone wide. It came at me. 20 meters. Brother Tian, run. Sule charged in with the knife. The fire held it half a step. Half a step was enough. Stay back. I put the front sight on its forehead. 300 or 400 pounds coming head on. The pressure of it turns most men's legs to water. In my last life, I'd shot bears. Bang. I spun and ran, working the bolt as I went. It wasn't moving. The back of its skull was gone. Sule came sprinting over, laughing so hard his face was distorted. I raised the rifle and put another round into its head. Bears that play dead and come up swinging aren't unheard of. The knife opened the belly. I pulled out the organs and handed them over. Hang them in a tree for the mountain god. Then get the pot on the fire, boil water. When the water was steaming, I took the gallbladder out from under the liver. Over a pound. Deep green. Grass gall. Air dry it, and it'll sell for 200 or 300. Copper galls are golden. Worth more? Sule's eyes went blank. 200 or 300? I dipped the gallbladder in the hot water, tied the neck off with fine cord, and put it in the small cloth bag Chun Shueting had sewn. Then straight into the gourd. Winter's too cold. Frozen, it isn't worth a cent. Quarter it and load up. The blood smells strong. It'll draw things. Sule took the bear apart cleanly. Nose and kneecaps first, worth far more than the meat. Then the forepaws. 300 or 400 pounds, split in two. We passed Wild Duck Lake on the way back. Brother Tian, we already opened the hole. Be a waste not to net some fish. You can still pull that? Another 50 pounds, and I'd still pull it. He stuck his chest out. He'd been eating a lot of meat lately. The paws were already in the gourd. Only the meat was on the sledge. The iron pot went on the fire, food warmed through. Full, we'd have the strength to haul 200 pounds down. Sule dropped the net once. Along with the fish, something half a meter long came up. It hit the ice, flipped over, and shot for the hole. Otter. Stop it. Sule was half a beat slow. It leapt for that black opening. An arrow pinned its neck. Sule lifted it and looked at me. This pelt's worth something, right? To the co-op? Around 100. 100. His hand shook. Worth more than the bear hide. We netted another half hour. Only fish. One otter was already burning good incense. Hauling the sledges down, a long cry came from overhead. Sule looked up. They're fighting. Two raptors, locked together in midair. I knew them. Golden eagle. Peregrine. The falcon crossed into its territory. The golden eagle rules the sky, fiercely territorial. The peregrine is the fastest bird alive, but fast doesn't mean it wins. The eagle folded its wings and dropped, talons first. The peregrine rolled hard, slipped past the talons by inches, shot straight up, then flipped over and dove at the eagle's head. The eagle beat once and turned. The turbulence scrambled the falcon's line. One talon closed on the peregrine's left wing. The falcon shrieked and clawed frantically at the eagle's leg. The eagle didn't move. The other talon closed on the right wing. Then let go. The eagle spread its wings, climbed, and gave one long call. The peregrine dropped straight into the trees like a rag. Sule stared. If I could raise a golden eagle. I didn't answer. I was watching where the peregrine had gone down. If it could be tamed, those eyes, that speed, finding game would never be hard again. Come on. See if it's dead. The peregrine lay in the snow. Both wings broken. Feathers clotted with blood. It made a small sound, and the light in its eyes was going out. It won't live. Sule crouched. I lifted it into my hands. And right then, the jade gourd in my mind trembled softly. A faint light slid into the peregrine's body. Its eyes moved. I looked it over. Apart from the two broken wings, every other wound had closed. The light in the gourd was a shade dimmer. So it wasn't only my own wounds it could heal. So it had a price. Brother Tian, what did you do? It's alive. Tough bird. I rubbed my nose. Wings are broken. It can't fly. We'll take it home and keep it. I tucked it inside my coat with just its head showing. It didn't struggle. Two black eyes stayed fixed on me. At Pheasant Ridge, a shot went off in the distance. A single barrel. Go take a look? No. I held him back. Somebody's hunting. You blunder in there. You get shot for game, and there's nobody to complain to. After the shot came a dog screaming. Once. Twice. Not good. An animal's roar rolled through the trees. Two figures came stumbling out. Behind them a hunting dog, soaked in blood, ran 2 steps and collapsed in the snow. They didn't even look back. Help, brothers up ahead. We've run into something. My foot was already half a step forward. Then I saw the two faces. I pulled the foot back. Zhao Laosi had a hand clamped on his right shoulder, blood coming through his fingers. Shindali was worse. Half the padded trouser leg torn away, white bones showing in the meat. Save us. There's a bear behind us. Su Lei and I both looked up sharply. Nothing in the trees. Only then did Shindali raise his face. His pupils shrank. Qin Tian, what the hell are you doing here? Thanks to you. I walked toward him slowly, knife in hand. To get a full meal, I have to come up here and risk my neck. I'm Chen Shueting's own uncle. By seniority, you'd better call me uncle. I kicked him in the chest. She cut ties with you. You don't rate it. Su Lei drew his knife, eyes red. Brother Tian, why waste words? Sold his own niece. Cut him and leave him. Everyone back the hell up. Zhao Laosi had the single barrel up in his left hand, muzzle on us. He'd had a run of miserable luck. Lost the Mosin, went after a bear to raise money for a new gun, missed the bear, lost 2 dogs, and nearly died himself. Brother Tian, he's got a gun. Su Lei stepped in front of me. Chen Dali got up against a tree, face covered in blood, and bared his teeth. Laosi, give me the gun. Today I'm going to teach this little bastard. He reached for it. Zhao Laosi moved it out of reach without seeming to. Calm down. The bear could come out any second. Get down the mountain first. Chen Dali caught up, nodded, then wheeled and glared at me. You too. Take those sledges, dump the junk on them, and haul me back down. His eyes fell on the sledge. That half a bear. His voice changed pitch. BL Black Bear? Impossible. 2 kids like you. Zhao Laosi said nothing. He was looking at the bear's skull, blown apart by a bullet. His legs began to shake. Chen Dali stared at the half carcass, and inch by inch the fear in his eyes gave way to greed. Dumb luck, whatever it was. He bared his teeth. Cold like this, you can't keep the gall from spoiling. Hand it to us. We'll look after it. Laosi, sell the gall, and you've got the money for your Mosin, haven't you? Zhao Laosi wiped cold sweat and laughed weakly. Cut the nonsense. It's late. Let's go down. He saw it more clearly than anyone. That bear's skull was blown open by a rifle, and the single barrel in his hands. The bear's paw had snapped the trigger off. Holding it out was nothing but bluff. What are you scared of? Shindali yanked his sleeve. Is that thing in your hand a fire poker? I pulled the Mosin off the sledge. The muzzle came up. Unfortunately, I said, I wasn't planning to let you off. Zhao Laosi's knees went. Shindali straightened his back. We've all got guns. Who's afraid of who? Robbing a man with a broken gun. I worked the bolt. Aren't you afraid of the laughter? I'd seen that snap trigger long ago. Zhao Laosi threw the gun down and dropped to his knees in the snow. Shindali sat down hard, wheeled on him, voice cracking. Why didn't you say the gun was broken? You were feeling pretty fierce just now. I put the front sight between Shindali's eyes. Didn't look like a joke. Su Lei drew his knife and took a step forward. Brother Tian, empty mountains. Cut them, leave them up here, who knows? Both men wet themselves at the same time. They knocked their heads on the ground like pestles. Little brother, we know where there's a bear den. That bear's badly wounded. You've got a gun, 1 shot, and it's done. A gallbladder's several hundred yuan. It's all yours. I narrowed my eyes. You're this generous? Zhao Laosi's heart was bleeding, but the muzzle was on his head. 500 meters out, the linden stand. Shindali got in first. A thick linden with blood on it. An old den. The trunk all cut up with axe marks. The bear took a round in the shoulder, and it's got dog bites too. You'll see it when you get there, 2 dog carcasses lying around it. He wiped his eyes as he spoke, and down low, his hand tugged Zhao Laosi's coat. Zhao Laosi blinked and started crying too. He was really crying. 3 dogs, a rifle, a bear. All gone. If there's anything wrong with this information, I dropped the muzzle half an inch. We wouldn't dare. I lowered the rifle. I'll go look first. If I find it, you 2 can go. Their faces changed at once. They exchanged a glance. Little brother, we're hurt bad. Any more delay, and we're dead. Su Lei buried his knife in a tree beside them. The blade hummed. They shut up. I picked up the broken gun. Lei, watch them. I'll go look. Let's go together. If the bear didn't go back to the den. I've got the rifle. I lowered my voice. Those 2 are sitting on something rotten. Don't get close to them. If they run, don't chase. The linden stand. The snow was a mess. 2 hunting dogs stiff in the blood. The thick linden stood in the middle, a black hollow 3 meters up. I put my ear to it and knocked. Thunk, thunk. Empty. I backed off 2 steps and crouched. A line of bloody tracks led off into the deep timber. Badly hurt, it had abandoned the old den and gone looking for a new place to winter. I followed, and in the meantime, let those 2 freeze in the snow a while longer. Best if they froze to death, then I wouldn't even dirty my hands. 10-odd minutes. The bloody tracks went into a stand of brush against a rock wall. Behind the brush, a black cave mouth. I crouched in the snow, motionless, and counted the tracks from beginning to end. 1 large set. 1 small set. I smiled. 2 of them. For that half hour, Chundali and Zhao Laosi huddled shivering in the snow. Sule told me afterward that they'd whispered the whole time. Think he can tell it's 2? Why do you have to set him up? If he figures it out and puts a round in us, then what? Young man hears there's a bear. He'll go charging right in, won't he? Gets clawed to death, and we're avenged too. By the time I came down, both their lips were blue. There is a den in the linden stand, I said. I'll grant you were honest. It's cold. Go on down. We're going to shoot the bear, wouldn't want it splashing on you. The 2 of them, delirious with relief, propped each other up and limped away. They didn't even collect their dogs. A dozen steps out, Chundali looked back and laughed under his breath. Told you he couldn't tell. Brother Tian, the linden's over that way. Sule pointed at the hollow. I didn't stop walking. The hollow's empty. They ran into a cave up ahead. I paused. There are 2 inside. Sule stopped dead. The blood drained out of his face inch by inch, then surged back inch by inch. 2. They didn't say. He grabbed his knife and started downhill. They were trying to get us killed. I caught his arm. Not worth carrying a killing for 2 pieces of filth, I said. With those wounds, it's an open question whether they even reached the bottom alive. He breathed hard for a while. Brother Tian, how do you know it was 2? I pointed at the snow. The den was empty, only tracks left. I followed them and found the cave. I crouched and touched the knife point to the 2 lines of prints. Look, this set is big. See how wide the pad is. This set's a size smaller. Sule crouched and looked for a long time. When he looked up, his eyes were different. If I hadn't asked, I'd have died right here. The mountain will tell you everything. I sheathed the knife. As long as you're willing to lower your head and look. Sledges hidden in the brush. Cut wood. Build fires. Stamp the paths. This time I also cut branches thick as an arm and laid them across the cave mouth. Sule felt his way to the edge, lit the first double banger and threw it in, and without waiting for it to go off, lit the second. Bang! Bang! A furious roar exploded out of the hillside. Bang! Bang! The second one went too. The brush burst apart. Something like a black mountain came out at a run, straight for the path Sule had fled down. I squeezed the trigger. Bang! It went face first into the snow. I worked the bolt. It got back up. The fire checked it for a moment. It slipped sideways through the gap and came at me. Another roar from the cave mouth. The second one, smaller, faster. I cursed inwardly. The first shot had gone through the fire and missed the vitals. Big one first. I brought the rifle up, steadied. Bang! Between the eyes. I worked the bolt, turned, ran. Too late. The second was inside 10 meters. You son of a bitch. Over here. Somehow Sule had come back. He wound up and hurled a sparking double banger. It landed right at the bear's feet. Bang! Bang! Its stride broke. An instant. I turned, raised the rifle. Bang! The report was still rolling through the trees when it slammed into the snow. I put 2 more rounds into each carcass before I walked over. Sule prodded one with a stick. His hands were still shaking. A moment ago, he'd been running back. You open this one. He didn't refuse. The hot water steamed in the little pot. He came over cradling the first gallbladder. His voice changed. Brother Tian, is this golden? Copper gall. I laughed. Lucky day. Copper galls go for far more than grass galls. The other was a grass gall. 2 galls, plus the one from that morning, over 1,000 yuan. 2 sows, 500-odd pounds. Couldn't haul them. We took only the noses, the kneecaps, the 4 paws each, and cut off several dozen pounds of belly fat to render. What about the rest? Sule looked at the 2 mountains of meat. I pointed at a hollow in the slope. Dig out the snow, bury them. Come back for them later. He picked up the pick and went. I carried the sack of paws toward the sledge. The sack went into the gourd. I came back and helped him finish the last few shovelfuls. Snow filled in. While he went for the sledge, I pushed my hands into the drift. Both bears went into the gourd too. I patted the snow flat again. 3 black bears in one day. Sule was grinning. Word gets out, and every hunter in the county will be sick with envy. When we're back, we killed one. He stopped. 3 gulls, over 1,000 yuan, I said. Wealth doesn't get shown. Men are harder to guard against than bears. He nodded hard. Nobody but my mother. We didn't run into those 2 on the way down. Slightly disappointing. At the hamlet mouth, Auntie Guiying saw the sledge first. Oh my God, a bear! The whole hamlet poured over. It really is a bear. Half the hamlet crowded into my yard. Chen Shueting came running out, looked at me first, then at the sledge. She covered her mouth. There's food warming inside. Her voice shook. Chen Yuqing backed up 2 steps, then came closer, eyes bright. Zhao Shulian took Su Lei's hand and looked him over head to foot before she let out her breath. It's nothing, Su Lei grinned. Brother Tian dropped it in 2 shots. The villagers stood around the bear's head, talking. Boar, wolves, black bear. He's nearly a gunner. A few more years, and this hamlet's going to have a young gunner of its own. Zhou Weidong put an arm over my shoulder. The hamlet's butcher, steadier hands at breaking down meat than even Su Lei. This isn't luck. No hunter without the skill dares take a bear den. He lowered his voice. If you didn't already have a wife, I'd marry you to my sister-in-law. Uncle Weidong, if you dare say that in front of Auntie Guiying, I'll salute you as a real man. He laughed sheepishly and picked up his knife. Let's get this bear dressed. I carried the sack into the shed. Only fish inside. The paws and the other 2 bears had gone into the gourd long before. I lifted the peregrine out of my coat. Heavens, you caught a hawk too? It sat quietly in my palm, black eyes fixed on Chen Shueting. Its wings are broken. Make it a nest. I'll go see Uncle Lin when the meat's divided. She put out a finger and touched its head very lightly. Poor thing. In the yard, the bear was already broken down, the pieces stacked neat. Su Ermao came in behind Su Lei, saw the meat covering the ground, and his eyes went round. Brother Tian, you really killed it? Ermao, good timing, I said. The den was your information. Meat and gull, you get a share. His hand froze in midair. All I did was say a few words. Give me some meat, and I'm satisfied. The gull, how could I? That's the mountain rule. I cut him off. It's yours. The yard went quiet for a beat. Then the talk broke out. Gives information and gets a cut of the gull money. How many hunters would fob you off with a few pounds of scrap? Next time I hear anything, I'm coming to Little Tian too. That was exactly the line I wanted. One man's eyes can't see a whole mountain. I got the grass gull out of the shed and handed it to Lin Hongjun. Uncle Lin, have a look. Set a price, and I'll pay your Mao out of it. Sun Hong and Su Jianxi crowded in at once, eyes shining. I laid the terms out first. 7 shares this time. Lead hunter, 2. Gun, 1. Taking the gull to town, 1. Lei went up the mountain, hauled the bear, skinned and butchered, 2. Ermao provided the information, 1. Su Lei's head came up. I glared at him. My Ermao getting a whole share, that's plenty. Su Jianxi said, smiling. Lin Hongjun cradled the gull and held it up to the light for a long time. Air-dried. It'll come to about 50 grams, he said. The county co-op buys bear gull at 6 yuan a gram. 300. Sun Hong sucked in a breath. 300, 7 shares. Ermao's share is 42.85. I counted out 4 tens, then added 3 yuan. Rounded up. 43. Su Ermao's hand shook taking the money. I cut him 30-odd pounds of fat as well. Render the fat. Braise the lean. They were carrying the meat out the gate when they ran into Su Dazhuang and Luo Hohat. You Ermao. Su Dazhuang ground his teeth. You knew about a bear den and told Qin Tian instead of me? Su Ermao looked at him. What good would telling you do? Would you have dared shoot it? If I didn't dare, I could have found someone, killed it, and split the meat with you. Split it with me. Su Ermao laughed. Last time I gave your family a few pounds of boar, your mother blocked my door demanding a yuan. You used to snare a rabbit, keep most of it, and leave us the bones. He carried his meat away. Su Dazhuang stood there, face whiter than the snow. Everyone had gone. I pulled 86 yuan out of my pocket and pushed it at Su Lei. He shoved it away. 1 share is enough. How can I take 2? 1 for coming up and doing the work. 1 for skinning and butchering, I said. Ermao said a few words and got a share. You did all that, and take 1. You shot all 3 bears. Wait. Zhao Shulian's voice came from the side. 3. Everyone in the yard stopped. Su Lei grinned. It was 3, actually. Couldn't carry them. Buried them in a snow hollow. The basin fell out of Chun Shuiting's hands. Zhao Shulian's palm cracked across the back of Su Lei's neck, and her tears came immediately. 2 black bears at once. How can you be so reckless? If something happened to you, how am I supposed to live? Chun Shuiting had my arm, knuckles white. I turned my hand and held hers. I don't fight a fight I'm not sure of. Zhao Shulian and the sisters rendered fat in the kitchen. 50-odd pounds of it. The smell went half the street. I hung the 3 galls from the roof beam to air dry, picked up the peregrine, grabbed a cut of bear meat, and went out. Lin Day was the hamlet's barefoot doctor. Gray-haired, back straight as a rule, sweeping his yard. You come by, and you bring meat. He took the peregrine in his palms. The falcon stiffened by instinct, then saw me beside it and settled. Lin Day looked up. You're sure you found this in the mountains? I've seen men break a hawk over 3 months and never get it this docile. I rubbed my nose. Maybe it remembers I saved it. The old man smiled. Kindness comes back to you. He opened his medicine box. Wings are fractured. Nothing else serious. A few months of care. Medicine, bandages, layer by layer. I took out money. His face hardened. I took the meat. Take that out again, and don't blame an old man for turning nasty. The peregrine rode out on my shoulder. Eyes the whole way. Little Tian's even got a hawk now. This hamlet's never produced a falconer. Lin Dezhong stood in the crowd with his hands in his sleeves, eyes red. Can't hunt properly, so now he's playing with hawks. Zhou Weidong spat. He's still better than you. Up the mountain every day stealing out of other men's snares. You've disgraced this whole hamlet. A wave of jeers. Lin Dezhong slunk away. In the yard, Su Lei crouched, scraping the bear hide. Bear hides aren't worth much. I wasn't going to sell it. Sleeping in the mountains, a bear hide under you is your life. I pushed open the door, and the room was thick with the smell of meat. The lard in the porcelain basin was white and gleaming. 3 women, all of them flushed. The crock was nearly overflowing with boar and roe deer. 3 months ago, they hadn't dared hope for a full meal. I fetched the donkey cart from the livestock shed, went back into the shed, and took out 2 bear paws. Bear paw tonight. I said, we're celebrating. Eat the paws. Zhao Shulian's hand froze in midair. 2 paws would sell for 50 or 60. Save them for the money. Chun Shuiting and her sister nodded hard. A town worker makes 30-odd a month. A country family doesn't save that in a year. 50 or 60 on 1 meal. Word would get out and the gossip would drown you. 3 bears. 12 paws, I said. We eat 2, the sky won't fall. I picked the 2 right forepaws. A bear digs out hives with those, reaches for fruit. Most use, tightest meat, evenest fat. Preparing bear paw is exhausting work. Su Lei and I were at it until dark before it went in the pot. The smell out of the kitchen drew Su Xiaohua to the door on her way home from school. I opened a can of yellow peaches and put the spoon in her hand. She hugged her brother's leg and shook her head. I pressed the can into her arms. You're at your brother's house. Don't stand on ceremony. She looked up at her mother, looked at Su Lei, then said quietly, Thank you, big brother. Then she spooned up the first peach and gave it to Zhao Shulian, the second to Su Lei, the third to Qin Yuqing. Her own turn was the last piece. Zhao Shulian's eyes went red. 6 dishes that night. Bear paw stewed with dried mushrooms. Bear meat flashed with scallions. Red braised bear. Bear stir-fried with chilies. Crucian carp soup. Boar stewed with pickled cabbage. I fetched a bucket of loose baijiu from the hamlet. The paw was soft and springy at once. The sauce so rich it clung to your lips. No wonder it's expensive. Su Lei tipped his cup back. Brother Tian, you can really cook. Rushed it today? Didn't prep it enough? I said. Next time, a day ahead. 3 rounds in, I set down my cup. Tomorrow we take bear meat into town. All of you come. Look around the department store. Winter solstice is coming. We've got money now. Time to add a few things to the house. Su Xiaohua jumped off the bench, clapping. Zhao Shulian and Chun Shuiting looked at each other and said nothing. After a long moment, Chun Shuiting said quietly, All right. Before dawn, I was in the yard skinning the other 2 bears. Chun Shuiting pushed the door open and gasped. Where did these come from? Hauled them back with the cart last night. Her face went white. Alone? Into the mountains at night. The tears came all at once. Her parents had died going up that mountain for wild greens. I reached out and gathered her in. I had the rifle. No more of that. She fisted my coat, her voice muffled in it. Next time you go up, you call people. No more. 2 layers of quilt went on the cart. Su Xiaohua wore her new clothes, sat right up front, eyes bright as snow. We left at first light. Auntie Guiying put her head out of her yard. Into town for New Year's things? Careful on the road. Her eyes followed the cart a long way. Outside the supply co-op, I pushed a stack of money and coupons at Qinshueting. You go look around. Department stores 400 or 500 meters ahead. Stay with your mother in them. Don't let anyone start anything. The county town isn't safe. Plenty of men squat outside the co-op. Be careful yourself. Chun Shueting held my sleeve. I patted the rifle on the cart. Buy whatever you want. Don't be afraid to spend. I went to old Mr. Mo's first. The gate opened. The old man saw the paws in the sack, and his eyebrows went up. Come in and talk. A 3-court compound. Gray brick, a flowered inner gate. You live here alone? Everyone's out. He stroked his beard. What? You've got your eye on my courtyard. A courtyard this good, who wouldn't look twice? He laughed out loud. You're honest, at least. 8 paws spread on the snow. He bent and turned each one over. 8 paws? You killed 2 bears. A pause. No. 6 of these are hind paws. 3. He looked up. You killed them yourself? With my brother. The old man was quiet a while. Of the gunners I've known, not many took 3 bears in a lifetime. Luck. Modesty is a virtue. He waved a hand. But a young man too modest has no fire in him. I'll take all of these. I hesitated. I promised someone else. He stopped and looked back at me. Something changed in his eyes. Then leave me 5. Whatever they don't want, bring back. 20 a paw. 5 is 100. 10 tens. I pulled a few carp and cushion off the cart for him. For you to try. He didn't refuse. I took the reins. Got to the gate. If you can put together 800, 1,000, he said suddenly, I could introduce you to a courtyard. Not like mine, but respectable enough for the county. My head snapped around. 3 bear galls, around 1,000. A few more trips up the mountain. When you've got it, come find me. Long after I'd gone, a middle-aged man came out of the west wing. Master, you rarely take this much interest in a stranger. The old man didn't answer. I've traveled this country my whole life. First time I can't see through a man, he said. That young, and eyes that heavy. That matter. Give it to him. We'll see. The old man turned back inside. We're not the only ones interested in that place. Back gate of the Forestry Bureau canteen. Qian Fugue came rushing out and grabbed my hand. I've been waiting for you. That last lot made my name. I opened the sack. Bare paws. His hand trembled. Damn, all hind paws. An old gentleman took the front ones. The street beside the market. Qian Fugue went still. Named Mo. You know him too? He pulled me inside and shut the door. Among the men with real power at this bureau, one of them is named Mo. I looked up. He's the old man's nephew. Raised by him from a boy. Not father and son, but closer. Before he retired, the old man was a man with real power in a certain department in Beijing. How many people want through that door? They can't even find the threshold. I said nothing. I'd guessed he wasn't ordinary. I hadn't guessed this. You got 5 out of his hands for me. Qian Fugue clapped my shoulder. From now on, you're my brother. Everything you brought today, I'll take it. Name your price. Brother Qian, the bear meat alone is 300 pounds. He leaned in half a step, dropped his voice. Special funds came down from above. That last lot of yours had the big man very comfortable. The bureau leadership was pleased and told me to buy rare ingredients. You're not putting me in the wrong. You're helping me. Bear meat at 30 cents a pound, 300 pounds, 90 yuan. 5 paws, 100. Fish, 20. Pheasant and hare, 20. I rounded it down, 230. He counted out a stack of tens. I lifted a cloth bag off the cart. 2 bear kneecaps. Steeped them in liquor. Good for wind and damp. He narrowed his eyes and took them. Then he pulled a piece of paper out of a drawer and pushed it across. Forestry Bureau Canteen. Temporary purchasing authorization. I stopped. Policies loosened, but speculation and profiteering hasn't been struck off the books. When they go looking for examples to make, whoever's nearest gets it. He tapped the desk. You bring me goods. I'm not letting you carry that risk. I folded the paper in half again, and put it in the pocket against my chest. Some things are harder to come by than money. Whatever meat you want from now on, just say. He rubbed his hands, and his voice went lower still. There is one thing. Can you get a badger? A badger? I looked up. Who got burned? A bureau leader's granddaughter. Knocked over a thermos this morning. Whole arm scalded red. Doctor says it'll scar. Chien Fugue kept rubbing his hands. They say badger fat heals burns without a scar. I frowned. Badgers aren't rare, but they hibernate. Ground's frozen like iron. Digging out a burrow isn't easy. He sighed and lowered his voice further. My old man's at the bureau too, right at the point of promotion. And this leader, that's exactly his portfolio. I understood. I'll go looking for a badger burrow this afternoon. He seized my hand. You pull this off, I'm buying you a drink. Seeing me to the door, he added suddenly. Brother, cultivate the relationship with old Mr. Mo. I've asked around, he cares about two things. Antiques. Food. Antiques. Something jumped in my chest. Antiques in this era go for the price of cabbage. But I don't know the trade. Between real and fake sits a lifetime's money. And old Mr. Mo knows. Some doors, someone else has to hold the lamp for you. Outside the department store, Sule was minding the cart. Too many people in there. He scratched his head. Nothing I need anyway. I went in. Padded clothes, padded socks, rubber-soled cotton shoes. 3 sets. The coupons just covered it. Sugar and industrial coupons went on brown sugar and a bag of white rabbit candy. You don't see that most of the year. It only comes out for holidays. I also bought old newspapers and plastic sheeting. The newspaper on the walls at home had rotted long ago. A fresh layer brightens the room and blocks the wind. Plastic over the windows and the winter goes easier. I was leaving when 2 men carried a sewing machine past me. I stopped. Sewing machine coupon. Didn't have one. I walked a circuit of the market. Everyone had cleared out. No sign of Wu Hao. On the way back, passing the supply co-op, there he was, leaning in the doorway in the sun. Got a sewing machine coupon? Yes. 50. I counted out 5 tens. Where do I find you normally? Market. Co-op. Outside the department store. He gave me a wary look. He didn't say where he lived. I didn't ask again. In his line of work, caution is the job. The clerk at the sewing machine counter looked me up and down. I knew that look. 142. Coupon required. When Lin Hongjuan's family bought one at the start of the year, it was 136. It went up. She didn't bother explaining. I laid the coupon on the counter. 1. She stared. You're actually buying it? When it was carried out to the cart, Chen Shueting was tying Su Xiaohua's scarf. She looked up. Her hand stopped in midair. You bought this. Clothes and shoes from now on. Saves you the labor. Over 100 yuan. What's money for? I pushed the crate further onto the cart. Call it your bride gift, too. The wind in the yard seemed to stop. 3 turns and a sound. The sewing machine is the first turn. Later there's the watch, the bicycle, the radio. One at a time. Chun Shueting lowered her head. The base of her ears red enough to bleed. There are so many people around. Zhao Shuyan laughed. So when are you having the wedding feast? Auntie will pick a good day. Whatever Qin Tian says. I looked at her. We pick it when we get home. The cart came into the hamlet, and half the place crowded around. A sewing machine. Besides the party secretaries, there's hardly one in the village. Little Tian is really good to his wife. The machine went into the west room. Zhou Yuing had one at home and came over eagerly to teach them threading and the treadle. Chun Shueting put her hands on it, tried 3 times before she dared actually work the pedal. The moment the stitches came out, she looked up at me. Her eyes were bright as fire. Lunch was pork stewed with pickled cabbage, more meat than cabbage. I took a bite and asked Sule, where's there a badger burrow? He thought a long time, shook his head. Saw a few in spring, but people dug them all out. I'll go ask around the hamlet. No farm work in winter. The men gather on the Kong to play cards. In the time it took to eat, Sule brought someone back. Zhou Xiaonyao, early 20s, rubbing his hands the moment he stepped in. Brother Tian, there's a badger burrow on the riverbank at Erdaegu. I counted at least 4. I was going to dig it out in spring when the ground thaws. He swallowed. If you want to take it, I'll lead you now. Su Mao gave up the bear den's location and got 43 yuan. That kind of news travels faster than wind. I smiled. We take it, we split it. The women at the hamlet mouth watched us go, stitching saws. Digging a badger burrow in cold like this. Auntie Guiying sighed. No wonder he makes money. Luo Hohat curled her lip. Ground's frozen like stone. He'll never break it. Young and ignorant. Wasted effort. She was hoping I'd come back empty-handed. Zhao Shulian's household was doing better by the day, and it kept her awake at night. Erdaegu. 2 rivers cutting 2 valleys. Zhou Xiaonyo braced on his knees, panting. In the grass, he scraped out an unremarkable hole. Su Lei raised the pick. I stopped him. That soil's frozen like iron. You want to dig until dark. I dumped things out of the sack onto the snow. Cloth strips, pine resin, chili powder, firecrackers, and a cage. 2 rats in the cage. Su Lei's eyes went wide. Brother Tian, you're smoking them out? You too, find every other opening around here and block them. I wrapped the chili powder and pine resin in the cloth strips and bound them tight with wire. Badgers are omnivores, fattening on crops in autumn, then curling up in the burrow for winter. The ones near the village were dug out long ago. That's why you go into the mountains. Their sense of smell is sharper than their will to live. It's also their weak point. Once the other openings were sealed, I lifted out a rat. The cloth bundle went on its back. A firecracker tied to its tail. Light it. The cracker went off, and the rat shot into the burrow like a mad thing. Thick smoke followed it in. The stinging chili came curling back on the draft, and the 3 of us stood there sneezing. I brought the rifle up, knelt in the snow, muzzle on the opening. A few minutes. Something moved inside. A shape came shooting out. Bang. 5 or 6 pounds. Badger. Su Lei got half the word out, and the second one was already through. Bang. Under 5 minutes, 3 of them. I didn't come off the trigger. Badgers live in family groups. The ones running out are the young. The big ones were still inside. 5 minutes later, 2 adults broke from the hole. Bang. I worked the bolt. The second was already into the trees. You 2 open them up. I'll chase. Across the snow, an adult badger isn't slow. I'm faster. 100 meters on, I raised the rifle. Bang. 10 odd pounds. Fat enough. I picked it up and started back. Took 2 steps. Stopped. A line of prints in the snow. Hoof prints. Deep. The snow dust at the edges still loose. Boar. More than one. I dropped the badger at their feet. Clean these. I'm going to look at a boar herd. Zhou Xiaonyo's eyes glazed. Su Lei grabbed his knife. I'm coming. One man moves better. I filled the magazine. More people. We spook them, and nobody gets out whole. I turned and walked into the trees. The wind came from behind me. That was the downwind side. 1 big, for small. The sow 2 or 300 pounds, for yellow coats rooting behind her. 1 sow, 1 rifle. That isn't danger. That's a harvest. I worked in behind a Korean pine halfway up the slope and warmed my hands inside my coat. Raised the rifle. The sow's head came up. Her nose worked twice. The wind had turned. She bolted. I fired hurriedly. Bang. Hind leg. She dragged herself forward, screaming. I came out of the trees after her, dropping a yellow coat on the way. The remaining 3 scattered blindly. 2 tumbled into a snow pit in the hollow, legs in the air. I left them. The sow was 100 meters out. I stopped, jammed the stock into my shoulder, breathed out. Bang. 3 more strides, and she went down. I walked back to the pit and pulled rope out of my coat. The 2 yellow coats were still thrashing. Only scrapes on their legs. Alive. Brother Tian. Su Lei came running with his knife, saw the boars on the ground, and his face creased with laughing. Then he saw the 2 I had on lines. The knife dropped in the snow. Alive. Fell in a pit while they were running. He crouched and touched a piglet's ear. Hunting with Brother Tian, you get them dead and alive. At the hamlet mouth, Auntie Guiying saw first. Weren't you after badgers? You've come back leading 2 live boars. The villagers pressed around. 5 badgers, 3 boars. Who said the ground was too frozen to dig? People aren't all the same. Luo Hohat's face went dark and she turned away. The 2 piglets went into the livestock shed. Lay down straw to keep them warm, I said. If they freeze, we butcher and eat them. Chen Yuqing leaned on the shed rail and watched them a long while. I turned to Zhou Xiaonyo. A badger's yours. Take your pick. He picked the smallest. I cut him 10 pounds of fat as well. He stood in the yard holding it, not moving for a while. Brother Tian, if I hear anything else, come anytime. I threw the fattest boar badger onto the cart and cut off a boar's hind leg. Chun Shueting looked at the sky. You leave now. You won't be back till the middle of the night. The sooner the badger fat goes on, the lighter the scar. I patted the rifle under the cart boards. With a gift like this, a moment late is nothing at all. It was dark when I reached the forestry bureau. Chien Fugue was at the stove making the leadership's late supper. When he heard I'd brought a 20-pound badger, he threw down his knife and came running. His hands shook. "Brother, don't talk," I said. "Get it over there. Late and someone else gets there first." He slapped his forehead and tore off his cook's whites. Wheeling his bicycle out, he dug a coupon out of his pocket and pressed it into my hand. I looked down. Bicycle coupon. Near 100 yuan on the market. We've got a bike at home. You drive a donkey every day. This is too. That badger of yours is worth more than this coupon. He swung a leg over. Don't make a thing of it. The lamp swung, turned the corner. Little Wong. He said his name was Wong Lin. Came running out and put a bag of vegetables and a lunch tin of stir-fry on my cart. I fished a cut of boar out of the sack and pushed it at him. The king of hell is easy to deal with. It's the little demons who make trouble. The moon was bright on the road home. Going through that stretch of woods, I laid the Mosin across my knees. Men have died here. Barely into the trees, a shot cracked ahead. I reined the donkey in. Stubborn bastard. Wouldn't hand over the treasure map, even dying. The man's dead. The thing's ours anyway. Shut up. Someone's on the road. Scared of what? 2 guns. And a fat sheep on a donkey cart. Lucky day? Just did one, and another's delivered. I rolled off the cart and got behind a boulder. Round-chambered. I'm not a fat sheep. I felt for a stone and pitched it off into the distance. Both guns fired at that spot at once. I turned, dropped to a knee, and aimed at where the muzzle flashes had been. Bang! I rolled at once, changed trees. A round buried itself in the snow hollow I'd just been lying in. Damn, this bastard's got a gun. Nobody answered him. I looked through a gap in the brush. A body lay in the snow, blood spreading wide. I kept the rifle up and didn't move. Only the wind in the trees. Snow sifting off the branches, loud enough to hear. My hands went stiff. I didn't move. The man opposite was more frightened than I was. The 2 brothers had robbed plenty of travelers and got clear even from hunters with guns. Now they were one short. He couldn't afford to wait either. Gunfire carries. A stone flew out. I didn't shoot. I turned the muzzle, slowly, toward where the stone had come from. Found you. I went along the snow, inch by inch, around him. He put his head up. I put a round into the trunk beside his face. The bark burst and cut his cheek. I came in from the side, behind him, and raised the rifle. He caught me in the corner of his eye. The gun clattered down, and he went to his knees. Big brother. I lose. Take it all. I've got a 60-year-old mother, a 3-year-old son. You're confused, I said. Kill you, and the money's mine anyway. Bang. I sat down in the snow and breathed for a long time. In my last life, I'd seen blood too. But I understood one thing. Don't kill him today, and tomorrow he remembers my cart, my road, my gate. On this road, mercy is a luxury that costs a life. I filled the magazine before I walked over. 2 rifles, both Mosins. A bag of cartridges. 50-odd yuan, a stack of coupons. 1 cloth bag. I pulled it open. Fox pelts, weasel pelts, squirrel, rabbit. Pressed at the very bottom, 1 more. Black and gleaming, guard hairs even. Sable. All properly air-dried. They hadn't taken these themselves. Following the direction they'd come from, I found the 3rd body in the snow. A double-barrel shotgun. A cloth bag. Pelts inside as well. And still rank, skinned only days ago. 2 knives. The blood on the blades had frozen dark brown. I scraped it with my thumb. Not animal blood. So he'd been lying in wait to rob someone too. At the very bottom of the bag, pressed flat, was a piece of hide. I didn't stop to look closely, just took it with the rest. 3 bodies, all into the gourd. They were too close to the road. Someone finds them, the police come. I drove the cart into a gully and dumped them down it. Before dawn, the things in these mountains would take care of it for me. The east room's light was still on when the cart came into the hamlet. Chen Shuading took the reins from me. So late. Nothing happened on the road. Held up in town. I handed her the yellow chives and the tomatoes. Her face lit up. Brother Chien gave me this too. I dug out the bicycle coupon. Her eyes went wide. This. Connections beat money sometimes. She brought the foot basin, crouched, pulled off my socks. I looked at the top of her head. 2 men died on that road. I didn't tell her. Some things I can carry alone. I spread out last night's haul on the comm. 1 sable. 5 fox. 7 weasel, 10 rabbit, 9 squirrel. These alone, several hundred yuan. That sable, 4 or 500 on its own. Plus the money I'd taken off them and what I had put by, over 200. Bear galls and bear hides still drying. 1,000 yuan household. I wasn't going to sell right away. 3 men just died. Moving goods while the wind's up is asking for it. Sorted and stored in the gourd. 1 piece of hide left. I spread it open. A map of a mountain forest. Crude ink, the ridgeline skewed. A red dot in the middle. The edge was ragged. This was half of something torn. Along the torn edge, a few characters. I couldn't read them. Crooked, ill-formed. Japanese. Wooden hand over the treasure map, even dying. When the Japanese retreated, what they couldn't carry they buried in these mountains. There are 100 versions of that story in the Northeast. I stared at it a long time. Half a map. You can't locate anything. I dropped it into the gourd. Treasure is other men's luck. The mountain is mine. I hauled boar, roe deer, and a few fish out of the shed and loaded the cart. Where are you off to? My sister's. There's a wedding to hold. She needs to be told. Chen Shueting's hand stopped. I'll come too. She lowered her head. I haven't seen Big Sister in 2 years. I took her hand and pushed the door open. 2 people stood outside. A woman in a flowered padded coat and a solid, honest-looking man, both loaded with bundles. Big Sister. Chin Na set the bundles down and reached up to touch my head. Half a month and you've grown taller. Filled out too. I'm 18. In your sister's eyes you'll always be a child. She raised her eyes and saw Chen Shueting behind me. Shueting? What are you doing? I took Chen Shueting's hand. Sister. My wife. Her palm landed on the back of my head. Force perfectly judged. Getting married, and you don't tell me? She turned and took Chen Shueting's hands. Shueting, has he been bullying you? Tell your big sister. I'll settle it for you. I rubbed the back of my head. She knew the old Qin Tian too well. Idle all day? If not for her and the neighbors, he'd have starved. What right did a man like that have to marry the girl she'd protected since childhood? No. Chen Shueting's voice was very soft. After my parents died, he's been the best to us of anyone. Hunting. Qin Na laughed out loud. He couldn't hunt his way out of a sack. Hu Taizhu tugged her sleeve. There are people here. Leave the boy some face. Chen Shueting lifted 2 cuts of meat down off the cart. 20, 30 pounds. She strained to carry it one-handed. Qin Na's laugh froze. Is that boar? There's roe deer too. Hu Taizhu crouched to look, his voice thin. Inside. Malted milk served. I told them about the past 2 weeks. Boar, wolves, black bears. They saw the Mosin along the edge of the Kong, saw the 3 bear galls hanging from the roof beam, saw the wolf pelts drying. Qin Na listened to the end and sat a long time without moving. Then the tears came. She knows what those mountains are. Her husband's neighbor died on one. She gripped my hand and couldn't speak. Sister, what's the crying for? I said. We've got more meat than we can eat. Later it came out why the Chun sisters were living with me. The 100 yuan bride price. The 50-year-old cripple. The simpleton. Qin Na's palm cracked down on the Kong table. Husband, get something. Hu Taizhu didn't say a word, swung off the Kong, grabbed the shovel behind the door, and headed out. Chen Shueting, and I couldn't hold him back. Sister, brother-in-law, I put myself in the doorway. Chen family hamlet is his ground. You charge in there. They surround you. And you're the ones who lose. Qin Na was breathing hard. Besides, I shut the door. Chen Dali is finished. That day the bear opened his leg, and he lay half a day in the snow. He got his life back by chance and lost the leg for good. They say he lies on the Kong all day cursing. His 2 sons were run down a slope by wolves and broke their legs. Some accounts you don't have to settle yourself. The mountain does the arithmetic. Qin Na sat back down, her chest rising and falling for a long while. She turned and took both sisters' hands. From now on, this is your home. We're your family. Chen Yuqing's tears came first. It had been a long time since anyone said that to them. Qin Na wiped their faces, turned to look at me, her eyes still red. Little Tian, if you ever mistreat her, I'll break your legs. I got out the calendar and put my finger on the 19th day of the 11th lunar month. This day, the wedding feast. Lunch was 5 dishes and a soup. Roe deer stewed with potatoes, boar with pickled cabbage, yellow chives fried with chilies, tomatoes scrambled with eggs, red braised hare, crucian soup. Qin Na looked at the meat on the table and ached over it. Save it for the wedding. There's plenty at home. A round of drinks in, I found out my brother-in-law had pulled strings to get into the forestry farm as a temporary worker. Do well, and he could be made permanent. Chin Na hadn't been home in half a month because she'd been working on it. I filed that away. One word to Chien Fugaway. After lunch, the women played with the sewing machine in the west room. Hu Taiju lowered his voice. Little Tian, if you knew where a boar herd was, would you take it? I looked up. Coming back from the farm yesterday, I cut across and ran into one. His hand sketched it out. 7 or 8. For adults, with the yellow coats. The old tusker's teeth are this long. Where? Dogtooth Mountain. Between our hamlet and the farm. I put my bowl down. I'll drive you home. We'll take it on the way. I borrowed the cart from Lin Hongjun for another day. Hu family hamlet is dozens of li from Tiger Mountain. They'd set out before dawn that morning and walked over 3 hours. The cart came into the hamlet. A cluster of women along the base of a wall. Tieju's back? Riding a donkey cart, no less. Isn't Chin Na's brother a layabout? She's been hauling their grain back to her family. If Taiju and his mother weren't such honest fools, they'd have thrown that woman out long ago. Married in years ago, and not a stir out of her belly. Hu Taiju jumped down. What are you old women flapping about? Say one more word about my wife. Oh, married a worthless thing, and now nobody's allowed to say it. Chin Na's face didn't change. She bent, scooped up a handful of snow from the roadside, and threw it. Anyone says one more word, next time it's a rock. She brushed the snow off her hands. Your own house is in a shambles, and you can't stand to see anyone else do well. You bullied us before because we let you. Not anymore. I stepped down from the cart and drew the knife. The blade flashed once in the light off the snow. I'm Chin Na's brother, Chin Tian. From now on, anyone who bullies my sister. I drove the knife into the cartboard. The women along the wall drifted off, one by one. My brother-in-law's mother Xie Jinhua came out and gripped Chin Na's hands. I carried the meat and fish into the outer room. She pushed back, again and again. It's too much. We're not short of food, and you're still growing. Auntie, we've got meat coming out of our ears. I turned and picked up the reins. It wasn't dark yet. Brother-in-law, how do we get to Dogtooth Mountain? Brother-in-law, can you shoot? Hu Tieju's eyes brightened. Drilled with the militia. My aim's not much. Good enough. I pulled a Mosin out of the sack on the cart and handed it to him. All 3 rifles were in the gourd. The sack was for people to see. He held it, ran his fingers along the barrel, and grinned until his face folded. No man doesn't love a gun, especially in these years. Half an hour to Dogtooth Mountain. He pointed at a gully. There. Don't know if they're still around. There's snow in winter. Walk through it, and you leave a mark. We ran the hoof prints. The wind drove ice grit into our faces, stinging. Half an hour and more, I stopped outside a sunny hollow. Sheltered, facing the sun. Boars look stupid. They're shrewd. They know where it's warm. We circled downwind. 20 steps on, I heard it. Snoring, that snuffling rumble. I parted the grass. For adults, several yellow coats, all sprawled in a snow bed in the sun. I dropped my voice. At this range, you sure? Hu Taiju looked twice. I can hit one. Not sure of a clean kill. That's enough. I pointed with the barrel. You and me each take a sow. The old tusker's meat is rank. The yellow coats are too small. Take the sows. He swallowed and settled the rifle. The wind blew from us and past us. 3, 2, 1. Bang. Bang. Mine went through the forehead. She never lifted her head. Hu Taiju hit his in the back. The sow screamed and drove for the trees. The whole hollow erupted. Keep firing. I worked the bolt and put the sight on the biggest one. Second shot went wide, broke the left foreleg. It crashed over sideways, pinning a yellow coat under it. That half-second was enough for one more bolt throw. Bang. The piglet stopped moving. Hu Tieju's second shot caught his sow in the back. She went down on her knees, blood spreading wide across the snow. Only the 3-legged tusker left in the hollow. Still running. I raised the rifle. Bang. Back of the neck. 300 or 400 pounds hit the snow. Hu Taiju stood there, smoke still coming off his muzzle. 3. You killed 3. I pressed cartridges in. 2 shots for one brother-in-law. Not bad. I ran into that one by accident, he said honestly. Hu Taiju went back for the cart. I bled them and opened them up. He came back with 3 young men and a sledge. For boars laid out on the snow. Their words stuck in their throats. That old tusker. 3 for 100 pounds. Those teeth. An hour and more, and 4 boars were in the yard, half of who family Hamlet poured in. Taiju can't hunt. His brother-in-law, the one with the rifle. 4 at once. Our own gunner couldn't do that. Come on, lend a hand. We'll get a piece of meat at least. Keep 2, I said. 2 I'm taking back for the wedding. Chi-na waved both hands. The meat you brought will last us to New Year. Keep the so your husband shot. I nailed it down. The rest I take. I lifted my chin at the crowd behind me. Besides, people who come to help have to get a cut of meat. Chi-na followed my eyes. Her face darkened. She kept only a few. The one she was actually close to. The rest she blocked at the gate. Someone in the crowd shouted at once. The mountain's bounty isn't to be hoarded. Everyone who sees it gets a share. Shut the door and eat it yourselves. Since when is that the rule? 4 boars and won't share. Stingy. Who family Hamlet never produced a hunter like that. Before Chi-na could speak, the ones helping exploded. How did you treat a widow and her son all these years? When you got a rabbit, you carried it straight home. Who'd you ever share with? Want meat? Go up the mountain and get it. I walked out of the yard with the mosin across my forearm. The gateway went quiet. They'd seen the boars, a single hole in each head. I killed them, I said. I'm leaving them to my brother-in-law's family. Nothing to do with you. I took a step forward. The mountain's bounty isn't to be hoarded. That's about the mountain, not about you. And from now on, anyone who bullies my sister's family. I didn't finish. They scattered. Nearly dark. Xie Jinhua held my hand and wouldn't let go, insisting I stay for dinner. I left the double barrel with Chi-na for protection. My brother-in-law tried to give the mosin back. I said, keep it. He shook his head. I don't know hunting. With a gun in the house, I won't be able to stop myself going up. I took the rifle back. Some restraint is rarer than marksmanship. Once the cart was out of who family Hamlet and nobody was around, I took the other sow out of the gourd as well. For boars. The donkey was blowing hard. It was fully dark when we came into the hamlet. Lamplight leaned out of the windows, one after another. Oh my God, 4. 2 sows, a big tusker, and the yellow coats. That's 1,000 pounds. Sule pushed to the front of me, looking wronged. Why didn't you call me for a hunt? Took my sister home, ran into them on the way. I clapped his shoulder. Butchering feast tonight. I invited Lin Hongjun, Zhou Weidong, Zhou Xianyu too. A dozen odd people came into the yard around the cart. A hurricane lamp went up. Zhou Weidong took up his knife and ran the whole operation. Some skinning, some carrying basins, not one man idle. There was nothing for me to do, so I carried the boar's stomach inside. Pig stomach treats gastric trouble. The co-op buys them, a few yuan each. The peregrine hopped out of its straw nest and stared at what I was holding. Not for you. I cut strips of meat and fed it. It rubbed its head against my palm. 2 pots going at once. One rendering fat, one stewing meat. Zhao Shulian's pot was carried over to steam buns. The smell of meat flowed out of the yard and halfway down the street. Late that night, a huge pot of boar stewed with pickled cabbage came to the table. Slices of fat trembled on the surface of the broth. We ate more meat tonight than in a year at my house. The pot was scraped clean. The broth soaked up with buns. As they left, I cut everyone another 2 pounds of meat. The ones who'd rendered fat took home lard and cracklings too. Half a month ago, these people called me a good-for-nothing. I never cared. Hearts aren't won over with one meal of meat. It's one meal after another. I stacked the meat in piles to freeze. Old tusker in one. Sows in one. Yellow coats in one. The yellow coats are tenderest. The tusker's meat is rank. Early the next morning, I took a cut of fat over to the party secretaries. What? Sell meat in the village? And you want me on the loudspeaker? Lin Hongjun stubbed out his cigarette. This isn't a good idea. Those 4 characters still haven't been struck off the books. I lit him a new one. Uncle Lin. New Year's coming. Whose family doesn't want meat? Tusker's rank, but it's cheap, 20 cents a pound. I could haul it to town and get 30. He drew on it twice, brow never a nodding. Finally, he ground the butt into the floor. This once. I was running home when the loudspeaker went off. Attention villagers, this is Lin Hongjun. Qin Tian's family has tusker meat, 20 cents a pound. I'd barely reached my gate, and Auntie Lou was already waiting. Really 20? I'll cut you 3 pounds, extra fat on it. The scale beam tipped up. 3.5 pounds. Little Tian's a decent man. They came in a steady stream. Sule cut, The sisters took money. Some wanted sow meat. I smiled and shook my head. That's for the wedding. Open that door once, and the tusker rots on your hands. Along the wall, Luo Ho Hot and Lin Dezhong stood watching. What's good about tusker meat? Wouldn't take it free. And the party secretary, hawking it for him. Not afraid of being reported? Just wait. Showing off like this, he'll end up inside. I didn't look up. Over 100 pounds sold until the sun tipped west. An old man carried off even the trotters and the head. A layer of small bills piled on the table. I counted 5 yuan for Su Lei and handed the remaining 20 or 30 to Qin Shueting. Winter solstice tomorrow, I said. Ask Auntie over for dumplings. I watched her smooth each bill flat and press them into the bottom of the chest. There's something I need to talk over with you. Don't eat your dumplings at the solstice and your ears freeze off, and nobody will pity you. First thing that morning, 2 families were crammed into one kitchen. Su Xiaohua was small, but her dumpling wrappers came out round. Pork and pickled cabbage filling, made with yellow coat meat. Su Lei worked the fire. Water boiled, dumplings in. 3 risings, 3 boils, and they're done. Chen Shueting crushed garlic and poured in half a bowl of vinegar. Dumplings without garlic lose half the flavor. Su Lei ran out and set off a string of firecrackers. Crack, crack, crack. Su Xiaohua bit into one, and her eyes curved into crescents. A whole pot of dumplings. Not one left. Dishes cleared. I took a Mosin out of the cabinet and set it in front of Su Lei. His hand stopped in midair. For me, you can't go up the mountain without a gun. He waved both hands. That's too valuable, and I've never used it, so practice. I pushed it across. 2 guns in the mountains means more kills and more chance of coming back. But let's be clear. I put my hand on the barrel. The gun stays with me. You get it the day we go up. A gun isn't a fire poker. If it discharges and hurts someone, I've got no answer for anybody. He nodded hard and took it with both hands. I taught him to strip it first. Bolt, firing mechanism, cleaning rod. Where the oil goes, what can't get wet? This rifle isn't young. Neglect it, and one day the chamber blows. He learned fast. Watched twice and had it. Load, safety, work the bolt, sling it. On the way out, Zhao Shulian froze in the yard. Lei, where did you get a gun? Brother Tian gave it to me. Chen Shueting paled a shade. When did you get another one? When I took Brother Qian the Badger. 3 lives. I couldn't say. Some things it's enough that I know. Nobody at the rock face. I cut circles into a dead tree with my knife. But stock hard into the shoulder. The recoil doesn't care who you are. Eye, front sight, target. 3 points, 1 line. Bang. A hole in the heartwood. Su Lei drew a deep breath. Bang. The rock beside it burst into chips. He scratched his head. I aimed right at it. In my last life, I stopped. I practiced for months before I stopped pulling shots. He looked up. Shoot more, think more. The hands remember. I dug out all 100-odd cartridges. It was bitter cold. His hands went red and shook when he held the gun. Snow drifted down at dusk. Stopped by midnight. The next day we shot again. After 50-odd rounds, he had a fixed target at close range. The rest he'd have to learn in the mountains. I'd wanted to do it big. Chen Shueting wouldn't have it. Both sets of parents haven't been gone long. She kept her head down. Invite a few people, 1 table. That's enough. Meat we had. Boar, bear, roe deer, fish, hare, pheasant. 8 dishes, more than enough. I drove the cart into town and bought half a sheep. Beidawing liquor. A few packs of Ingchun cigarettes. Canned fruit, malted milk, biscuits, soda, wedding candy. 2 sets of new clothes. Red quilt covers embroidered with the double happiness character. The day I came back, a bicycle was lashed to the cart. 3 turns and a sound. 2 turns accounted for. The villagers crowded around. Shueting married the right man. Not even in the door yet, and he's laying all this in. Qin Na was up on a stool pasting the double happiness on the wall. Little Tian, how's your sister's cutting? The adobe walls were papered fresh. Cobwebs swept off the beams. Cabinet, benches, all covered in red. The night before the feast, Lin Hongjun brought the marriage certificate himself. You're a lucky one. He pressed it into my hand. A wife as good as Shueting, you'd better deserve her. I hung it on the wall. In the countryside in these years, the feast counts for more than the certificate. The 19th of the 11th month. People came carrying tables, benches, baskets of bowls. Nobody has spare housewares these days. Men smoked and played cards in the East Room. Women crowded around the sewing machine in the west. Children tore around the yard and, when they wore out, ran in to grab a biscuit. 8 dishes. All meat. Boar with pickled cabbage, red braised bear, red braised roe deer, crucian, clear stewed carp, spicy fried hare, pheasant with mushrooms, mutton soup. 8 dishes, all meat. Better eating than New Year's. Nobody had wine cups. Big tea mugs clinked, heads back, straight down. In new clothes, holding Chun Shueting's hand, I went table to table. I'll finish mine. Take your time with yours. Half a mug of beidawang burned from throat to stomach. The feast ran into the afternoon. I walked the drunks home one at a time. Weather like that, sleeping in the road will kill you. Qin Na and Andy Shulian made up the Kong, smiled, and went. Chen Yuqing didn't even eat dinner, shut the west room door early. The lamp went out. Chun Shuiting fed a stick into the stove. The firelight jumped. I stayed home with her 3 days. The 4th morning, Sule stood in the yard with his rifle. Brother Tian, when do we go up? After we eat. The wedding had used up most of what we had. That courtyard in town was still waiting for me. This adobe house needed rebuilding too. I shouldered the rifle. Barely out the gate, I ran into someone. Lin Hongya, Lin Dafu's son, works at the county coal bureau. I brought him inside. I want to ask you to take a deer. Straight to it. I smiled. Brother Hongya, with Uncle Lin around, how does it fall to me? For real hunting, I can't touch Lin Pao. At finding game, I'm nowhere near him. He let out a long sigh. My father can't get out of bed. This time it's for medicine. What medicine? Sule leaned in. The deer's 3 pieces. Pizzle, testicles, kidneys. He held up 3 fingers. Fresh. I frowned. We've never hunted deer. Going up to search blind. Who knows how long. And Uncle Lin can't wait. There are gunners in every hamlet around. Lin Hongya smiled bitterly. My father's stubborn. He won't ask any of them. He paused. Uncle Lee went to see him yesterday, and my father brought up the deer. Uncle Lee recommended you specifically. The lame old soldier at the livestock shed. I was quiet a moment. My father heard what you've taken these past weeks. He insisted I come to you. You won't have to find the herd. He located one his last time up. Bring back the 3 pieces, 200 yuan. He pulled a deer hide from his coat and spread it on the Kong. A hand-drawn map of a valley. 1 circle. Tiger Roar Valley. He thinks that's where the herd winters. They won't move soon. There's a dugout at the mouth of the valley. My father and an old partner spent years building it. When they couldn't make it back, they stayed there. Sule and I looked at each other. Tiger Roar Valley. Deep mountains. You can't get there and back in a day. Years ago, tigers roared in that valley. That's where the name came from. Nobody's seen a tiger there in years. Nobody's seen one. I looked at that hide a long time. Every part of a deer is worth something. Blood, velvet, sinew, hide. Any one of them is money. And Lin Pao has 3 hunting dogs. One with a head-up nose. Some doors, you have to bring something first before anyone will open them. We'll go. Chun Shuiting stewed meat, steamed buns, filled 2 lunch tins. This one's 2 days. She held my sleeve and said nothing. I took the 3rd Mosin out of the cabinet. Her head came up sharply. There's another. Came with lace. I put it in her hands. I won't be home. This stays in the house. I opened her fingers and taught her to hold the stock. Into the shoulder. 3 points, 1 line. I took her to the slope behind the house and had her fire twice. First shot. The recoil pushed her back half a step. Second shot. She stood firm. If there's danger, shoot, I said. Don't hesitate. She raised her eyes to mine. The wind blew her hair across her face. The bear hide rolled and lashed to the sledge. 2 sets of bedding hidden in the gourd. We wrapped our legs, buckled our hats down. 4 women stood at the gate. The snow was deep. We went into the trees 1 step at a time. A long way out, I looked back once. They were still standing there. Tiger Mountain to Tiger Roar Valley. 4 or 5 hours. We didn't stop. Pheasants, hares along the way, we shot nothing. Only at Wild Duck Lake did I stop. A flock of hazel grouse in the brush. I took down the bow and shot 4. They're rare. A pot of soup at night drives 5 hours of cold out of your bones. Resting, Sule breathed like a bellows. I handed him the thermos. Damn, it's far. He wiped his mouth. If we get a deer, carrying it back will take a layer of skin off. 1 deer, and we've made money. Deer are too alert. Before you're close, they're already gone. As I said it, movement on the slope caught the corner of my eye. I put a hand on his shoulder. Too big, 3 small, 5 roe deer, butting each other on the snow slope for fun. 60 meters. I'll take the big buck. You pick from the rest. His hands shook on the rifle. Treat it like a target. He drew a breath. 3, 2, 1. Bang. Bang. The buck's neck opened, and he went down. Sulei's shot dropped a small one. The rest bolted into the trees. I put another round into the wounded fawn. Hit it your first time out. He scratched his head, voice small. I was aiming at the doe. Practice. Bleed them, open them. Organs into the fork of a tree. Bury the buck in the snow. We'll get him on the way back. He went for the small one. I laid a hand on the buck's back. It went into the gourd. I took the fawn off his sledge and threw it on mine. You've got the bear hide. That's heavy enough. Save your strength up here. 2 more hours, and it was full dark. Tiger Roar Valley sits in the middle of the range. Gentle ground, and strangely large. Silence. Now, and then a beast's cry came up from the valley floor and went straight down the back of your neck. I lit a torch. 20, 30 below. Frost hung on our lashes. Half an hour of searching before we saw it, behind a gentle rise. Rocks screening the door. Roof laid with moss, bark, dead grass. Don't look carefully, and you'd walk right past. He chose well. Sule clicked his tongue. Deep mountains, I said. Don't hide it, and you're serving dinner to the animals. I pushed the door open and let the wind go in first. Empty. Stone steps. Inside, the size of an adobe room. A Kong coiled against the rock wall, and at its head a small stove. The cooking fire heats the bed on its way through. A wooden rack in the corner. Iron pot, small bowls. In a crock, a few cornmeal buns, some potatoes and turnips. Lin Pao's store. What one man going up the mountain leaves for the next. I laid our dry rations on the rack. Bear hide on the Kong. The stove caught, and the dugout's warmth crept up degree by degree. Snow melted to water, grouse into the pot. Once the smell rose, neither of us said a word. Hot soup down, and the frozen fingers came back one at a time. I fed the stove another stick. We take turns keeping watch. We didn't get up until full daylight. Beasts cried all night, and we slept like the dead. 5 hours of mountain, and we were snoring the moment we lay down. Breakfast was roe deer soup. Lin Pao's really something. Sule held his bowl. Building a Kong in the mountains. That's why he's a gunner. We found the stand of trees from the map. Sure enough, hoof prints in the snow. Fresh. Yesterday's. We ran them for over 2 hours. Deep in the mountains, hares and pheasants are free for the taking. I shot 20-odd on the way and filled 2 sacks. Deer, not a hare. Sule's face fell. Did they move on? Settle down, I said. Men have run 1 deer for 3 days. You've run it for 2 hours. He lowered his head. What hunting tests isn't your shooting? I clapped his shoulder. It's your patience. And not just for the game, for your own life. The hunter who rushes and ends up somebody else's game. He nodded hard. Midday. A fresh line of prints. Snow dust still loose. Check your rifle. A frozen bolt gets men killed. Just then, to the northeast, a deer's call. Not a call. A scream. We crept over. Behind the brush, a ravine. 5 deer. 2 big, 3 small. 4 wolves, holding them in the center. The stag had his head down. The branching rack turned out at the ring, the doe and fawns behind him. Sule's voice shook. Wolves. I put my hand on his barrel. Wait. We'd run a day and a night and never caught the deer. The wolves caught them for us. The wolves moved. They went around the stag. They knew what those antlers meant. 3 went for the doe and fawns. The stag turned, swept the rack across. But he was only one. A fawn's throat was seized and dragged backward. The doe hit the wolf, and a second one drove her off. The fawn kicked a few times and stopped. The sound the stag made I'll never forget. He charged like a mad thing. The wolf let go, sidestepped, came back in on his lower belly. The rest swarmed. The biggest took his throat. 2 took his hind legs. He held for several minutes. Then he went down on his knees. The doe charged one last time. She knocked a wolf flying. It hit the snow with blood at its nose and mouth. 100, 200 pounds of impact. That was everything she had. Then she went down. Blood spread out on the snow, steaming. The wolves threw back their heads and howled. We lay behind the brush. Sule's hands wouldn't stop shaking. I counted my magazine in my head. I looked at the place where the stag fell. He was still driving forward when he died. Some things have nothing to do with winning. Ready? I said. Wolves first. Heads down, feeding, no guard at all. Bang. Bang. One head. One gut. The last two turned and ran. Keep firing. Not one gets away. Wolves remember. The ones that run come back. Bang. I opened up the rump of the faster one. Sule aimed at the wounded one. The shot cracked into the snow, wide. The wolf put on speed, about to make the trees. I worked the bolt as I ran. Bang. It went down at the tree lean. Sule came running, face flushed red. If you hadn't finished it. You've had a gun a few days. I filled the magazine. You've got more natural ability than me. Keep at it, and you'll shoot better than I do. That wasn't consolation. His progress was frightening. I cut the antlers off first. Medicine, the co-op buys them. The knife opened the artery. Sule held the washed lunch tin and caught the blood as it came. I opened the chest cavity and took the heart. There isn't much blood left in a heart that's been bled, but those few drops are worth more than a whole basin. I unscrewed the flask and poured them in. Swirled it, tipped my head back, drank. Harsh, with an undertaste of blood. Heat all through me. Take 2 swallows. I passed him the flask. Not more? It'll give you a nosebleed. He choked and coughed. That's strong. He wiped his mouth and looked at the 3 deer on the snow. I took the stag's pizzle, testicles, and kidneys and put them in my bag. And straight into the gourd. Organs into the tree. For the mountain god. Not superstition. A reminder to yourself. You took only your share. Go bring the sledges. I'll dig a pit and bury the wolves and the stag. He went off. I put my hand on the snow. 4 wolves and the stag went into the gourd. I heaped snow where they'd been. He came back dragging 2 sledges, saw the mound, eyes wide. That fast. Snow's soft. On the way back to the dugout. The gourd trembled. Not a wound. Not a healing. A pull. As if something deep in the forest, through snow and trees, had tugged at it gently. I stopped and looked in that direction. I fixed the place in my mind. We heated the food, cut deer meat, and ate until our stomachs strained. Lay, watch the meat. I'll go bring the stag back. He jumped up. That thing's huge on your own. We both go and something drags the meat off. Then what? I went out pulling the empty sledge. Near that stand of trees, I heard it. A scream. A deer's. I put the sledge in the gourd and crept forward. 2 fawns lay on the snow. The 2 that had escaped yesterday. Both throats punched through. Beside them, something crouched. Not large. Gray-brown fur. It raised its head. Looked at me. Tiger cub. Lynx. The face like a small tiger, 2 tufts of black at the ear tips. It looks like a plush toy, and its name in these mountains is second only to the leopards. For wolves might not beat it. 2 fawns. They never had a chance to run. I steadied my heartbeat and slowly raised the rifle. Lynx pelt is dearer than sable. A good one, 1,000 yuan. That courtyard in town, 1 pelt would do it. 100-odd meters. I wasn't sure of it. Any closer, and it'd run. The wind came from its side. I was downwind. It kept feeding, but the ears never stopped turning. Suddenly its head came up. Pupils narrowed to slits. It had seen me. I squeezed the trigger. Its legs coiled. The bullet went in through the eye socket and out the back of the skull. It went over sideways in the snow. 1 shot. 1 hole. The pelt untouched. I walked over in long strides, crouched, and ran a hand through the fur. In my last life, I never hit a lynx. I bled it and opened it. The bones are false tiger bone, steeped in liquor for rheumatism. The meat's edible. The small intestine goes into medicine. The pelt I took slowly. Opened from the hind leg. Worked down inch by inch. Not a single cut. Wiped the blood off with snow, shook it out. The underfur, so thick your fingers sink in. No wonder it goes for 1,000. I put it in the gourd. Then I turned and walked deeper into the forest. The gourd was still pulling at me, softly. A barren valley. Almost no trees, only dead brush. I searched for over half an hour. Under the snow, a stone the size of a man's head. Unnaturally heavy. The surface pitted all over, pocks of different depths, as if something had burned through it. Meteorite? Before I'd worked it out. The gourd lit up. A white light closed over the stone. I watched it collapse, dissolve, and finally turn to a pinch of ash that the wind took. The jade gourd in my mind changed. The dull surface was now warm and translucent, like jade soaked in water. Light moved slowly inside it. The space was larger. 10 cubic meters before. Now, 100 at least. I stood in the snow a long time. It grows on meteorites. Then how large can it grow? It has 2 levels. The upper one holds dead things. And the lower? I pulled the sledge back to the dugout. Sule ran out to meet me. Brother Tian, you're incredible. You got the deer and the wolves both. I was breathing like a bellows. That nearly killed me. I had him dig a snow pit outside the dugout. Same trick. Turn around. Everything into the gourd. Before we left, I set a cut of roe deer on the wooden rack. Frozen out here, it'll keep for months. The next man up the mountain can have something hot. Going up is easy. Coming down is hard. Over 100 pounds each. 5 hours of trail took us more than 7. Full dark when we came into the hamlet. A light in the window. I saw a barrel come out past the frame and pull back in. The door opened. Chun Shuiting stood in the snow with a lamp, white in the face. Get inside. Icicles hung off our eyebrows. When the foot basin came, my feet had no feeling. The instant the hot water covered them, it hurt like needles. Pain is good. Pain means they're still there. Brother Tian, what do we do with the deer outside? Look at this first. I pulled open the sack. Sule leaned in, then went rigid. Tiger cub. He turned the lynx over 3 times. 1 hole. In the eye? A lynx that fast, you took its head off with 1 shot. Ran into it hauling the stag, I said. It's dangerous up there. Didn't call you. Chun Shuiting came in with a dish of food, saw the pelt on the edge of the Kong, and her hands shook. Chun Yuqing reached out and touched it. It's so smooth, sis, feel it. How much can this sell for? I held up 1 finger. 1,000. Good market, 12, 1,300. The room went quiet. 1,000 yuan. A town worker, eating nothing, drinking nothing, 3 years. Chun Shuiting sat down slowly. A great basin of boar with pickled cabbage, and we finished all of it. Tomorrow we stew the lynx, I said. Lei, bring your mother and Xiaohua. After Su Lei left, I carried the deer's 3 pieces and a haunch to Lin Pao's gate. Dark. No light, no sound. I stood at the gate a moment, then turned home. 1 night wouldn't matter. The Kong was very warm. Chun Shuiting had her back to me. You were up there 2 days? Drank deer heart liquor, I said. Feeling excellent. Early next morning, I pushed open Lin Pao's door. The 3 of them were at breakfast. Storytelling on the radio. Dad, go into the county and be admitted. Chunhong works at the hospital. She can look after you. The old man on the Kong glared. A hospital room's the size of a fart, and not 1 person I know. At home I can talk and drink with my old brothers. What do I want with town? 3 dogs in the yard. Who feeds them while I'm in a hospital? I called from the doorway. Uncle Lin home. Lin Hongya opened the door and stopped short. I held out the 3 pieces. His hands shook as he opened them. Lin Dafu pushed himself half upright. This fresh. He stared at the 3 things for a long time. When I went up as a young man, what I brought back was never this good. He raised his eyes to me. The potency hasn't gone. I sat on the edge of the Kong. He shut off the radio and asked what I'd taken these past 2 weeks. I told him. Boar, wolves, 3 black bears. Headshots. I didn't mention the lynx. Lin Hongya and Wu Meifeng kept sucking in their breath beside us. At the end, I asked about his illness. Wu Meifeng spoke first, glaring at the old man. Hunted up that mountain his whole life. His body gave out long ago. Took a fall up there a while back. If he hadn't run into old Day. Foot slipped. Lin Dafu waved it off. Nothing to it. He'd been going up with the men since he was 15 or 16. 40-odd years. Not letting him go up is taking his life. But he knows he isn't getting up again. Only the 2 of us in the room. The old man looked out the window. My 3 dogs are in their prime. Tied in the yard all this time. They'll be ruined. He turned to me. Little Tian, any interest in running a dog hunt? Something tightened in my chest. I do. I have for a long time. Those 3 dogs of mine. What do you make of them? Top of the line, I said. That's real ability. He smiled. The wrinkles at his eyes stacked up in layers. Then, any interest in taking them up the mountain? Walk my dogs while you're at it. I stopped. I hadn't opened my mouth about buying dogs, and he'd handed them to me. Uncle Lin, can you part with them? The old man was silent a long while. And if I can't? He looked out the window. I can't go up anymore. Keep them tied, and they're finished. But you feed them full. Underfeed them, and I'll deal with you. 300-pound hunting dogs. What they eat in a day, most families can't afford. If I let them get thin, take them back. There's no dog hunt where dogs don't get hurt. He waved a hand. As long as you're not sending them to die on purpose. Hurt up there, killed up there. That's their fate. I shook my head. I'll be cherishing them, not spending them. Game that isn't right for a dog hunt. I'd rather let go. He looked at me. One more thing, he said. I made an arrangement with an old partner a while back to go up in a couple of days. In this state, I can't. Go on. Lin Hongye led the dogs in. Black wolf, red wolf, white wolf. All three over 100 pounds. Feeding a hunting dog to that weight in these years costs more than raising a child. Black wolf, black all over the lead. Red wolf, gray-coated with a red tuft on his brow. White wolf, gray-bodied with a white collar around the neck. They threw themselves at the old man on the Kong, tails stirring the air in the room. The old man said one word. They dropped flat, eyes still on him. He'd been sick these last days and hadn't been out with them. They're hot-tempered, he said. Don't let them meet other dogs. They'll fight on sight. He sat up and gathered the 3 leads in his hand. He held them a long time. The dogs watched him. A hunting dog understands. If the original owner doesn't put the lead in your hand himself, they won't go with you. He raised his head. Go with him now. His voice had gone hoarse. Let him take you up the mountain. The 3 dogs barked at him a few times. It hurt to hear. Then they turned, and their tails started going for me. He pressed the leads into my hand and turned his back sharply. Take them. I looked back once at the door. The old man still had his back to us. His shoulders were shaking. Lin Hongye walked me out and pulled a stack of tens from his pocket. 200. Count it. I pushed it back. You gave me the map. Uncle Lin gave me the dogs. I can't take this. He forced it into my pocket. We agreed on the terms. The dogs are between you and my father. That has nothing to do with these 200. I learned later. After I left, Lin Hongye asked his father, is that boy reliable? The old man lay on the Kong with his eyes shut. Can't find anyone better for now. Old Lee's never misjudged a man. A pause. But, go to Kaoshan Hamlet today and find your Uncle Zhao. Have him go up the mountain with Qin Tian once. If he likes what he sees, those 3 dogs are Qin Tian's. I led the dogs into the hamlet, and Su Lei came running. Woof! All 3 dogs came up at once. Su Lei backed off 3 steps. They're just staying a while. I pulled the leads tight. In the livestock shed, the 2 piglets huddled terrified in a corner. Red Wolf bared his teeth at them. I found 2 boards and partitioned it off. They're only here 2 days. They won't take your ground. I patted Black Wolf's head. Bear with it a moment. I'll build you a den now. By late morning, 3 doghouses were up, packed with dry grass. Su Xiaohua hid behind her mother and peeked out with half her head. Zhao Shulian gripped her hand. Don't go over. Hunting dogs are vicious. The 3 dogs didn't spare her a glance. But at Su Lei and Zhao Shulian, their eyes stayed locked. Respect the old, yield to the young, and hammer whatever's in between. I laughed and cut a big basin of deer meat. Lunch was lynx. I picked out all the bones, false tiger bone, steeped in liquor for rheumatism. 10-odd pounds of clean meat left. I used half. Soaked the blood out, washed off the froth, chopped it up. Bare fat in the pan. It melted and the smell rose. Star anise and dried chili fried to fragrance. Lynx meat is strong, and if you don't cover it, it goes rank. In with the meat. Flash fried. Flames leapt at the bottom of the pan. Chen Shueting sat at the stove feeding sticks, looking up at me the whole time. She didn't speak. Neither did I. I hunt, she cooks. And when we have children. The pan flipped over in my hand. This, I thought, is probably what they call a good life. No need to say much. 7 or 8 pounds of lynx, a few pounds of deer, gone in one meal. Not a trace of gaminess. Chen Yuqing narrowed her eyes. It's all garlic clove meat, Chen Shueting said. Tight, with some chew to it. Su Lei's mouth was packed with meat. He just kept nodding. After lunch, I took the 3 dogs and Su Lei into the mountains, only along the fringes. Into the trees, I unclipped the leads. The 3 dogs went taut at once, but none of them moved. They were waiting. Su Lei clicked his tongue. Well trained. I waved a hand. Go. Black Wolf shot out. Red Wolf and White Wolf right behind. Dogs aren't all the same. Some tear around the whole mountain barking, stupid dogs. Some only trail at the master's heels, dull dogs. And there's a kind, grand, and imposing, that barks loudest chasing the quarry and never closes. First to the meat when it's time to eat. That's a slick dog. Good at nothing, leaves nothing. Black Wolf ran under 100 meters and stopped dead. He raised his head. His nose worked a few times. Head up nose. Not the prints, not the scent rubbed on the trees. He pulled the quarry straight out of the wind. His eyes lit, and he wheeled for the gentle slope off to the front. Red Wolf and White Wolf gave up ground scenting at once and followed. After them, 100 meters, and we'd lost even their shadows. Sule panted. This scent, how far? 5, 6 kilometers. I sped up. He sped up. A while more, and we saw them. Black Wolf ahead, the 2 flankers behind. They were slowing, barking low. They were leading us in. We caught up. They picked the pace up again. Outside a sunny little valley, Black Wolf suddenly went quiet. Red Wolf and White Wolf shut up at once. Black Wolf turned his head, and the 3 dogs fanned out silently, closing from 3 directions. A look, the angle of an ear. I caught Sule's arm. These weren't hunting dogs. These were 3 hunters. We circled to the downwind slope. 7 roe deer on the valley floor. 4 big, 3 small. Sule's hands were shaking. Do we shoot? Wait. I wanted to see what they could do. Black Wolf broke cover. He didn't take the nearest one. He went straight for the 50-60-pound buck. 1 bite to open the vein in the neck, then let go at once and slipped clear, dodging the buck's desperate kick. Then he trailed behind, unhurried. Which way does the buck run? Toward us. Sule sucked in a breath. Driving, he's driving it. White Wolf knocked a fawn down, pinned it in the snow, didn't bite, just held it. The fawn was so scared it fouled itself. Red Wolf took the doe's thigh. The doe started to turn. He let go, went around behind. 1 bite to the rump. Sule clenched his legs together. The doe collapsed. Only then did Red Wolf tear out her throat. 3 dogs, 3 temperaments. Black Wolf, far scent, clever, knows how to drive, a born lead. White Wolf, bullies the weak, dodges the strong, which is exactly why he comes back alive and can bring you live game. Red Wolf, vicious. He specializes in cutting off the retreat. Together, they'll ring even the old tusker. Lay, pick your targets. Don't hit the dogs. Bang. He dropped a doe. Bang. I put a round through the last buck's neck. Black Wolf barked twice at Red Wolf and White Wolf. The buck he'd driven our way was already boxed in on 3 sides. I got out rope. 3 dead, 2 alive. Live ones are dearer than dead. Ordinary hunting dogs fear the quarry escaping and kill on sight. That way they get a bite themselves. A dog that takes them alive was taught, mouthful by mouthful. I opened the 3 roe deer. Organs into the tree, for the mountain god. Cut the liver and heart, I said. Feed Black Wolf first. Sule paused. Then some good meat. More for Black Wolf, less for Red and White. Some hunters are tight, fobbing dogs off with guts. Not me. Whoever works more eats more meat. That's the rule. Feed the lead first. That's establishing authority. Black Wolf finished and looked up at me once. That one look was worth more than anything. We made a rough sledge and loaded the deer. Coming into the hamlet, a few hunters stood by the road, their eyes fixed on the 3 leads in my hand. I knew that look. After Lin Pao fell ill, men came begging for the dogs until they wore the threshold down. The old man cursed them out one by one. Now the leads were in my hand. 2 green kids. By what right? Chin Tian, is that Lin Pao's Black Wolf you're leading? The one who spoke, face dark, was the veteran hunter Zhou Qianjin. Uncle Lin's. Impossible. One-eyed Zhou Shengli cried out. Lin Pao guards them like his life. Zhou Qianjin and Zhou Shengli, brothers, loved a dog hunt above all. Last year they took a bear den, and a whole dog pack was wiped out by the bear at once. Zhou Shengli lost that eye that day. If his brother hadn't been lucky enough to kill the bear, the man wouldn't have come back either. After that they'd had their eye on Black Wolf. When Lin Pao fell ill, they wore his threshold down begging. Got cursed out one after another. Now the leads were in my hand. Zhou Qianjin put on a smile. Little Tian, you shoot. You're not used to handling dogs. Handle them wrong, and you'll spook the game. Better to pass them to us. High price. You've just married. You're short of money. Can't manage Lin Pao, but a green kid's easy enough. I'm only walking Uncle Lin's dogs, I said. Want to buy them? Go to Uncle Lin. Only then did they see what was on the sledge. 5 roe deer, 2 of them alive. Men who'd hunted a dozen years never took a haul like that. The villagers erupted. No wonder Lin Pao gave him the dogs. That's the dog's doing. Give me 3 like that, and I could too. He took plenty even before he had dogs. I didn't explain, just pulled the sledge into the yard. I gave Lin Pao half a roe deer. What's this? The old man's face darkened. Think I made you walk my dogs for free? Rubbing it in my face. Uncle Lin, 5 today and 2 of them alive. That's all Black Wolf and the others. He stopped. That many. Black Wolf and the pack listened to no one but him. Someone handled them once, couldn't keep up, and Red Wolf nearly died on the mountain. After that, he never let anyone touch them again. He stared at me a long time. You and them? You work together? I nodded. He wouldn't take the half deer. As a gunner, what meat hasn't he eaten? It took some talking before he kept it. On the way home, I turned in at the livestock shed to thank Old Lee. If he hadn't put in a word for me with Lin Pao, those 3 dogs would never have come to me. As I was leaving, he suddenly dropped his voice. By the way, heard you've got bad blood with that old wretch Lin Day. Watch yourself lately. What about him? Went up yesterday to steal somebody's trap, got chased into the hamlet and beaten. Face all swollen. The ones who beat him were Chun Hu and Chun Biao from Chun family hamlet. Old Lee's one eye narrowed. After it was over, I saw the 3 of them pointing at your gate, muttering, "Up to no good." My finger twitched. That old bastard. Last time was too light. That evening I sat on the edge of the Kong washing my feet. The peregrine hopped out of its nest. I took it into my arms. Thought of the evolved gourd. It flashed. A light slid into the peregrine's body. The falcon stiffened, then beat its wings hard, disbelief in its eyes. I unwrapped the bandage. The fracture in the wing was healed. The gourd dimmed a shade. By my reckoning, that power was good 4 more times. The peregrine shot upward and circled the little adobe room once, steady. It worked. It can fly. Chun Shuiting pushed the door open, saw the falcon wheeling, and laughed out loud. She'd been the one feeding it these days. The peregrine landed on my shoulder and rubbed its head against my face. Dogs on the ground, a hawk in the sky. Finding game would never be hard again. The next day, a cartload of goods. Except for 1 live roe deer, all of yesterday's went on the cart. The 2 from the gourd too. 1 deer kept at home to eat, the rest for Chien Fuguay. The stag and the wolves held back for now. Officially, they're still buried up the mountain. And that batch of pelts. The sable was the big one. The lynx pelt, and the ones I'd taken myself weren't air-dried yet. Hold them and sell later. As I left, the peregrine beat its wings and came out after me, flying overhead. I drove out of the hamlet. Behind me, bruised and swollen Lin Day cracked his door open and watched my back. Then he slipped quietly out of the hamlet, toward Chin family hamlet. Old Mr. Mosgate first. A few days, and you're more impressive. He looked at the cartload of deer. You killed this many deer? Luck. Keep a small one for you to try. Leave me a small one. I'll take the 3 hazel grouse too. A fawn, 53 pounds, 60 yuan. He didn't haggle. Anything good in the future, just bring it. The Forestry Bureau. Sick a deer. Chien Fuguay knew it at a glance. Hide already off. The leaders were just saying they wanted something different. And here you are today. Everything on the card. I'll take it. You didn't promise it to anyone else. Old Mr. Mo kept a small one. The rest is yours. He saw the live roe deer, and his eyes went round. Alive. Borrowed some dogs. Weighing in. Deer meat 187 pounds. Roe deer meat 113. The live roe deer 58. Plus 26 pheasants, hares, squirrels, and partridge. 337.50. He rounded it, pushed 340 at me. I handed 1 bill back. You came all this way. He held my hand down. Besides, all these rarities, I couldn't buy them if I tried. Wait out. He suddenly leaned in and lowered his voice. Brother Chien, this was a stag. Is the pizzle still with it? A strong man like you, Brother Chien, needs that too? Get lost, he laughed. For a gift. He pulled me aside and took out cigarettes. About my old man. That badger last time. The leader's granddaughter used the fat and healed without a scar. His promotion to head of the personnel section is all but nailed down. Just waiting on the man ahead of him to retire. But retirement's 2 or 3 months off. I'm afraid something goes sideways in between. Head of the personnel section. Runs personnel, appointments, wages, and benefits. 1 word, and my brother-in-law's permanent post is settled. Pity I gave the deer pizzle to Lin Pao. I shook my head. Went into medicine for an elder. His face fell, then lit again. You took 1. You can take a second. He fixed on me. Next time up, get me a deer pizzle. I'll pay, and I'll owe you 1. I hesitated. I'll try. Don't get your hopes too high. All my trips up, I've run into it once. He gripped my hand. Some favors beat money. And favors have to be repaid. He insisted I stay for a drink. Red braised roe deer, chili fried deer, pheasant with mushrooms, red braised hare, pork with pickled cabbage, chives with eggs. I fished 2 bottles of beidawang out of the gourd, left from the wedding. We talked hunting, bureau gossip, closer and closer. I didn't drink much. I still had the co-op ahead. The co-op was crowded, a row of people holding up pelts to sell. Up front, a young man worked the clerk over a fox pelt. Quality this good, and only 10 yuan. Not big enough, and there's damage. 10 is a high price. The clerk couldn't be bothered. He gave in and took the money and went. 10 yuan isn't nothing either. A slogan on the wall. Cursing or striking customers strictly forbidden. I got in line at the back with a sack packed full of pelts. That sable, still pressed at the very bottom. I dumped the sack out on the counter. The people in line sucked in their breath. This young man, 20, 30 of them, could sell for over 100. The young man who'd just sold the fox pelt fingered his few bills, his smile fading. The clerk Zhang Fuqiang looked up. He'd seen this many pelts before, but always brought in by aging old hunters. Selling all of it. His tone warmed a few degrees. Saved up most of a year. Selling it for New Year's. He untied and sorted, measured with a ruler. 8 fox pelts, 16 each. 6 whole squirrel at 5, 3 damaged at 3. 7 whole weasel at 20, 2 damaged at 13. 35 rabbit at 2 each. The abacus clacked. 403. I fished 2 more out of the bottom of the sack. Sable. Otter. Zhang Fuqiang's eyes lit. He turned them over and over a long while. Years in near, and the quota for rare pelts far from met. Otter's base 90. Yours is big. I'll give you 100. Big pelt base is 500, and yours is fine quality, 560. The onlookers erupted. 560 for 1 pelt. Altogether, it's over 1,000. 1,000 yuan household just off pelts. I frowned. For a moment, I'd forgotten what 1,000 yuan weighs in these years. Outside the co-op, robberies aren't rare. Zhang Fuqiang caught on too, put an apologetic look on, and pointed out the window. The police station's right next door. They cleaned out a nest a while back. Several went in. The crowd's eyes cleared. Money's good, life's better. 1,073 total. Collected at the finance window. Zhang Fuqiang wrote the slip. My name's Zhang, Monday to Friday. Save the good stuff for me. A man who doesn't change color at 1,000 is no ordinary man. Most of these pelts were whole, not even a bullet hole. He wanted to make a good connection. I'll come to you, brother Zhang. I collected the money and drove past the front of the police station. I'd meant to buy a few things, but with those eyes on me, I moved on. I waved to the peregrine overhead. It circled twice, dropped back to the cart, called twice. Nobody following behind. Pelts 1,073, meat 340, the deer 200. Plus what I had by 1,600. In all of Tiger Mountain Hamlet, you couldn't name many households. I drove to find old Mr. Mo. To buy the house. An old man crouched by the road selling dogs. A few hunters were asking prices. 5 yuan each, 23 for all 5. This is a litter from my Big Black. Big Black's a head-up nose, chased wolves, run-down black bears. The hunters glanced twice and turned away. Head-up knows my ass. All mutts. The old man blew his whiskers out in anger. This is genuine Mongol fine cross stock, wolf blood 2 generations back. I went over. Crossed to that degree. What's genuine got to do with it? Uncle, mind if I look? A man who knows. Anyone else, and I wouldn't let them. I leaned in and nearly laughed. 5 pups, 5 colors, and 2 months apart in size. Uncle, your Big Black's private life is pretty messy. The black one had a touch of the fine cross look, but the frame was too small, no spark. The white one looked like a husky, eyes full of stupid. The other 3, one like a northeastern hound but underfed, 2 with a hint of Orkin dog, no potential in any of them. I put them back in the basket. Keep them. Make me an offer, young man. It's not about the money. I was turning to leave. The corner of my eye caught something beside him. A donkey, thin to the bone, but its eyes were bright. The gourd in my mind trembled softly. It had taken to this donkey. Last time what it took to was the peregrine. Healed it, and its intelligence far outran what I'd expected. It understands speech. Uncle, is this donkey for sale? The old man's eyes rolled, and he started weeping on the spot. My wife's gravely ill, waiting on the donkey money for treatment. You really want it. 500. The onlookers laughed. 500 for a bag of bones. I've seen him a few times, same story every time. Never seen him actually sell it for the treatment. Sick donkey, probably. Else why so thin? I sneered. 500? Highway robbery. I turned to go. He grabbed me. You bid to the sky. I bid to the ground. Make me an offer. 50. Won't cover the fodder. 200. 70. Not a cent more. Come up a little. The meat alone's worth more if you slaughter it. Sick donkey, someone put in. Could poison you dead. I showed some doubt. Really a sick donkey? Then forget it. My father would break my legs. The old man panicked and cursed at the crowd. Weeds, the lot of you. None of your damn business. 70. Lead it away right now. The donkey watched me the whole time. Its eyes full of hope. Fine. I'll trust you this once. 7 tins handed over. The old man counted them 3 times before tucking them into his inner pocket. It's stubborn. I can't always get it to move myself. Before he finished, the moment I took the reins, the donkey walked to my side on its own. The old man froze. A flash of regret in his eyes. I patted its head. You're with me now. Thin as you are. I'll call you Fat Donkey. Hurry up and fatten. Fat Donkey nuzzled my hand. A thought, and a light slid from the gourd into its body. Its eyes went brighter still. Struck gold. Old Mr. Mo wasn't home. A neighbor said someone had come for him, and he wouldn't be back for a while. The house would have to wait for another day. I drove back. Fat Donkey needed no lead, trotting happily along one side. The peregrines circled overhead, flying off now and then to scout. I hummed a tune. I didn't know that in the woods ahead, several men had already waited half a morning for me. Chun Biao stamped his frozen feet. Where's that bastard Chin Tian gotten to? Chun, who gripped the single barrel, face dark enough to drip. He can't get away. Saw him go into town with my own eyes this morning. Fatty, Beanpole, look alive. Take the money and don't deliver. Liang the Fat and Lin the Beanpole traded sheepish looks. Last time they hadn't gotten the description straight, and Chin Tian slipped past under their noses. Froze half a day for nothing. This time Chun, who came knocking, said he'd pinned down the movements, rob him together. Relax. Liang the Fat thumped his chest. This time he can grow wings and still not get past. Lin the Beanpole knocked his club against a tree. Snow crashed off the crown and filled Liang the Fat's mouth. Pa, watch it. Liang the Fat cuffed the back of his head. Useless. Chun, who snarled under his breath. Quit it. Watch the road. See Chin Tian, shoot to kill. He doesn't go home alive. He hated Chin Tian to the bone. His father took a bear den last time, and Chin Tian forced him off the kill at gunpoint, left him paralyzed on the calm. And that Mosin in Chin Tian's hands was the very one the brothers had lost. Chun, who was convinced. The wolves that day were Chin Tian's doing too, that he'd cost them their gun and their legs. Chin Tian found the rifle. Chin Tian killed the wolves. Every time he thought of it, he could have died of the grievance. Leave him breathing, Chun Biao said, hefting the axe. I'll smash his head in with my own hands. Liang the Fat gripped the single barrel and gave an evil smile. This is our line of work. I'll blow his face so nobody can make it out. You two just. In the distance, a shot. Liang the Fat's eyes went wide, and he pitched over stiff. A bloody hole between the brows. Lin the Beanpole scrambled behind a rock. Liang the Fat's eyes were still staring, a hole in his brow. He's dead, Fatty's dead. Someone's sniping. Chun, who dove behind a tree. Another shot. His arm bloomed open, the gun gone from his hand. Brother. Chun Biao's head came out from behind another tree. I'll live. Chun, who ground his teeth. Don't show yourself. In the trees, I held the rifle. The lesson of the last robbery was still with me. This stretch I'd had the peregrine scout. It dropped back and called twice, and I knew someone was lying in wait. I stopped the cart well off and crept up. Then I heard them mean to kill me. If not for the peregrine, the one dying here today would have been me. I didn't hesitate, dropped the one with the gun first. The rest ducked fast. I shot the gun out of Chun Hu's hand. I filled the magazine and circled to the flank. Chun Biao was still cursing. I put a round in his thigh. My leg. I turned the muzzle on the thinnest one. Lin the Beanpole dropped to his knees. Don't kill me, I only. Bang. Men who mean to kill me, I don't leave. Only the 2 brothers left in the woods. Chin Tian. How can it be you? Surprised? I put the muzzle on them. How did you know I'd gone to town? They traded a glance and forced a smile. What are you on about? We're just hunting. You're our brother-in-law, after all. I put a round in Chun Hu's other leg. Last chance. Chun Biao broke first. It was Lin Dai. When you left this morning, he came and told us. Chun Hu glared at him, then rushed to add. That old bastard said you'd bullied him, egged us on. The other two he found, bandits, men who've killed. Please let us go, we were forced into it. Lin Dai, that coward couldn't scrape together the money to hire bandits, and didn't have the nerve. It was the brothers who threatened him, made him send word when I went to town. Doesn't matter now. Keeping men like this near me, I don't sleep sound. Let us go, and we'll go back and kill him for you. I prefer to do it myself. Bang. Chun Hu's chest. We told you everything, and you still. Bang. For lives. My stomach heaved, and I braced against a tree, dry heaving. I didn't regret it. For her, I had no choice. I put the bodies in the gourd, snow over the blood. The peregrine landed back on my shoulder and rubbed my face. Fat donkey came over and pressed its head against my leg. Today, if not for them. Into the hamlet. Villagers crowded to look at the donkey. So thin. Sick donkey is it? Luo Hohot sneered. Green kid. Got himself cheated for sure. Zhou Weidong spat at her. You're just jealous. Lin Dai cracked his door open, saw me, and his pupils shrank. Qin Tian, how are you back? I narrowed my eyes. My house is right here. And nothing. You didn't run into anything unusual on the road? I played dumb. Anything unusual how? He let out a long breath and slammed the door. I stared at that door. That night, Chun Shueding counted the money for me. 270. The deer and roe deer sold for that much. 340. I pointed at the donkey out the window. And that's not counted. The 1,000 from the pelts I didn't produce. The provenance is hard to explain. Keep it for the house. I counted out Su Lei's share and put it away. Split the rest in two, 100 for me, 50 odd for her. She pushed it back. I don't need this much. I pushed it back. There's plenty at home. She carefully tucked the whole bills into the cloth bundle in the cabinet. Over 100 saved in there now. Chen Yuqing skipped back in. Sis, any roe deer bones left? I want to make galaha. Come on. Brother-in-law will fix you some. I dug out the bones I'd kept for the dogs. Roe deer, deer wolf. Wolf bone makes wolf ankle bones. Some ethnic groups use them as pendants, say they ward off evil. I picked out a dozen or so, stripped the meat and sinew, soaked them in warm water. The rest is yours. Change the water often. Late that night, once Qin Shueding was asleep, I dressed in the dark. I pried open Lin Dai's door. He rolled over, felt the chill at his neck, and opened his eyes half awake. Saw someone standing at the Kong. I got an arm around his throat from behind and covered his mouth and nose. I warned you. Don't come at me. And you brought Chun Hu and Chun Biao to kill me. He struggled, begging muffled. Little Tian, I was forced. Don't worry. I bore down. They're waiting for you below. Awareness drained out of his eyes bit by bit. I put on Lin Dai's padded coat and hat, masked my face, and carried him up the mountain. Nearly an hour of walking. On the way, I picked up a trap with a rabbit in it. I took him out of the gourd, put the trap in his hand, changed the clothes back onto him, and pushed him off a cliff. A trap thief missed his footing off a cliff. Seamless. Then I went to Wolfhead Mountain. Wolves are thick there. I ran the tracks to the gorge and threw the 4 bodies from the gourd down, one by one. The 2 shotguns I kept in the gourd. Can't use them often from now on. Recognized. They're trouble. That's why I don't let Su Lei carry a gun on him either. It's stolen goods. I took a roundabout way back to the hamlet. The sky, faintly light. Chun Shueding was still asleep. I went to the kitchen and wrapped a pot of roe deer dumplings. She got up and saw them, moved and pained at once. First thing in the morning. What time did you get up? Went to bed early. Woke and had nothing to do. I swallowed a dumpling. Some things it's enough that I alone know. The next midday, Su Lei's family came back. I brought the money over. 134? It sold for that much. I showed him the receipt. Made another trip up, brought the wolf meat and the stag back to sell together. You went up alone again? He shook his head hard, insisting we resplit the shares. Lead hunter 2, gun 2, lead dog 1, dog pack 1, meat selling channel 1, and he'd take only the odd jobs share. I stopped him. No dog pack that day, doesn't count. We both had guns. And you skinned and butchered. 1 share each. For me, 2 for you. He absolutely refused the better end of it. Zhao Xiuyan argued too. Little Tian, I know you're good to lay, but hunting can't be split like this. I've seen plenty of teams break up. I gave a step. 1/3 this time. Once we're hunting with dogs, 6 shares for me, 2 for you. That's settled. At dusk, Su Lei and I came back from practicing. Lin Dei's gate was crowded with people. A frozen body lay before the door. The face was chewed past recognition, the padded coat torn to strips. Ran into wolves up the mountain. Saw him sneaking up before dawn yesterday. Had to be after traps again. How many times now? This time it cost his life. Lin Hongjun waved a hand. Enough. Get him into a coffin, bury him another day. Lin Dei had no children. The village saw to his funeral. Su Lei thumped his chest. Chewed up like that. Now you know the mountains are dangerous, I said. Be careful when you go up from now on. I took one last look at the body and turned away. In these years, nobody would trace anything I did back to me. After a day's rest, Lin Hongye came by. The friend my father arranged has arrived. Free to take him up the mountain tomorrow. Anytime. At Lin Pao's, I met Zhao Weigua, the old hunter who'd built the dugout in the mountains with Lin Pao all those years ago. Hair gone white, but eyes sharp as a knife, as if to see straight through you at a glance. I knew this was Lin Pao's test. Zhao Weigua wore a smile, spoke pleasantly. We agreed to go up early the next morning to Tiger Roar Valley and stay 2 days. Early the next day, Chun Shueting tucked the lunch tin into my coat. Be safe. I held her a moment. Come back safe. 3 dogs in my left hand, fat donkey in my right. I went out. Su Lei came out pulling the sledge. Zhao Weigua waited at Lin Pao's gate, a hand-rolled cigarette in his mouth, double barrel in hand. Those eyes hadn't left me since I came in the door. The snow was deep, over the top of the foot with every step. I walked ahead with the Bao and Mosen, leading the 3 dogs. Su Lei led the donkey, he and Zhao Weigua behind. A li out, I stopped and waved at the sky. The peregrine folded its wings and dropped to my shoulder. The cigarette fell out of Zhao Weigua's mouth into the snow. A peregrine? You raised it? Saved it up the mountain last time. I stroked its head. Wing healed, and it wouldn't leave. Zhao Weigua rolled his eyes. The thing hunters beg for and can't get, and in my mouth it wouldn't leave. Not tethered. Aren't you afraid it'll fly off? It's obedient. He was too jealous to speak. A tamed falcon finds game better than a dog. It flies, after all. But even men who succeed at breaking a hawk don't dare leave it untied, free to climb. I knew Lin Pao had sent him to test me. He watched the whole way. 2 green kids who'd hunted a week or 2. He'd have been 100 times skeptical. But now he believed some of it. Just then, the peregrine on my shoulder jerked its head up, fixed on a stand of brush. It shot off. By the time we came to, its talons had pinned a partridge. Alive, Zhao Weigua cried out. It didn't kill. Dead is worth less than alive. It held it, didn't bite. I stroked its head. Extra rations for you tonight. It set the game in my palm. That's just the appetizer. 10 odd minutes later it dove again. A flock of hazel grouse fled screaming. Too late, it pinned the biggest. Zhao Weigua stared. Decades of hunting, and he hadn't spotted that flock first. Shoot. Su Lei raised his gun. Fire that, and we're eating feathers. I grabbed the bow. Whip. One pinned in the snow. Your archery's this good too? Practiced. The peregrine caught up with the fleeing grouse and brought back another. It wanted more. Enough. I called it off. Leave them to breed. 3's plenty. Greed is a hunter's taboo. Zhao Weigua nodded to himself. Young, and stops well ahead. The 3 dogs couldn't sit still, growling low at me. They wanted work too. At a dog hunt, Zhao Weigua had the most experience. I looked at him. Don't ask me. He waved it off. You've got the dogs and the hawk. You command. I knew he was watching. Let them loose closer to Tiger Roar Valley. Otherwise what we take is hard to carry. All the way in, the peregrine struck again and again. Squirrels, grouse, hares, pheasants, over 30. I didn't so much as touch the gun. It also found a good-sized boar herd. I noted the spot and didn't shoot. Too far from the valley, couldn't carry them back. Over 3 hours of walking, we rested in a sheltered hollow. Boar with pickled cabbage, roe deer with potatoes, pheasant with mushrooms, half-white buns. Zhao Weigua stared at the steaming dishes, an odd look on his face. He'd hunted a lifetime, always husks and greens and snowmelt. Meat only when he made a kill. Eat while it's hot. He took a bite, and his eyes lit. This flavor, Not bad. I fed the 3 dogs a little meat, not enough to fill them, or they'd have no drive to chase. Outside Tiger Roar Valley, I unclipped the leads. Black Wolf circled me twice, then turned to look deep into the forest. It's on you now. Black Wolf shot out. Red Wolf and White Wolf flanking, following in a wedge. Cooped up the whole way while the birds showed off overhead. Now it was their turn. Zhao Weigua moved fast on his feet. Sule clicked his tongue. Uncle, your legs. Run a whole day on the mountain. No trouble. Every time this came up, Lin Pao got worked up, a year younger, and no match for him physically. A li out, Black Wolf suddenly threw his head back, sniffed hard, eyes flashing, barked twice at me, and turned west. He's opened up. Found game. Head up nose. Pulling the quarry out of the air. In the hollow, a family of boars. A boar and a sow, 2 yellow coats. Both adults over 300 pounds. The dogs barked, and the boars bolted. Black Wolf didn't touch the tusker, went straight for the sow, Red Wolf right behind. White Wolf wheeled and went for a yellow coat. The small ones are easier, that's his way. White Wolf bit down on the 2 testicles between the piglet's hind legs and tore with a shake of his head. The piglet sat down in pain. White Wolf let go, sprang clear, came in again, near 100 pounds down on it, and took the neck. Over there, Black Wolf darted in front of the sow and blocked her. She came like a tank. Black Wolf slipped aside, took an ear, and let his weight drop, dragging her hard. Red Wolf saw his moment and took the rump. Black Wolf, Red Wolf, good work. Brother Tian, do we shoot? Sule had the gun up. I shook my head. Dogs are too close to the boar. Hit a dog. Zhao Weigua nodded quietly again. They say a hunting dog is a hunter's most loyal partner. But how many really treat them as partners? The sow tossed her head to break free. Black Wolf's bite was too strong to shake. Red Wolf still tearing at the rump. White Wolf saw us coming, let the piglet go, and ran for the sow. The piglet forced itself up to run. I put a round through its head. Zhao Weigua was startled again. White Wolf took the sow's other ear, dropped his weight like Black Wolf. A dog hunting a beast has only a few places to bite. Face, snout, ears, groin. Biting the ears is hanging the pincers. Red Wolf specializes in the rump, a boar's weakest spot. 3 mouths clamped on at once, and the sow didn't dare move. The more she struggled, the harder they bit. Hand me the grip. Sule fixed the Manchurian ash grip onto the knife. Standing well back, I drove it into the big artery in the sow's neck. Blood sprayed and didn't reach me. That's the point of the grip. The sow screamed horribly. Black Wolf couldn't stand it and took her snout, and the sound dropped at once. A few minutes, and the sow slumped into the blood. The 3 dogs let go in turn and circled twice, wary. I put in a finishing shot. You were all excellent. I patted each head. Open it, feed the dogs. Sule opened the belly, hung the organs in a tree. I took the liver, split it 3 ways. Most to Black Wolf, next Red Wolf, least White Wolf, by their work. The 3 dogs had run most of the day and bolted it down. Not even half full, they crouched back at my side. White Wolf eyed the piglet, that was his. Cut White Wolf some liver. I cut 3 pieces of belly flab and threw them over, the fat off the underside. Poor texture, but good for rendering. Most hunters at a dog hunt won't spare that for the dogs. Fat's short these years. I don't care. A full dog takes more good game. Zhao Weigua watched and smiled again. Loves dogs, understands dogs, and no slouch at the dog hunt either. This boy's good stock. It was getting on. Uncle, the dugout first. Rest a night. Hunt again tomorrow. Zhao Weigua lit a cigarette. All right. That dugout, he and Lin Pao had built with their own hands. I waved at Fat Donkey, and it ran up pulling the sledge. We lifted the sow on. Half an hour and more to the dugout. Dug a pit and buried the boar, so it wouldn't draw animals. Roe deer left from last time stewed on the Kong. I cut some belly off the piglet and set it over the fire. Fat dripped and sizzled out. Near done, I dusted it with chili and salt. The smell went straight up the nose. The 3 of us grabbed our skewers. Zhao Weigua took a bite and narrowed his eyes. Those eyes that hadn't left me since the door, now they loosened. Yellow coat sizzling with fat, with the stewed roe deer, the 3 of us ate until our mouths ran with grease. I dug the flask out of my bag, and each had 2 swallows. Didn't expect you to bring seasoning up the mountain. Sule wiped his mouth. Zhao Weigua clicked his tongue too. This was no hunt. Liquor and meat, This was coming up to enjoy yourself. You have to eat while hunting too. I passed the skewers over. Warmed up, Zhao Weigua got to telling his old tales. He'd ringed a tiger once. Su Lei and I clicked our tongues and flattered him a bit. Pleased at the praise, the old man let slip plenty of the craft. Later, he learned I'd come this trip for a deer. He thumped his chest. A stag? Tiger Roar Valley's full of deer. Tomorrow the old man shows you something. Sika and red deer aren't rare. Lucky, I could even get you a moose. Moose? Su Lei and I traded a look. The biggest deer in the Northeast. An adult 3 meters long, shoulders at 2 meters, up to 1,500 pounds. Years back old Lin and I took one. Over 800 pounds. Took the two of us hell's own effort to get it back. He paused. Hard to find in winter though. They hole up in the deep mountains. He'd watched the whole way and given me his approval. Old hunters have their pride. He hadn't come along to sit around. Barely light. I cooked porridge and stewed the leftover roe deer with dried vegetables. Fed the dogs to a third, gave fat donkey plenty of fodder. Zhao Weigua knew the way and walked ahead. Deep mountains, no path. Over an hour along the ridge of a gentle slope, over the crest. A plain stretching past the horizon. Woods, brush, a frozen stream running out from the depths. Across the stream, the woods on the far side usually have deer. Distances lie in the mountains. It looked close, and it was another hour and more. On the ice, Su Lei asked, "Uncle, many fish in this river?" The 8 named fish, find a few kinds is no trouble. Lucky, there's forest frog too. Su Lei's eyes lit. We'll come break the ice sometime. Some free day, I said. Wanted to bring old Mr. Emosum too. In the far woods, browsing marks on the brush, a line of deer prints in the snow. Sika, a dozen or so. 2, 3 days old. Zhao Weigua nodded. At least 3 stags. Loose the dogs. I unclipped the 3 and put the peregrine up. Go take a scent. Black Wolf sniffed around the brush, then turned off to the front and side. Red Wolf and White Wolf followed. The peregrine beat once and was gone. Flying off like that, will it come back? Zhao Weigua was a little worried. The best performer since we came up, he wanted to cast his vote for the peregrine. A one-way trip would be a shame. It'll come back. I'd never tethered it. If it wanted to go, it would have. 10 odd minutes, the peregrine flew back, circled, and called at me once. Found game, I said. Black Wolf hasn't found the deer yet. Follow the peregrine first. We followed it over 2 gullies. It folded its wings and dropped. A line of prints in the snow. My pupils tightened. Uncle, is that Sable? Zhao Weigua crouched, looked for 2 seconds, and his eyes lit. Sable. Left overnight. The peregrines brought us to its ground. He could hardly believe it himself. Sable are wary, quick, and climb trees. A hint of noise and they're gone. Even hunting dogs struggle to run them. Taking a sable is luck's work. And the peregrine had pulled its trail out of the sky. Follow. Sable pelt is worth several hundred. I'm poor now, I need money. Black Wolf nosing, the peregrine watching from above. 2 kilometers of chase, back around to a stand of pines. The prince circled here. It had gone out to feed and returned to the den. The den's in these pines. In a tree hollow. You won't find it on the ground, Zhao Weigua said. I waved to the peregrine. There's snow up in the trees too. The peregrine wove through the pines, and in 5 minutes settled on a dead one. Black Wolf brought the 2 dogs over, clawing at the trunk and growling low. Su Lei circled the tree. Brother Tian, 4 meters up, there's a hole. I put my ear to the trunk and knocked. A rustling. Got you. Lei, chop the tree. Force it out. The axe came down and the pine shook hard. The sable woke and put out its dark brown head. I drew. It was too fast. My fingers had barely loosed, and it pulled back in. The arrow bit the trunk at the hole. Su Lei chopped at it. The sable shot from another opening, sprang onto a neighboring pine, sure-footed as on level ground. After it, the 3 dogs were faster. The sable darted through the branches, not daring to come down. The peregrine stooped from above. The sable reacted in a flash, backed against a branch, claws out to fight. The peregrine didn't meet it head-on, grazed past its neck, steadied, came again. The sable couldn't dodge and had to drop from the tree. Black Wolf and the 3 came for the kill. The sable slipped, ducked out under Red Wolf's belly. Black Wolf leapt over Red Wolf and cut off its line. White Wolf and Red Wolf closed from either side. The peregrine swept down, one talon on the neck, one into the eye socket, and pinned it in the snow. The sable clawed madly. The peregrine spread its wings, gave it no opening. Black Wolf rushed up, a paw on the neck. The sable stopped moving. Holy! Sule cheered. The peregrine and Black Wolf are incredible. Zhao Weiguo's eyes went wide. A hawk and a dog, teaming up to take a sable. A lifetime of hunting, and a first. I picked up the sable and checked the peregrine first. It had guarded itself well, unhurt. I cut it a few slices. Black Wolf and the three crouched in front of me, eyes hungry. Your work was no small thing either. I split the meat 3 ways. I didn't dare skin the sable. Last time the lynx was luck. Zhao Weiguo took it. 2 years since I touched a sable. Hands itch. He cut at the hind leg, wringed the limbs, pressed his fingertips in, gripped skin and flesh and stripped. The whole pelt came off in a tube, smooth as flowing water. Perfect. Getting old. Eyes can't keep up. He handed me the pelt. Faster when I was young. With your build, you're no worse than us. Not flattery. I opened the sable, took the heart, liver, lungs, cut meat for the peregrine and the dogs. Let them remember the sable's taste. They'll take more later. We went on deeper, talking over what had just happened. I stopped. Uncle, I've got a half-formed idea. You've got the experience, advise me. Zhao Weiguo warmed to it. Let's hear it. I had it drafted in my head. I began. The peregrine and Black Wolf worked well together today. I'm thinking, from now on, at a dog hunt, let the peregrine find the game first. That way Black Wolf and the others don't have to fight boars and bears to the death. They play White Wolf's game, bully the weak, dodge the strong. Yellow coats and fawns, they handle themselves. Tuskers and bears, the pack just holds them, and we shoot when we arrive. Plenty of people at a dog hunt set the dogs specifically on the hard fights, bears and tuskers. However able a dog is, it can't beat the size gap. One slip and it's dead. A dog you raised, dead on the mountain, is a waste. Zhao Weiguo's eyes brightened the more he heard, and he gave a thumbs up. Good idea. Provided the peregrine finds the game and is willing to come back and report. That's no problem, I said. The sable just now was proof. His look at me grew more satisfied. He puzzles at things more than I did at his age. And more to the point, this boy's whole mind is on looking out for the dogs. I called the peregrine over. Fly farther out. Find the deer herd. It beat its wings and was gone. Then to Black Wolf and the others. You go too. Find them, don't spook them. Wait for my order. I said it several times. They're not as clever as the peregrine, but simple commands they get. The 3 dogs tore off into the mountains. They didn't want the bird taking all the credit. 2 kilometers out, Black Wolf stopped, threw his head up, sniffed hard, and barked in excitement. He remembered what I'd said. The closer to the herd, the more careful. The peregrine overhead found them too. It didn't stop, flew straight back to report. Found them. After them. You really did strike gold, Zhao Weiguo sighed. Black Wolf's prints ran that way too. 10 odd minutes, and we met Black Wolf waiting. He growled low toward the herd. Good work. Didn't spook them. Below the slope, a herd of sika. 6 adults, 3 antlered stags especially striking. 5 fawns. A dozen or so. Near 200 meters. Too far. I wasn't sure of the Mosin, Sule less so, and Zhao Weiguo's double barrel couldn't reach. I pointed to the downwind side of the herd. We circled around and crept forward. To keep from spooking them, 20 meters took over 10 minutes. At this range, I'm sure of a slug. Zhao Weiguo raised the double barrel. Sule aimed at the nearest doe. I'll take the biggest stag on the right. I dropped my voice, aiming for the neck. 3, 2, 1, fire. 3 shots. The herd blew apart at once. Black Wolf and the others shot out, their moment to earn it. I hit the stag's neck, but it raised its head just then and I missed the vitals. Zhao Weiguo's shot caught another in the shoulder. At that distance the power was cut, and it didn't go down. Sule grazed a doe's thigh. 3 wounded deer forced themselves toward the trees, not even a chance for a second shot. After them. A deer's speed is no joke. Once they run, you'd break your legs and never catch them. But this time was different. Black Wolf and the others didn't rush in. They cut straight across the deer's escape. Wherever the deer turned, they blocked. Bit by bit, they drove them our way. The wounded deer wouldn't collide with the dogs. Another unhurt stag led the fawns, broke the ring by force, and bolted into the forest. Black Wolf and Red Wolf didn't chase. ringed the wounded ones. White Wolf wheeled and knocked down a fawn. The peregrine overhead wasn't idle either. It stooped. The doe shielded her fawn. It banked hard, talons for the doe. One eye blinded. It came back around, for the other. The second eye blinded too. The blinded doe cried and blundered about, drove headfirst into the brush, tighter the more she fought. Something warmed in my chest. It had taken the deer alive. I swung the muzzle onto the stag Black Wolf had driven back. 20 meters. Each pick a target. Don't hit the dogs. Bang. The stag's forehead opened. Zhao Weiguo dropped another. Su Lei, holding in a breath, didn't miss this time. A shot to the doe's chest. Lei, bring in the live one with me. That blind doe in the brush. Take it back. Maybe it lives. Su Lei pinned the fawn under White Wolf and tied it. White Wolf took a fawn alive this time. White Wolf ran over for credit. I patted his head. Extra tonight. Zhao Weiguo stared at the blind doe, too stunned to speak. White Wolf taking a fawn didn't surprise him, but a hawk clawing out both a doe's eyes and taking her alive, he'd never heard of. This peregrine of yours, remarkable. Bleed them. I took the black rubber bucket off the sledge. Fat donkey came over on its own. Afraid of spooking the deer, I'd left it on the ridge. Now the shooting was done, it came trailing the sledge over. That donkey's gone this clever too. Zhao Weiguo didn't know what to say. I took the hearts. Zhao Weiguo pulled out a flask too, a size smaller than mine. He poured baijiu into a bowl and squeezed in the deer heart blood. Everyone try some. Good stuff? Greatly restores your vigor. 2 mouthfuls of deer heart blood liquor down, warm all through. I took the 2 stags' pizzles, testicles, kidneys, this trip's objective. I handed a set to Zhao Weiguo. Yours, from your kill. He waved it off. You keep it. I'm getting on, my body's fine. Besides, I've plenty of deer pizzles saved at home, no rarity. Isn't this what you came up for? I started to say more. He raised a hand to stop me. It's late. Get squared away, back to the dugout. The pizzles went into the gourd. 2 stags, 500-odd pounds, fat donkey pulled. The blind doe on another sledge, the rest of the game. I lashed the sledge to her with rope. Deer are strong. 100, 200 pounds is easy. Zhao Weiguo laughed. You know how to work them. Shoot it, then have it haul. Payment for sparing its life. To settle it, I quietly fed half a bar of the gourd's energy into its body. That light that had saved the peregrine. These past days I'd worked it out. The energy comes back slowly, faster in the mountains. Saving the peregrine cost 1 bar. Full is 5 bars. In the mountains 1 bar returns in 3 days. Half a bar steadied the doe's wounds and settled her down. With donkey and deer to help, we were back at the dugout in a bit over 2 hours. 3 in the afternoon. Traveling by night's too risky, I said. Stay 1 more night? Zhao Weiguo nodded. Just what I was going to say. Stewed a pot of fresh venison, warmed buns, and sticky bean buns. The 3 of us gnawed venison, drank a bit, and emptied the pot. The deer outside, all buried in snow. The dogs kept the door. Slept through till dawn. We dug 3 deer and 2 boars out of the snow. Left a cut of meat in the dugout as a reserve, loaded the rest. Fat donkey pulled the 2 stags. The blind doe pulled the sow and the doe. Su Lei made a rough sledge and piled the rest on. He knew his place clearly. First to grab the heavy work. At home, they'd been worried sick. 1 night was agreed, and here it was the 2nd morning. Annie Shilian, should we get someone to go up and look? Chun Shueting gripped the hem of her coat. Zhao Shilian was more worried than anyone, but she had to hold steady. With an old hunter like Zhao Weiguo along, nothing will go wrong. Most likely they took a lot of game and couldn't make it back yesterday. Don't frighten yourselves. If they're not back by tonight, I'll go to the party secretary. Having something to do steadies the heart. They stewed several dishes and waited. Stewing the last one, the bear meat, out of the pot. The peregrine dropped into the yard. Beyond the gate, a clamor of voices. Chun Shueting shot to her feet. They're back. 3 men leading a string of game into the hamlet, and all of Tiger Mountain was in an uproar. Fat donkey pulled 2 stags. Su Lei dragged boars and bulging sacks. I led the blind doe. She was still pulling a sledge, a doe and a sow piled on it. Zhao Weiguo led the fawn. Oh my God, cleaned out a deer nest. And live ones too. Comparing yourself to others is enough to kill you. I tied the dogs and deer in the livestock shed. Chun Shueting ran out, the tears coming at once, and held me. Why so late? I was worried to death. Lot of game, got held up. I wiped her tears. Only then did she see behind me. Live deer. It's cold out. Inside, I'll tell you. Zhao Weigua made to go report to Lin Pao. I held him back. Sule ran to bring word. The Kong table was covered with dishes. Hot meat down, and everyone warmed. When they heard I'd taken a sable too, Chen Shueting and the others were so startled their chopsticks stopped. After eating, the butchering, Zhou Weidong came with Auntie Guiying to help. 3 deer hides came off. The meat squared away in 2 or 3 hours. I pushed venison and boar on Zhou Weidong. He left with 1,000 thanks. Then Zhao Weigua and I split the meat. Uncle, this trip was thanks to you. Take the blind dough and cut yourself half a boar and half a deer. When the sable pelt sells, I'll cut you in on that too. He put on a stern face. What? You pity an old man. How could I? Without your guiding us, we'd never have caught the herd. Enough of that. The game's yours. I'm getting on. How much can I eat? 2 cuts will do. No amount of urging would move him. In the end, he took only half a dough. The sable pelt he left to me, and Sule too. That was the peregrine and dogs ringing. Nothing to do with him. Lived this long, what fine thing hasn't he seen? He doesn't compete with juniors. Carrying the other half dough, I went with Zhao Weigua to Lin Pao's. Hearing the 2 days haul, Lin Pao was floored. When he heard I'd raised a peregrine too, he nearly sat up off the Kong. Little Tian, this ability of yours is even better than we thought. Hawk and dog hunting together, and 2 deer taken alive. Zhao Weigua put in, Little Tian's the most gifted hunter I've ever seen. A few years, and he'll be a gunner for certain. Lin Pao stopped short. When he made gunner, Zhao Weigua hadn't praised him like that. First time I've seen you praise a man like this. Little Tian's worth the praise. Lin Pao tapped the Kong table and turned to me. I've seen how well you get on with Black Wolf and the others. Would you have any interest in taking them hunting from now on? I stopped. A dog like Black Wolf, who wouldn't? Then they're yours. He'd finally made up his mind. He couldn't go up himself, and better with me than ruined at home. If Zhao Weigua approved of me, that meant I was no slouch. Lin Pao took a token 100 yuan and put the leads in my hand. I was formerly the owner of Black Wolf, Red Wolf, and White Wolf. I hummed a tune all the way home. I hadn't expected it to go so smoothly. Passing Su Dazhuang's gate, a crowd was around him. Brother Dazhuang, here you in a town to sell today? Make anything. Ever since I'd made money hunting, plenty of people had gotten ideas. Big game they couldn't take, but setting traps for rabbits, breaking ice for fish, that they could do. Su Dazhuang was pleased with himself. Of course, the market's packed. My bit of fish sold out in no time, several yuan. The crowd's eyes went wide. Several yuan in one morning? That's easy money. We'll go tomorrow too. Su Dazhuang shot me a glance and said with contempt, his sort only looks out for himself. He was enjoying being envied. I ignored him, turned home for venison, and went to the party secretaries to borrow the cart. Just the cart this time. I had fat donkey at home. Later I'd get timber from the mountains and have my own cart made, so I wouldn't have to keep borrowing. I took a big cut of venison to the livestock shed. Getting in with Lin Pao owed a lot to Old Li. When he heard Lin Pao had sold me the dog pack, he was surprised too. That stubborn mule Old Lin softened this fast? Old Zhao must think highly of you. Without his nod, Old Lin wouldn't have been so quick. I told him the haul. 3 deer, 2 boars, 2 taken alive. Old Li listened, dumbstruck. With ability like this, even Old Lin and Old Zhao up the mountain together rarely take this much. Luck. I waved it off. By the way, Uncle, I want to raise these 2 deer at home. Give me your advice. Nothing to it. But to raise livestock, ask Hanjun whether the village allows it. If someone gets jealous and reports you, it's trouble. Policy had loosened, but not fully opened. Reported for real. Even Lin Hanjun couldn't shield you. I'll go find connections in town later. Once land was parceled to households, I didn't plan to farm. Too hard. Better to fence off a meadow, raise deer and sable, quick money. Old Li circled the shed. Big enough. Split it 3 ways. Boar, roe deer, deer separate. Wrap the sides in plastic, keep it warm. I had Sule rework the shed on the spot. The plastic ran out. Buy more in town tomorrow. Old Li stayed for dinner. Venison, boar, bear, and a pot of grouse soup. The old man drank and talked over the craft of raising them. Chen Shueting and her sister listened closely. The animals were theirs to tend day to day. Early the next morning, I loaded venison and boar. The peregrines, hares, and pheasants too. Especially the 7 live grouse, well kept. Live is fresher than dead. But this time not to sell, for old Mr. M.O. I still had my mind on that big house he'd mentioned. I also took a pair of bear kneecaps, some lynx bones, and the leftover lynx meat out of the gourd. House business doesn't get spread around. I didn't call Su Lei this trip. Not far out, I ran into Su Dazhuang and Zhou Taidan, laboring toward town with sacks on their backs. I drove past them. Damn, from the same hamlet, and won't even give us a lift. Zhou Taidan spat. Wait till I make money selling fish. I'll borrow a cart into town too. Su Dazhuang was stubborn about it. But watching my cart pull away, neither could hide the envy in his eyes. Old Mr. Mosgate, what good thing have you brought this time? Wouldn't dare trouble you without one. I took out the 7 live grouse. His eyes lit. Alive. Name your price. I'll keep all of them. I brought out the lynx bones and meat and the bear kneecaps. Lynx bone? You took a lynx. Got lucky, killed it by surprise. They say it's false tiger bone. Good in liquor, brought you some. He looked them over, nodded, satisfied. I drew a breath. Sir, you said before that if I put together 800, 1,000, you'd introduce me to a house. I've saved over 1,000 recently. Is it enough? He paused. You've got 1,000 together? Then he smiled. A single lynx pelt is worth that. You'd really spend 1,000 on a house? He'd worked out my situation these past days. Parents dead, newly married. 1,000 yuan is an astronomical sum for a mountain family. Enough to live comfortably for years. I would. No hesitation. A house you have your eye on won't be ordinary. He smiled wider. All right, I'll show you. He didn't count out the grouse money first and handed over 35 yuan, one thing at a time. Then he turned and walked into the courtyard next door. I stopped. A 3-court compound, no smaller than his own. Gray brick, a spirit wall, a carved flowered gate, mortise and tenon column caps, a row of carved auspicious beasts along the eaves. 3 courts, fully furnished, the main house, all good timber. 2 rear rooms converted to a glass sunroom, warm in winter. Over 1,000 square meters, 20 or 30 rooms. Never mind 1,000, 2, 3,000, and it'd be worth it. In the world I came from, 10 million might not buy it. One thought filled my head. No need to look. I'll buy it. Old Mr. M.O. turned serious. Sure? A deal made isn't undone. Not buying a courtyard this good, that's what I'd regret. Then come to the neighborhood office for the paperwork. I paused. Sir, is this courtyard yours too? The owner's someone else. I manage it. He's given me full authority to dispose of it. Paperwork done, it's yours. Under the astonished gaze of the neighborhood office staff, the paperwork was settled. I handed him the 1,000. The compound changed to the Qin name. He pocketed the money without a glance. From today, it's yours. I saw old Mr. M.O. off, pushed down the churning inside, and locked the gate. Those eyes had been sizing me up the whole time. And I was starting to wonder too. This managing he did, what exactly was it? In the market, Su Dazhuang and Zhou Taidan crouched by the road selling fish. He'd made a sale yesterday, and today he was full of himself. Christian 40 cents, carp and grass carp 60, cheaper than anyone. In an hour, over 7 yuan. 2 pheasants gone as well. Zhou Taidan stared at the money in his pocket. This is easy money. Mid-calculation, the vendors beside them started quietly packing up. The old hands all know, stay longer, and someone's coming. Brother Dazhuang, everyone's packing up. Su Dazhuang couldn't bear to leave the last few pounds of fish. Hesitating, he caught sight of me driving up. That gave him nerve. Scared of what? Qin Tian just got here. He's in town every day, he's not afraid. I hadn't planned to sell meat at the market. I drove over to Wu Hao, who was about to leave. In such a hurry? Brother Qin, this isn't the place to talk. The anti-speculation office is coming to make an example. Get on, let's go. The words barely landed, and the market blew up. A crowd with red armbands pointed at the people. Don't run. They ran faster. Su Dazhuang was too near the entrance. He'd just stood up when they pinned him. In his despair, the corner of his eye caught me driving off. Venom surged up. Why should he get away? Comrades, I'm reporting. The one on the donkey cart ahead has even more. He's the real speculator. I want to report and earn merit. Several armbands rushed at me at once. They'd seen the meat on the cart. Stop. My face darkened. I reined the donkey in. The market was crowded, no running. Brother Wu, I've dragged you into this. Not your fault. I got greedy. A young man pulled open a sack, eyes lighting. He couldn't tell what meat it was, but hundreds of pounds piled up. This month's example was in the bag. Bold, driving a cart in to sell meat. Come with us. Pinned down, Su Dazhuang gloated. This kid's in for it. He's the example. Maybe we get off light. I gave Su Dazhuang a cold look. If not for that shout of his, I could have gotten off with the crowd. Get down. I jumped off the cart and smiled. A misunderstanding. I'm no speculator. I deliver for the Forestry Bureau. Still making excuses. The Forestry Bureau needs you to deliver? I pulled the paper from my coat. The Forestry Bureau's authorization. Don't believe me. I can have Qian Fugue from the canteen come vouch for me. The young man took it, half doubting. The Forestry Bureau's seal was stamped on it. He didn't dare decide, and passed it to a young man with a cigarette. Brother, sure, he's got a temporary purchasing authorization. Says the canteen's Qian Fugue arranged it. Qian Fugue? The man blew a smoke ring and looked twice. It's real. Take the others back first. I'll go ask him. The young man deflated. The example he'd had in hand flew off. He turned and glared at Su Dazhuang. His wild accusation had nearly offended the Forestry Bureau. Su Dazhuang hadn't heard clearly and still thought I was being hauled off, beaming. Comrade, I was right, wasn't I? He's the one. The young man stepped up and slapped him. Shut up. He's a Forestry Bureau purchaser. You speculate, and then slander an honest man to save yourselves. Come back with me and confess. Su Dazhuang and Zhou Taidan were stunned. When did Qin Tian become a Forestry Bureau man? Thinking of the fine, the two could have chewed their own guts out. I glanced at him, the corner of my mouth lifting. Trying to drag me under, overreaching himself. The man with the cigarette came over. Little brother, you know that fat Qian Fugue? Name's Shi Xiangqian, his childhood friend. Brother Qian mentioned me? He did. Said he'd met a hunter lately, brought in a lot of good stuff, and came around to brag about it. He glanced at the cart. This venison and boar for him? Lucky fatty. Want to keep some, brother, sure? No. He finds out I took his goods. No telling how he'd badmouth me behind my back. He handed the paper back. I'm on duty. We'll drink another time. Fat Qian's friend is my friend. Once the cart was out of the market, Wu Hao pointed to get off at the intersection ahead. By the way, what did you need me for? Nearly forgot. Cartridges and cloth and industrial coupons. Between practice and hunting, last time's cartridges were nearly out. Industrial coupons too. The shed needed plastic, and the new compound needed furnishing. 200 rounds. Plenty of coupons. He ducked into an alley and came back with a cloth bag. 220 extras for you. This is all the coupons I've got, enough? Industrial, cloth, sugar, grain coupons, all of them. I bought 150 yuan's worth. He was thrilled. Whatever coupons you want, just come. Can you get radio coupons, watch coupons? Of course. Bring them next time. 3 turns and a sound, still short these two. But having just spent 1,000 on the house, my pocket was tight. I didn't ask yet. Wait till the pelts and bear galls sold. The Forestry Bureau back gate. Qian Fugue came running out with his shovel. I've been waiting for you. 2 days in the mountains. Only got the deer yesterday. His eyes lit. A stag. I patted my bag. A stag. Brought what you wanted too. Inside, I took out the deer's 3 pieces. Qian Fugue opened the bundle, grinning ear to ear. Good size, kidneys and testicles too. Cut fresh from the kill. The potency's perfect. Some lynx bones as well. I fished out a few. Lynx. His voice went up. You take lynx too? That thing's fiercer than a wolf. He cradled the bones, unwilling to put them down. Brother Qin, you've done me a big favor. The leader I'm giving gifts to has rheumatism. These lynx bones will please him for sure. With the deer pizzle, my father's matter is settled. He ran into the back room and came out with a few coupons. I looked and stopped. Radio coupon. Watch coupons 3. Brother Qian, this is too valuable. More valuable than deer pizzle and lynx bone? A few coupons are nothing. You've only added a sewing machine and a bicycle since you married. You're still short on the 3 turns and a sound. He winked. Didn't you say there's a wife and a sister-in-law at home? Shouldn't you lay in the good things? I didn't push it back again. Nothing more to say. Anything comes up, just ask. Wang Lin had already weighed and tallied the meat on the cart. Venison, 348 pounds, 120 for 117.60. Boar, 176 pounds, 40 cents, 70.40. Wolf, 123 pounds, 80 cents, 98.40. Pheasant, hare, squirrel, 40 yuan. Rounded, 630. The canteen people watched Qian Fugue count out stacks of tins, eyes full of envy. 630. They couldn't earn that in 2 years eating nothing. With what was in my pocket, enough for a radio and watch. But I didn't buy it all. Keep some for emergencies. Qian Fugue pulled me aside, lowered his voice. Brother Qian, could you get a few more live ones from now on? That live roe deer yesterday, I stewed a pot for the leaders. Flavor was incredible. Gone in one pot. They all gave a thumbs up. If you could bring 2 live ones every few days, name your price. I looked troubled. Brother Qian, running into game is hard enough. Taking it alive is harder still. Besides, I wouldn't dare keep them, reported, and I lose the game and land in trouble myself. He thought a moment. You're saying it's hard, not that you can't, right? Brother Qian, have mercy. If someone really takes an interest. He smiled. That's easily handled. You get the live ones, and I'll have the leaders approve a temporary breeding authorization for you. Say the Forestry Bureau commissioned you to raise them. See who dares make trouble. My eyes lit. Someone hands you a pillow just as you're nodding off. I'd been fretting over how to raise animals openly. With that paper, give the Forestry Bureau a few, raise the rest at home. The peregrine could take hares and grouse alive too. All deliverable. As long as you can get it done, Brother Qian, I'll get live ones however I can. Leave it to me. Quick as next time you're in town, you can collect it. Then I'll try to bring a live one next trip. Settled. I declined his offer of dinner and drove humming to the co-op. Today, the haul was no small thing.